President Marco Rubio has come to Kolkata, and this is his first official visit to India. He will be welcomed by S. Jaishankar. There is going to be Prime Minister Narendra Modi he's going to be meeting in the day. And of course, like you rightly said, Shivam, you know, these disputes that arise because of the tariffs, there was the trade tension that was linked by the Trump administration. All of these, I think this meeting is kind of an attempt to reaffirm the strategic importance of India-US foreign policy. And this is this flight landing in India of Marco Rubio is kind of a flashpoint to the growing attention that the US-India strategic relation following the foreign policy needs at this hour.
Yes, definitely. Very important meetings lined up, and this amidst the tension that is ongoing, the West Asian conflict, and how India has always been a strategic partner, patient, and the diplomatic relations. We have always maintained cordial relations with the United States of America. And these are the visuals, live visuals coming in on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. Exclusive. First on Republic, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio lands in India, lands in Kolkata. All right.
That's right. He's arrived, and we have some guests joining us right now. We will be shortly telling you who these guests are.
Alok Bansal
and also
is...
Sierra, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
She's joining us from the United States. Yes, Alok Bansal, who's the director of India Foundation. He is live with us. And we also have our, but for now, let's speak with Alok. Alok, this is an interesting day with all of the kind of foreign policy tensions that India and US have gone through over the prolonged last year. How do you think is this visit going to be looked at?
See, this visit is extremely important because within the Trump administration, Rubio is one of those who is considered the most pro-India. In fact, right from the beginning, his views have been very, very pronouncedly pro-India, saying that India and US relationship is very, very significant. So if there is someone who is in US administration, and there are quite a few of them, who is extremely pro-India, this is Rubio. Having said that, in recent times, we have gone through a very, very tough phase, starting from tariffs. Then we have seen what has happened as far as Pakistan's growing dalliance with the United States has been its increasing role, which has all had led to certain hardening of positions on both sides, and the relations have subsequently to some extent. And I think we need to repair this relationship. And I think it would be not wrong to say that Rubio is probably the best person who can repair this strained relationship.
You know, Alok, it's interesting that this Quad, which was almost formed in 2007, then it revived in 2017. You know, it's interesting to see that although it is an informal group, it is something that was, you know, kind of its nature is informal strategic forum. It has no headquarters, it has no treaty, but it was formed between Australia, India, Japan, and of course the United States. But do you think, you know, this informality has kind of not led to any advantage for any of the countries?
No, I wouldn't say that it has not led to any advantage. It has actually created a certain amount of understanding, certain transfer of technology, certain investments were planned under Quad to shift. In fact, a lot of shifting of investments from China to India happened under the rubric of Quad, though it may not have formally been identified as such.
Right.
But President Trump and his presidency has put this Quad grouping under severe strain. And in fact, there were skeptics who would say Quad is dead, but for an official pronouncement. So I think now that Rubio has landed, I think we could see some positive developments. Let's hope things improve from here on.
Yeah, Mr. Bansal, now this is happening, this visit is happening while they are in tensions with the West Asian region. Now also, Donald Trump made a visit to China, Beijing. Don't you think that America is going through troubled times. It miscalculated its entire war scenario with Iran, and Iran came back stronger. It fought longer. It had the arsenal to continue the war, and the entire world is impacted because of the blockade in the Strait of Hormuz, and it's pretty serious this time compared to the previous times also. There is lack of fuel, there's shortage of fuel, LPG, and this can trickle down to other countries, those who are left. It's very less time that is left, Mr. Bansal.
See, as far as Donald Trump and his presidency is concerned, one always has question marks because he probably speaks first or acts first before thinking, because till now it's not very clear what was the real purpose of this attack on Iran. Because if regime change, which US has been propagating for a long time, was the purpose, then this is not the way to go about it. And anything else, as far as nuclear program is concerned, I sincerely believe that the deal, JCPOA, which Obama had struck with Iran, was good enough to curtail Iran's nuclear ambitions, if at all they had any. So that was the case. So one really doesn't know why this attack happened. And I think any analyst knew that when Iran is pushed to a corner, the biggest weapon that Iran had was closure of Strait of Hormuz or blockade of Persian Gulf. And that is what they have done. And I think it has impacted the global economy. And countries like India have been disproportionately affected.
Right.
Yeah.
We also have Sierra Claire, who's the foreign policy expert from Los Angeles. Sierra, welcome to Republic. This is a very interesting day. Marco Rubio has finally decided, and he's come to India. He has arrived in Kolkata. What do you think that lies ahead of this Quad visit?
Well, I think it's a very important visit. And I know that Secretary Rubio had said that, you know, the US-India relationship is one of the most important to be worked on as well. And so I think I'm hoping that we're going to see this trade deal finalized. And I'm also hoping that we'll see, you know, more discussions about energy and increased defense cooperation. I think the energy piece is really interesting, you know, in terms of looking at those routes and those actual trade routes that the oil shipments could take, and figuring out what is the best way to make that work. And additionally, as Secretary Rubio had said, Venezuela could play a part in that as well.
Right. Sarah, but don't you think an informal group that was established in 2007, kind of revived in 2017 later, today, as we speak and as we stand today, do you think that, you know, this will evolve into a diplomatic platform and into a more operational strategic grouping?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that, you know, the strategic relationship between the U.S. and India can be, you know, discussed as well and played up as well. In terms of defense, you know, India is a you know, country with an actual naval presence and a maritime presence, and that's very important. You know, we're finding out from some of our NATO allies that they actually don't have as much of a maritime presence as they once did. And so I think there's definitely, you know, discussions to be had around defense cooperation and deepening the...
All right, this seems to be a technical issue. We'll get back to you with the video.
Partners of Australia and Japan as well, and figuring out how everyone can work together.
Okay. Alok, if you can put this into perspective, how Marco Rubio is one who was pretty confident of the relation with India, and he highlighted the very fact. And what does it mean for the Indian talent which is working abroad, especially the talent that goes abroad, especially to United States of America? Do you think there will be improvement in that sector also, in that section also, Alok?
See, as far as Rubio is concerned, if you look, go back and read, he has always been a strong votary of good India-US relations. In fact, as I said, within the US administration, he has been one of the few voices which are very, very pro-India. But having said that, let's be very clear, as far as this administration is concerned, there is only one man who prevails. and his views and his opinions count. And how does he take decisions is also not very well known. So as far as Indian professionals' visit to the West is concerned, especially the US is concerned, H-1B visa is concerned, and other visas are concerned, L1, etc., I'm not very sure whether Rubio's visit can have a significant change. It may probably, he may probably come up with some statements which may be nice, but at this point of time, we need to understand that the advent of AI has actually put thousands of IT professionals out of job. So there is already some pressure as far as US job market is concerned. And in that sort of a scenario, expecting that visa situation will improve, I think may be a little premature and too optimistic. That's what I feel. Issues like trade deal or defense collaboration are some things where we will see some improvement, and I'm quite hopeful that things will improve. But I'm not very sanguine as far as the visa issue is concerned.
All right, all right. Sierra is also with us. Sierra, the main issue that is affecting each and everybody around the globe is now the energy issue. Now, America wants to portray itself that they can be the supplier when it comes to energy, while the Strait of Hormuz remains choked. Now, are we looking at US selling more of the Venezuelan oil? And while in this visit by Rubio to India, do you think any agreement on that can be reached? Because there's one day or the other, there is always a sanction by United States of America on Russian oil or Iranian oil. But what will you say on this, the energy crisis, for which directly or indirectly United States of America is responsible?
Yeah, I mean, I think the issue on the Russian oil is not that America wants to control India's oil supply or, use it as leverage or, try to take over in that way. India has diversified energy supplies, and America doesn't have a problem with that, except for the fact that we are trying to end a war in Ukraine. And so we're always looking for opportunities to bring about an end to that war. And I believe that India is as well. So that's just an area of cooperation that we would like to see cooperation from our Indian partners in ending this war on. Now, in terms of the Iranian issue, the Iranians have been holding this strait hostage for 47 years. And Trump called them on it. And he said, are you actually going to do this? And they showed that they're crazy enough to do it. They're willing to cause global economic crises, because their leadership is totally out of control. And I think we've been living with that hanging over our heads. And, Trump is actually dealing with it head on.
Yeah, Sierra, but you understand the very fact that there has been several extensions, several waivers, waiver sanctions, a waiver for the Russian oil. Previously, as they used to say that all the ship that is en route, there will be a waiver on that. Now, there is also a 30 days extension on the Russian oil. Why am I again and again reflecting the point of oil and especially Russian oil? The American, the economy, the government, they understand it very clearly that they are one of the reasons there has been a severe impact, energy crisis, and they will have to correct it in the coming days, or it will be a catastrophe for each and everybody, including America, Sierra.
Yeah, I think, my opinion is that Trump is going to correct this Iranian crisis very shortly, possibly even this weekend. So I think that we will see some changes coming about on that. And I think that the Trump administration is very well aware as well of, what the Iranians have done to the global energy market. There is a looming crisis. And, I think it also comes down to the partners, the Iran's partners, who, need to think about their own interests, because they are going to be affected by a cascading energy crisis as well. And they're the ones who are asking Trump to delay. And so I think we all have to be realistic and start, trying to bring this actually to an end, because the Iranians have made it clear they're just not interested in negotiating.
Right, Sarah, thank you. And I'd request you to stay online with us. We will be just coming back, but do stay with us, both Alok and Sierra. We'll be coming back to you shortly, but we have an interesting story, focus story for you.
And also, let's move on to another top story now. Janardhan Bapurao, both the 86-year-old eminent social worker, will be honored with the Padma Shri for his exceptional contribution to social work, community development, rural upliftment, and the promotion of the Gram Gita philosophy across India.
Now, dedicated to the ideals of revered Rashtra Sant Shri Tukdoji Maharaj, he has spent over 2 decades leading to extensive service initiatives through more than 10,000 rural branches. His life's work focuses on grassroots movement for cleanliness, for equality, character building and national integration. Now transforming the Guru Kunj Ashram into a premier center for holistic development and moral renewal. Take a look at this report at honoring his legacy.
The lamp of selfless service, Shri Janardhan Bapurao Bothe, recipient of the Padma Shri 2026.
Caring for humanity, my chosen path. To be human, my focus. Welfare of all, my religion. Removing doubts, my policy. Making society with just one class, my duty. Everyone walking together, my aim. Removing discrimination, my pride. Uplifting the downtrodden, my heaven.
So said Rashtra Sant Tukdoji Maharaj. So lives Shri Janardhan Bapurao Bothe. This spiritual odyssey began in Gogri village, where Janardhan Bothe was born to a humble family devoted to Rashtra Sant Tukdoji Maharaj. One day, Rashtra Sant Tukdoji Maharaj visited their home. There he spotted young Janardhan and asked about him. Janardhan's father revealed he was his son. Seeing his potential, Maharaj requested the father to entrust Janardhan to his care. The father, filled with devotion, agreed, and Janardhan happily joined Maharaj.
हे गुरुदेव मेरे दिल आओ सुंदर सेज बिछाया हो.
Janardhan Bothe served as a personal secretary to Rashtra Sant Tukdoji Maharaj. Whether it was the historic Kisan Rail Yatra or the devotional teams sent to the NEFA border during the 1962 war to boost the morale of Indian soldiers. Following the death of Rashtra Sant Tukdoji Maharaj on October 11, 1968, Janardhan Bothe had a huge responsibility of carrying forward the legacy and teachings of the Gram Gita.
राष्ट्र संत श्री तुकडोजी महाराज की जय.
Gram Gita is an epic poem focusing on the holistic development of villages. It promotes self-reliance, unity, and social reform.
The thoughts in Gram Gita are progressive thoughts for the country.
It redefines the principle of prayer by anchoring it in collective action and daily service. From learnings of the Gram Gita, Janardhan Bothe initiated cleanliness drives, de-addiction campaigns, and environment conservation. He also supports more than 850 groups of women, thus promoting self-reliance. In 1972, Janardhan Bothe founded the Rashtra Sant Tukdoji Maharaj Education Society, under which 11 residential schools and hostels were established in Advocacy regions. These institutions have brought thousands of underprivileged students into mainstream education.
When children from tribal region come and study with us, the feeling is extremely very satisfying.
The Padma Shri honor for Janardhan Bothe has not only brought personal recognition, but has also amplified the legacy of Rashtra Sant Tukdoji Maharaj. Shri Janardhan Bapurao Bothe, Padma Shri 2026. Koti Koti Naman.
That was Janardhan Bapurao Bothe, but now it's time to slip into a short break. Don't go anywhere because it's an exciting day. Marco Rubio has come to India, coming up after a short break.
Yes, Marco Rubio lands in Kolkata. Rubio to travel to New Delhi, meet Prime Minister later in the day. Coming up next, don't go anywhere.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
Character, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of
ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Trisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Tisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Tisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Tisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question?
Trisha Sharma's husband, Samat Singh, who was absconding for 10 days, was arrested by Bhopal police.
Accused Samat Singh suspended from practice as advocate by Bar Council of India.
Nashik police files 1500-page charge sheet in TCS harassment and conversion case.
CBI arrests third mastermind, Manisha Havaldar, in connection with NEET exam paper leak. The accused was behind leaking physics paper.
US Secretary of State Marco Rubio lands in Kolkata, after which he will head to Delhi for Quad meeting. Energy, security, trade and defence are the talks on focus.
Tulsi Gabbard steps down as Director of National Intelligence, cites husband's bone cancer diagnosis as the reason.
The third fuel price hike in 10 days. Petrol up by 0.87 paise and diesel is up by 91 paise.
All right, viewers, you're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta and I'm here with my colleague.
Hi, very good morning. My name is Nayan.
And let's go to a top story, that is US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has landed in India. He has landed in Kolkata, and his 4-day high-stakes visit of Rubio is being closely watched by global diplomatic circles in India.
That's right. He is landed in Kolkata and will be here till the 26th of May. Now, during his visit, he will also be attending the Quad Foreign Minister meeting. And in these 4 days, he will be travelling from Kolkata to New Delhi, to Agra, and also then to Jaipur.
All right, we are being joined by our guests to speak on this issue. For the latest here, we have with us Mr. Alok Bansal, the Director of India Foundation. Mr. Alok Bansal, thanks a lot. And also we have Sierra Clare, Foreign Policy Expert, live from Los Angeles. Sierra, coming to you first once again, what do you think will be the significance of the visit? How important it is from the American perspective? Then we'll take the Indian perspective from Mr. Alok.
Well, I think from the American perspective, what this visit is really about is solidifying the US-India relationship. President Trump has obviously prioritized rebalancing trade. And so I know that the trade deal is something that both the US and India really want to see finalized, just so we can get some normalization on the economic side. And then I think the significance is, as we're looking ahead at what threats America is facing, where we have things in common with India, where we have, common interests and how we can work together. And I think that India has really emerged as a partner that does have a lot of common interests with America. And this is during a time when we're finding out that some of our other allies may not have so many common interests. So it's actually a vitally important visit. And I think that there'll be a lot, that they'll accomplish a lot.
All right. Mr. Bansal is also with us, Nayan. Yeah.
That's right. The Indian point of view of this visit, what do you think, Mr. Bansal?
Yeah.
See, the visit is very, very important because both India and US are pluralistic democracies and have common values. And of course, at the moment, we also have most of our interests are also common. Though I personally believe that in today's world, interests are transient. They are not permanent. They actually change from time to time. And you can see as far as Persian Gulf is concerned, that itself, I think the US interest as far as Gulf is concerned have changed. There was a time when US was dependent on energy imports from Gulf. Today it's independent. So it doesn't directly impact except for the prices of energy. But having said that, both India and US need at this point of time, we need some clarity on the trade deal. We need some clarity on trade because US continues to be the largest export destination as far as India is concerned. And it's important. And I think as far as Indians' population is concerned, they need some clarity on ever-changing visa rules and news items that keep emanating from United States, which indicate that moving to US is going to become difficult by the day. So those are the issues I think which are important. As far as defense issue is concerned, I think the relations have never actually suffered a setback. We have had a fairly robust relationship as far as defense is concerned, and that has continued irrespective of the recent tremors that we have felt as far as Indo-US relations are concerned. So I'm quite optimistic Rubio's visit will bolster this relationship and strengthen it further.
Interesting, Mr. Alok, this is an interesting point of view that our relationship with Marco Rubio's visit is only going to bolster. But I'm going to speak about the relevance of Quad. Do you think that the relevance of Quad as, as a group, do you think it has gone down over the last few years?
As far as I'm concerned, undoubtedly, there is no doubt. I think last 2 years have indicated and have actually the perception in New Delhi has been that the US has turned out to be an unreliable friend, as you would like to say. And I think that has probably led to India improving its relationship, trying to improve its relationship with China. And I think similar views prevail to some extent in both Australia and Japan as well. So I think Quad as a grouping would need further strengthening. How and when is a question that one needs to see.
All right. Thanks a lot, Mr. Alok Bansal, for your time. Now, Sierra continues to be with us for a comment on what will be benefiting India and what will be benefiting America during this visit. Coming to you, Sierra, now, if you can put into perspective the question about Quad also, and the point that Mr. Alok Bansal highlighted here, he's clearly stating that the trust deficit that many countries are having with America. If you can put that into perspective, any counter to that argument by Mr. Bansal? Sierra?
Well, I would say, I know there's a lot of contention right now around the H-1B visa issue. And so I would say on that, the U.S., first of all, this is not about a specific country. It's not about targeting India or any other country. It's about internal migration reforms that do need to take place for the benefit of the prosperity of America, which also in turn benefits others. And I think that what we want to see with India specifically is we want to see if we can work with India to make space for some of those jobs to actually be in India. And that could, help as we go through this transition of these migration reforms and work visa reforms. But we don't want to just leave people hanging. We actually do want to see those jobs, popping up in India wherever possible. So that would be the first thing I would say. And then the second thing on the rebalancing of trade, I think it's just President Trump has made it very clear that America has to reindustrialize. And, that's something we have to do for our national security, but it also benefits the national security of our partners. And so, this is just an issue that we have to work through. And I think it is being worked through. And, everyone will come out on the other side eventually.
But Sierra, don't you think the changes that Donald Trump wanted to bring to America, they were quite drastic? And every other leader was also wary of the situation America is facing, the kind of challenges, whether it be economic challenges or other challenges. Don't you think the steps taken by Donald Trump were extreme?
Well, I think President Trump's style is sometimes shocking. But I think when we look at what was going on, what was going on with President Biden was nothing was going on. And that wasn't good for anybody. And the second thing is what was going on in the international community? What was going on with these diplomatic norms? They had completely turned into a system that wasn't functioning and that was actually promoting chaos. And so I know President Trump's style is shocking. And of course, sometimes we all wish he could be a little more diplomatic, but it's also just a reaction to what was going on in this international system that had become, so diplomatic that it actually wasn't getting anything done. And so I think a lot of people appreciate President Trump is very direct because he wants to get something done. He doesn't want to sit there and talk forever. And that can actually be a positive thing. But of course, it's always important to be sensitive and to be diplomatic as well.
All right. Sierra, stay with us. We also have Nayan, the live visuals coming in. These are the live visuals from Kolkata. First on Republic, exclusive visuals on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. Marco Rubio lands.
That's right. And he's visiting, I think, the Mother Teresa Center. And that's where he is in Kolkata. He, with his entire convoy, can be seen at the Mother Teresa Center, where he's, I think, paying a homage to Mother Teresa. But on your television screen are live visuals where Marco Rubio has arrived in Kolkata and is now seen visiting the Mother Teresa Center.
Yeah, live visuals, very important visit of Marco Rubio, and this is a 4-day visit, and he'll be heading to Delhi also and meet with Prime Minister Narendra Modi later today. Sierra continues to be with us. Sierra, please continue. You were saying something. In addition to that, the energy crisis, you can highlight that fact also, and the tariff war that continued for a very long time. Definitely, the way Donald Trump operates is quite different from other world leaders, and that's also a big challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the tariff situation has become very complicated because of the Supreme Court decision, which I think has really complicated the whole thing, and it's made it very difficult on our partners as well, because there's all kinds of exchanges of monies that now need to be figured out. And what the Supreme Court actually did with the tariff decision, which I'm sure this has been discussed before, but they gave President Trump some very extreme powers while kind of taking away his moderate powers. And so it's not really a great situation for the United States for any leader, especially President Trump, but really for any leader, because they're left with the option to completely alienate an ally, by taking these very extreme economic measures, which are the purview of the president, according to the Supreme Court. But there's no more kind of moderate measures, which is what President Trump's approach was to try to take the moderate route. And I don't think he's going to take any extreme steps. So for now, it is where it is. I think the tariff situation is kind of over for now.
Well, let's hope on
that issue.
Yeah. Yeah, Sierra, do you think no more extreme steps, because extreme steps have already been taken and the calculations have been done and the results are very clear? It always doesn't work in favor of United States, but yeah, because there is a challenge in the economy, so Trump will continue some major steps, but not as strange or drastic or as big as it used to be earlier, Sierra.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see any more extreme steps from President Trump on the tariff issue right now. I think everything needs to be figured out in terms of where the money went and who it needs to go back to and all of that. And adding more tariffs on top of that right now would be would complicate things even further.
Sierra, I also want to understand the massive influential Indian American diaspora that resides there, and approximately 350,000 Indian students annually come to the United States, to pursue their further education. I want to understand, how do you think this visit will also kind of impact, the students and the visa situation with this visit?
Well, I don't know what's on Secretary Rubio's agenda. I know that the State Department under his leadership has been very aggressive with student visas and cracking down on student visas. And again, I think that's a good thing. The American university system is the reason that people want to come to it is because it's the best. And when we have all of this lax policy on student visas, it actually undermines the reputation and the integrity of the American university system. So I think reforming that and ensuring that everything is working according to the law and according to upholding the highest standards will be a good thing for those students who do come, because they will be getting the very best of that system. And then in terms of, as you said, the visas, and there's a lot of travel, of course, that occurs between the U.S. and India. And I think that, ultimately we want that to continue. We just want it to continue legally. And we want to make sure that, there aren't any overstays or anything like that. Which again is not always the fault of the people coming. It's actually the fault of the broken system that wasn't adhering to the laws that were already on the books. And so we're just trying to restore all of that.
Right.
All right, we're also getting the live visuals of Rubio at Teresa House. These are the live visuals. We'll stay on the visuals also for a while. It's quite important, quite historic now. During his first visit, he is visiting the Mother Teresa House, the Missions of Charity. And on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, he is visiting the Teresa House in Kolkata. Live visuals coming in from Kolkata. This is his first visit, and he is there to pay his respects at the cemetery of Mother Teresa and visit the missionaries of charity during his high-profile 4-day official visit to India. So he has arrived in Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose International Airport in Kolkata, and shortly after that he left for the Mother Teresa House. On your screen, ladies and gentlemen.
Now,
and
the house also serves, it also contains her tomb. It is a museum that is, preserving her simple living quarters. Now, this is where all the sisters continue their charitable work, and this is the first place that Marco Rubio decided to come and pay visit to. This is in Kolkata, on your television screen. This is the Mother Teresa House, and it serves as a global headquarters for missionaries of charity.
Okay, all right. Sierra also continues to be with us. Sierra, we are showing the live visuals also because it's very historic and very important, and on a very personal note also. But what about the diplomacy and the power shift which we are seeing from the previous times and from the Trump era, whether it be NATO, whether it be BRICS, whether it be Quad? Your take on that too.
Well, I think BRICS, I've heard multiple people who basically, analysts who basically said BRICS is not really anything right now. Not to say it couldn't be something at some point, but right now it's not really anything. And I don't think that the U.S. is very concerned about it. The main concern that Trump had raised in the beginning of his term was about the initiatives for de-dollarization. And that was actually something that Biden allowed to come to a point that was where it was almost going to happen. And I think Trump corrected it. And so now, it's just not that much of a concern. BRICS is doing what BRICS is doing. And the U.S. actually also has relations with countries like India who are in BRICS. And that's not impeding us from having a relationship with India.
Right. Sierra, I want to take your attention to our neighbor China. And, Marco Rubio's visit to this quadrilateral security dialogue is also closely tied to the China strategy. And even if officials try avoiding to say it directly, it has, India, Japan and US and Australia are trying to reduce its dependence on China. Your take on that?
Yeah, I think China needs to be countered. I don't think it means that any one of these countries in the Quad are seeking a war or to escalate things. But I think that China needs to be countered, because when we look at the way that China operates on the international stage, they don't follow international norms. They like to say that they want peace and stability. But when you actually look at what they're doing, they support actions of destabilization all over the world, including in places like Africa, Southeast Asia, and even in our own country of the United States. So I think they need to be countered. And I think that strengthening these alliances and, a country like Japan, for example, that is taking more of an interest in its own military. These are conversations that need to be had. And luckily for India, that's, that they've already done that. They already have a strong military. And so I think it's just about, at this point, it's just about
Sarah.
How do we cooperate on that for security in places like the South China Sea and other areas.
Right.
Thanks a lot, Sierra.
Thank you so much for staying with us. We will, of course, speak to you again, but thank you for now. It's time to delve into another top story for the day. Thank you, Sierra. You joined us from LA. But now it's time to discuss the heading ahead agenda of his first visit, Marco Rubio's first visit to New Delhi, as he said from the Washington that he wants to sell India as much energy as they will buy. And uncertainty grows over the disruption in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, Rubio has also made it clear that the Trump administration wants American energy exports to become as large a part of India's import portfolio.
Now, despite the relations between the two countries taking a dent in recent years, US and India remain key trading allies, and perhaps this is what Washington is banking on to make a deal with New Delhi to sell Venezuelan oil. Listen into Republic consulting editor Saurav Shukla's take on this statement.
In view of the world today, I'm going to talk about the very important visit by the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio to India. And ahead of his departure for this crucial trip, he spoke about India as a key partner and ally of the US, and also spoke about the energy crisis, which is very important for the world and especially for India. He spoke about the fact that the Venezuelan oil, which US has a great influence on now, India will be a key country where Venezuela will supply the oil to, and the interim president of Venezuela, he also indicated, is scheduled to visit India, which augurs well for India given the crisis that we are having following the disruption of Strait of Hormuz. And I would say that this is a great step forward in making sure that India gets that vital energy security. Also, India already has the capability to refine that product, the Venezuelan oil in particular. Only few countries in the world have that kind of refinery. India's Reliance has that kind of refinery. And the bigger messaging ahead of the trip was very important from Marco Rubio, given the fact that India-US relations have had a bumpy ride, but the fact that he's talking about in a very positive manner ahead of the trip gives an indication of the trajectory of the relationship. On the agenda, besides the bilateral partnership between the two countries, making sure that they continue to collaborate, work with each other on things like AI, defense, trade. There's also a Quad meeting. This is a grouping, a very important grouping, which Secretary Rubio spoke about, which has India, US, Australia, and Japan as partners. They will be having a meeting in Delhi, and obviously Indo-Pacific is one area which is very important that they will talk about. The growing influence of China and how these countries can make sure that there is freedom of navigation in the South China Sea. Also, how these countries collaborate with each other. And certainly, they will also expect these other foreign ministers, including the Indian Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar, that Secretary Rubio will also give them an insight on the meeting that President Trump had with President Xi. And clearly, they can take collaborative positions when it comes to dealing with China, because all of these countries are impacted in some ways by China's growing influence, and also China's devious way. And Secretary Rubio is somebody who has been one of the foremost critics when it comes to taking on China. When he was a senator as well, he took a very strident position, and all along, and as I've been saying, his voice matters even more in Washington, D.C. He's one of the closest advisors now to US President Donald Trump, and is a big contender for the 2028 Republican nomination. And Secretary Rubio's word matters in D.C., so that's the reason why this trip will be very crucial. And he's coming at a time when you have very, I would say, proactive US Ambassador Sergio Gore in Delhi, who is making sure that he's expanding his people-centric diplomacy. And one of the key highlights for Secretary Rubio while he is in Delhi will be to, I would say, headline a Freedom 250th event in Delhi, which kickstarts America's 250th birthday, which is this year and is a big draw in Washington, D.C. and is on the top calendar here in D.C. So I get a sense that this visit is not only about collaboration, it is also about co-building, building on the partnership that India and the US have. They have a multifaceted relationship. Any visit is important, but it comes at a very important geostrategic times when there is a Middle East crisis which is unfolding. The Strait of Hormuz is blocked. The negotiations with Iran are really on, I would say, ventilator sorts, as President Trump has also indicated. So there is a sense that the Indian interlocutors would also be hearing from Secretary Rubio, who has been, from behind the scenes running the diplomatic nerve center here in DC when it comes to the US foreign policy, and he's been involved. He also wears a double hat of being the national security advisors. The significant thing is he's only the second person after the legendary Henry Kissinger to occupy the dual position of both the US Secretary of State and the National Security Advisor. So that in that realm, this visit matters. Remains to be seen. He is also a very multifaceted personality. He has been recently cited, and in fact, we asked him at a recent briefing when he was in the White House press briefing room that what's his name as a DJ. He was seen DJing at a family event, so he's an avid DJ as well, and I hope he has his India playlist right, and given the initial remarks coming from him, I'm sure he has some Bollywood songs and also songs of friendship when he lands in Delhi to cement this amazing partnership that US and India have, which will be consolidated and will get a fresh momentum with Secretary Rubio's visit to India.
Coming up after a short break, third fuel price hike in 10 days. Petrol up by 87 paise, diesel up by 91 paise.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
कोशिश को कामयाबी को शोहरत बनते देखा है। हाँ, पिछले 60 सालों में मैंने देश को बनते देखा है। कमला पसंद 60 सालों से अनोखा स्वाद। आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Tisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial. In this,
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus today in this bulletin will be Marco Rubio's visit to India. He's already landed and he is in Kolkata. He'll be later heading to Delhi and be meeting Prime Minister Modi. Also, we'll get you all the top latest updates on that story and a lot more. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. Trisha Sharma's husband Samarth Singh, who was absconding for 10 days, arrested by Bhopal police. Accused is Samarth Singh, suspended from practice as advocate by Bar Council of India. Nashik police files 1500-page charge sheet in TCS harassment and conversion case. CBI arrests third mastermind Manisha Hawaldar in connection with NEET exam paper leak. The accused was behind leaking physics paper. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio lands in Kolkata, after which he will head to Delhi for Quad meeting. Energy, security, trade and defense talks on focus. And the fuel prices have been hiked again in 10 days. Petrol up by 87 paisa, diesel by 91 paise. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with the first big breaking news development. And this is US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has landed in India. And this is the 4-day high-stakes visit of Rubio. And this is closely being watched by the global diplomatic circles, by global diplomatic leaders. Very important visit right now. And he landed in Kolkata and he will be here in India till May 26. And after landing in Kolkata, the US State Secretary will be heading to Delhi, where he's scheduled to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi later in the afternoon. And during his 4-day visit, Rubio will also be attending the Quad Foreign Ministers meeting. And these 4 days, he will be traveling from Kolkata to New Delhi, Agra and also Jaipur. So it's a high-stakes travel and it's a high-stakes visit. Various things on the agenda, whether it be energy and also the West Asian conflict will also be discussed, because you can't avoid the energy crisis is the reason behind the entire war that is happening in the West Asian region, because of the virtual blockade which is in place in the Strait of Hormuz, and which has led to price hike, the fuel prices hike around the globe and also in India. And what to expect from the talks, the Quad unity against China. This is important as per the graphics also on your screens. And energy import deals. Are we looking at energy imports from United States of America? While there were many sanctions and even sanctions waiver on the Russian oil which was at sea, and a 30-day extension, waiver extension by United States of America America, sanctions waiver by United States of America, because America clearly understands the kind of crisis the world is in because of the West Asian conflict, because of the war that America was in with Iran. And though there is a temporary truce, but it continues to be volatile also, the situation. If you talk about the Strait of Hormuz, and the energy supply chain has been severely impacted, not just for India, but for many countries across the globe. And every now and then we are seeing a price hike. However, better placed comparatively to the other countries across the globe. This is India managing the fuel crisis. And also there was an appeal by Prime Minister Narendra Modi to cut on our fuel usage also. All right, we have a guest with us. I would like to welcome Major General Ashwini Sivach, who is joining us. Major General Ashwini Sivach is a defense analyst and foreign affairs expert who is joining us for a comment on the importance and the relevance, the significance of this visit. Major General Sivach, thanks a lot for joining us. And what will be your take? And if you can put this into perspective, what is India going to gain by the visit of Marco Rubio? Over to you, Mr. Sivach.
No denying the fact this visit is going to be very important for India and US both. First of all, Marco Rubio is going to attend the Quad meeting, which is very important because this is basically the aim of Quad meeting is free, open and inclusive Indo-Pacific. That is freedom of navigation, rule-based international order and maintaining territorial integrity and sovereignty of all nations, including minor island nation in Indo-Pacific. That's the Quad, which is very important. And the Quad state leaders meeting is going to take place in India somewhere in the end of this year. Now, one is that issue, and the second issue is what Marco Rubio will be meeting the Prime Minister of India, and they are going to discuss on three main issues. One is defense cooperation and energy security, and third is the trade. Now, as far as energy security is concerned, it goes without saying, as on today, very correctly brought out by you, the Strait of Hormuz is by and large blocked. 20% of oil, almost about 35% LPG and LNG come from Strait of Hormuz. And India was purchasing maximum oil, especially from Russia, but there was economic sanction. Though temporarily this economic sanction has been waived off, but there is certainly a criticality as far as oil and gas is concerned, because our 60% of oil which used to come from Strait of Hormuz is being affected. And US is keen to sell its own oil and gas, LPG and LNG and oil, because as on today, Venezuela, which is the largest oil reserve in the world, that is 303 billion barrels, that is by and large now with US. And US is very keen that we must purchase the oil from US and Venezuela. But the only point which is there is that that is slightly costlier and the time up to take more. But certainly they are going to work on that issue. The second thing is the defense cooperation. Remember that as far as India, US trade is concerned, is about $130 billion. And there is a trade surplus as far as India is concerned of approximately $50 billion. And that's why the US is very keen that we must purchase some defense equipment, especially on pipeline and MQ-9 drones, which are air guardians. Then is P-8I Postian, that is basically surveillance aircraft. Then is also G404 engine for Tejas Mark 1 Alpha, and now further G414 for Tejas Mark 2. Then will be Striker, that infantry combat vehicle. And also we are likely to go for C-17 Glowmaster, more aircraft. We already have that. Also M777 ultralight howitzer, that also battery can be increased. So therefore the defense cooperation plays a very important role between India and US, and at the same time the energy security will also be discussed. No denying the fact there is another issue which is very important, is the Quad, where this main thing, the focus was on the Indo-Pacific, but after what is happening in Russia, Ukraine, and also the war which is going in West Asia, the focus of US has shifted. And that is where, the point will come in Quad, the focus must go back again to Indo-Pacific, because the way the Chinese are increasing their footprint in Indo-Pacific is very important.
That is true. Purnima Nath also is with us for a comment on what's unfolding and the significance of this visit. Thanks a lot, Purnima Nath, for joining us for a comment. It's a historic visit, first visit of Marco Rubio, and that too, while there are tensions that are continuing, I would like to say that not exactly in a warlike situation between US and Iran, but nothing less of that also. The Strait of Hormuz being choked, and you are getting the news every day in India also of a price hike. Today also there is a price hike while Marco Rubio just landed in India. Do you think a solution will be arrived, because the whole the responsibility would now lie on America to make the situation better from what it used to be? Because of the ongoing war, the entire world is looking at a recession, at inflation, madam.
Thank you so much for having me. Namaste, Jai Hind. First of all, about Marco Rubio's visit, and I want to give some information. I know everybody gets head over heels when a American or Western entity or somebody from the Western countries visit India. I know, we all have to understand that this is more than just samosa and chai. This is more than just biryani. The fact is that Marco Rubio, specifically speaking, that when he wished Diwali, but he didn't mention Hindu. That's important for me as a Hindu Indian American, because Diwali is celebrated by all, especially the Eastern religions, originating from the land of Hindustan, and not mentioning about Hindus, in which literally the one major the one that actually celebrates Diwali or Deepavali. This is important for me, and he has landed in Kolkata. Why Kolkata? I hope there's no other hanky-panky going on in terms of destabilizational agenda. We know what was going on. Even the last Indian ambassador, US ambassador to India, Eric Garcetti, was focusing on the northeastern region, and the fact that 5 out of 7 northeastern states in India today doesn't have Hindus as a majority is a massive concerning issue for me. One of the states minister even came to America and communicated that they are not part of India, and this is something that I'm watching and very closely watching, given the fact that Bangladesh's election and impacted, and Sheikh Hasina was ousted, and also the fact that American stooge was placed over there, and we know what caused it in terms of St. Martin's and the clash between US base versus non-US base, and etc. like that. The point I'm trying to say is that I think this is more than the respect that Hindustan and Hindu population of global 1.25 billion people actually deserve. At this point of it's not discussed. It's not part of the communication today. Hinduism is not part of the political discourse also. Even in America today, is that it has become white Christian nationalist supremacist agenda through President Trump's leadership at this point of time, and this is very concerning as a Hindu Indian American. Let's move on to his communication or agenda with the Quad. Even going from the perspective of his boss, Mr. President Trump has called India recently a hellhole, is an insult to every Indians, especially some of the somebody like me who's actually Indian American, who's actually Hindu Indian American. So somebody like Marco Rubio going over there with a cleaning up perhaps the mess that Trump has created and re-establishing the strategic ties with India is probably a good thing. But at the end of the day, he has to also understand that there's this Christian conversion and Christian missionaries agenda that is happening in India is concerning to me. So from a perspective of Iran, if you see, you talked about the Quad and then also the respect of sovereignty. The entire Iranian West Asian conflict is because of the fact that America did not respect Iran's sovereignty, and they went and bombed during the conversation, when there was a negotiation going on. And there is no better example in front of our hand today that America did not respect somebody else's sovereignty. Just because they can, they are literally going after different leaders and kidnapping. They're threatening. They're trying to tell different countries, saying that how they have to run their country. And this is something that you have to pay attention to.
Yes, and also the first to visit, by your perspective and by your analysis, Ms. Nath, he visited Mother Teresa house, and thanks a lot. That was all the time that we had, and I think I gave enough time to both the guests here. Thanks a lot for the analysis, General Sivaj and Purnima Nath. Now let's move on to another top story. Now, Dayanand Sagar University is partnering with NVIDIA to launch an AI factory on its Bengaluru campus. Now, the AI factory at DSU will be powered by NVIDIA's next generation Blackwell platform, enabling large-scale AI development and research. More details in this report.
A historic memorandum of understanding has been signed between the Dayanand Sagar University in Bengaluru and NVIDIA. The MOU is to establish a first-of-its-kind AI factory within an academic campus in India. The facility will allow students, researchers, and industry partners to work on real-world AI systems, bridging the gap between academic learning and enterprise-scale AI deployment. With a planned investment of over 175 crore rupees, DSU's AI factory will serve as a high-performance AI hub embedded within an academic ecosystem, bringing together advanced compute infrastructure, interdisciplinary research, and industry collaboration on a single integrated platform. As part of its broader vision, the university aims to skill approximately 20,000 students across disciplines in emerging AI domains.
All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up after the break. Coming up after the break, Nashik police files 1,500-page charge sheet in TCS harassment and conversion case.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट
अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those radical Islamists who say that as long as the act of murder or crime of terrorism is carried out by a Muslim, it must be defended. This very thought, ladies and gentlemen, is completely unacceptable. And we need to make the point more strongly because it's not the first time this has happened. This happened in the case of Bilkis Bano. When in Gujarat, the rapists of Bilkis Bano came out, they were greeted with tikas and sweets. And it was happening openly. This was an act of defiance. A manner of saying, so what? It is a Hindu who carried out the act of rape, and hence we will celebrate him, we will forgive the person. Ladies and gentlemen, we are nobody to forgive, and the last thing we should do is celebrate rapists. This was a shameful moment then, this is a shameful moment now. Sengar was another shameful moment when some people said, oh, Sengar is from the BJP, and hence he can be seen smiling after carrying out the act of rape, and people would celebrate him and say, no, our leader can do no wrong. That was another shameful moment for the right wing. And ladies and gentlemen, Jayant Sinha, remember, son of Yashwant Sinha, stood there, ladies and gentlemen, and garlanded people accused of lynching. And he had come to my studio and I had told him, Jayant, I think you should be ashamed of what you've done. Because for all the good you will do in your political career, this moment will be the black spot on your career. And therefore, my point is to those who call themselves right-wingers. You cannot be right-wingers, say you're fighting for the right and be supporting lynchers and rapists at the same time. You cannot have this attitude that if you are pro-Hindu, then if someone who is a Hindu or from a Hindu organization commits the most ghastly crime, you will say it's all right because he claims membership of a Hindu organization. Why doesn't the Hindu Yuva Vahini sack and throw out Sushil Prajapati? Why can't they take a stand on issues such as this? Food for thought. Food for thought, ladies and gentlemen, not just for the people.
All right, viewers, welcome back. Now let's move on to another top story. Now, Tripti Mukherjee, a renowned Kantha stitch embroidery artist, will be honored with the Padma Shri for her exceptional contribution to the preservation of traditional handicrafts, women's empowerment, and the promotion of rural entrepreneurship through her exquisite artistry. Now, Mukherjee, who has over 37 years of experience in Kantha stitch embroidery, has been recognized for her contribution to Indian handicrafts and for creating livelihood opportunities for marginalized women through training and skill development. Take a look at this report that honors her contributions and legacy.
From Birbhum, showing the way to success through embroidery, Srimati Tripti Mukherjee, Padma Shri 2026. In Bengal, in the little town of Shiuri, Birbhum district, in a humble family was born little Tripti Mukherjee. She began learning the Kantha stitch from her mother at the tender age of 6.
When I was 10, I would ask the other girls whether they would also learn, and thus I started teaching them.
This passion to pass on her skill to others would have far-reaching impact. Marriage opened up new avenues. Her husband sent samples of her beautifully embroidered saris and dupattas to a store in Mumbai, and the rest is history. Tripti set up her first workstation with 20 to 25 women from the town. She bought reams of fabric and trained them. Very soon, they began to produce 1,000 to 1,500 saris and dupattas, which all sold out. As work increased, so did her effort. She trained 250 to 300 women from the villages nearby and brought them up to speed.
Suddenly, I developed a serious problem with my neck. I became bedridden. I couldn't even lift my neck to get up.
After a few days of neck ailment, she almost lost her vision due to the strain on her eyes. But with her indomitable spirit, she overcame her difficulties and continued her work. Today, her efforts have touched the lives of more than 18,000 women and girls, giving them a steady livelihood and, above all, made them self-reliant. She started to visit Adivasi villages, trained the women there too.
Apart from my family, I have never made any distinction among those whom I have taught. If I have been able to help them in any way or contribute to society through them, I feel proud and I love them from my heart.
Today, the women of Birbhum, trained by Tripti, firmly believe that Gatha craft is a significant enterprise. Their joint efforts have been displayed and appreciated in art exhibitions abroad, making India proud.
I would like to tell the next generation that they should remain enthusiastic and devote themselves with complete focus. They must never hold back and carry on their work with dedication.
Srimati Tripti Mukherjee.
Koti koti namaskaraha.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और मसाला।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student.
His publication, he's consistently contributed to that intellectual conversation as the editor of one of India's oldest and most influential nationalist publications. He has written extensively on history, politics, culture, and India's evolving national identity. Known for his sharp commentary and ideological clarity, he remains an important voice in contemporary public discourse. Ladies and gentlemen, I request all of you to please join me in welcoming Mr. Prafulla Ketkar, editor of Organizer Weekly.
Thank you. I know I'm standing between you and the lunch. So I'll keep it very, very brief and sharp, very pointed. Exactly, 12 years ago, 13 years ago almost, May 18th, 2014, there is a publication from London called Sunday Guardian. It has written an editorial, and the headline of the editorial is India, Another Tryst with Destiny. And it says, today, 18th May 2014, may go down in history as the day when Britain finally left India. Remember, 16th of May 2014, Lok Sabha election results were declared. And Sunday Guardian, published from London, is saying that finally British has left India. Why it is saying so? It elaborates, Narendra Modi's victory in the election marks the end of a long era in which the structures of power did not differ greatly from those through which Britain ruled the subcontinent. India under the Congress Party was in many ways a continuation of the British Raj by other means. But at the same time, the editorial makes very important point. It should be obvious that underlying changes in Indian society have brought us Mr. Modi and not the other way around. What are those underlying changes? Now switch over to 2026. Today, Al Jazeera on Bhojshala has a headline, Hindu order runs India. Court declares another medieval mosque a temple. Now, if you take these two reports, it explains us what the precise problem is, which Hindol was trying to explain. Please try and understand. Most of us believe, अरे यार ये जो 2 वर्ल्ड वॉर हुए थे ना, ये सबसे गंदे युद्ध हुए थे ना, पूरे वर्ल्ड का सबसे गंदा युद्ध जो हुआ है वो 30 years वॉर है जो यूरोप में हुआ. That entire 30-year war between the Catholics and the Protestants has shaped the entire intellectual and media discourse of the present world. जिसको आज हम टॉलरेंस कहते हैं, जिसको हम नेशन स्टेट कहते हैं, जिसको हम कहते हैं, जिसको हम इंडिविजुअलिज्म कहते हैं, जिसको हम साइंटिफिसिज्म कहते हैं, उसका सारा बेस जो है वो ये 30 years war में था. क्या प्रॉब्लम था? प्रोटेस्टेंट चर्च को क्वेश्चन कर रहे थे. They were asking fundamental questions about existence. And because they were asking questions to the authority of the Pope and interpretation of Bible, they were either burned, killed, and that's why Galileo and Copernicus and Bruno, they had to face the persecution. That's why they become scientists. But what was the fundamental questions, especially the youth, they were asking? The fundamental simple question they were asking was whether earth is flat or spherical. Whether earth is revolving around sun or sun is revolving around earth. Isn't it? We know this. बट यार हम अलग अलग भाषाओं में पढ़े लिखे लोग हैं, भारत में भी ज्योग्राफी पढ़ाया जाता है, उस ज्योग्राफी को हम अपनी भाषा में क्या कहते हैं? पक्का ना? 5000 वर्ष से हमारे ऋषि मुनियों को पता था कि भूगोल है और ख भी गोल है. यूनिवर्स इज स्पिरिकल एंड द अर्थ इज स्पिरिकल. वी न्यू फॉर मोर देन 5000 years. Bhaskaracharya gave the exact mathematical calculation of this, and that is Bharat, that intellectuals of India, influenced by colonial constructs, decided to negate. Modernity means westernization. यार ये 3 piece पहनकर आता है तो मॉडर्न है, कुर्ता पैजामा पहनकर आता है तो बैकवर्ड है, इंग्लिश में बोलता है तो मॉडर्न है, भारतीय भाषा में बोलता है तो बैकवर्ड है. Who has created those constructs? Now, their nation states were constructed, as Hindol rightly explained, on the basis of violence, exclusion. I believe in Protestantism. I believe that French is the only language. I believe that this is the original aesthetics. So, on these 3 ingredients, the race, the language, and one religion, that became the basis for nation state for them. नॉर्वे बहुत लेक्चर देता है ना आजकल माइनॉरिटी राइट्स और इस पर. 1993 का नॉर्वे का रेगुलेशन है, वेयर बिसाइड्स द नॉर्वेजियन चर्च नोबडी हैज अ राइट टू प्रोपोगेट इन नॉर्वे. बाहर से फंडिंग आप नहीं ले सकते, हमको लेक्चर देंगे. व्हाई? बिकॉज एज अ नेशन स्टेट यूरोसेंट्रिक आइडिया ऑफ नेशनलिज्म इज एक्सक्लूजनरी. I am not this, that's why I am this. I am not English speaking Protestant, I am a French speaking Protestant, that's why I am a citizen of France. So, if English and French speaking people cannot coexist, how a Marathi and Gujarati or Kannada and Tamil and Assamese and Bengalis can coexist? So, you also must be different nations. That is the idea they have imposed and introduced. Because, and they made education and media as instruments for this. They created a class who started believing. ब्रिटिश आने से पहले हमारे यहाँ पे बहुत सारे एग्रेशंस हुए थे. ग्रीक, शक, हुन्स, अरब, तुर्क, मंगोल, उसके बाद पोर्तुगीज, फ्रेंच, डेंस, एंड सबसे लास्ट में ब्रिटिश आए. Nobody could destroy us intellectually. हम ब्रिटिशों से पहले के किसी भी एग्रेसर को हमसे कल्चरली सुपीरियर नहीं माना. The problem with British colonization was our intelligentsia, our elite class started believing that they are the real law abiders. That is the rule of law. They are the intellectuals. They are really here to civilize us. And that became problematic. Now the real challenge for us is, and the media unfortunately, I'll just give 2-3 examples and then I'll stop. Our entire freedom struggle, as Hindol said, was not just about Swaraj. Swaraj was the last phase of it. But original fight was for Swadharma. Our fundamental idea of Bharat was rested on the principle of spiritual democracy. Everybody should have a right to choose his or her own God. The fight with Babur was not about just temple and mosque. The question is, why do you have to break a temple to build a mosque? Because the idea of iconoclasm essentially do not allow kafirs to exist. Any symbol of murti, what they call as the Butparasti, to coexist. That is the problem. Pakistan is struggling with that idea. But you see, Indian Muslims have Qawwali because they were singing, the devotional songs earlier. They forcefully converted, they starting singing Qawwali. The Dargah concept is not there in original Islam. Only in India you find Dargah. music is haram, but most of the greatest musicians in India who performs even Saraswati Vandana and Ganesh Vandana are Muslims? That is possible because idea of Bharat is not created by the British. So all these dimensions of Swa should be reflected in media discourse, and today, this month is a historic month, and that's why I congratulate Republic for having it. Many of you may not be knowing, in 1826, on 2nd of May, there was the first Indian publication started, first in Hindi and then in Bengali, called Udanta Martanda. You may not be even knowing the name. The first effort to start a media in Indian language. It was a revolt against the British imposition of media discourse. And if we really want to celebrate the nationalist collective, then we need to understand that in 1947, we have attained Swaraj. Swadharma, Swadeshi and Swabhasha is still the incomplete project. Hope we will be able to take that forward with this kind of collective efforts. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Among the leading voices in this intellectual movement, a noted historian, author, public intellectual, he has written extensively on Indian history, leadership and civilizational identity. And through his work, he has explored stories of India that often remain outside the conventional narratives, stories that are rooted in Indian thought, resilience and cultural continuity. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage historian and author, Mr. Hindol Sen Gupta.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to Arnab Goswami and the Republic for giving me this opportunity to speak at the Nationalist Collective. I thought, ladies and gentlemen, today I will talk to you about why India should not be afraid of nationalism. This is a particularly pertinent question, a question that comes up again and again, especially as India deals with the world, because in the West, especially in Europe, there is a palpable concern always about the word nationalism and nationalist. And because of their own history, the West is unable to comprehend that their experience could be different from the experience of other parts of the world. And therefore, today I want to make the case clearly, historically, and without apology for why India is not afraid, cannot be afraid, should not be afraid, and will never be afraid or apologetic about its nationalism. We are unapologetic about our nationalism. We will always remain unafraid and unapologetic about expressing that nationalism. And why is that true? Because without nationalism, ladies and gentlemen, without nationalism, there would be no free India. You and I would not be sitting here. But before we go into that, let's examine why the West fears nationalism. To understand why India is different, we must first understand why the West is so afraid. Europe's history of nationalism is frankly a horror story. It is a horror story that they wrote themselves. Let's go back to 1618. The Austrian Habsburg decide that they must impose Roman Catholicism on their Protestant subjects to impose a different kind of imperial and religious framework. This overreach created something that we later called or came to be known as the 30 Years' War. For 30 years, Catholics and Protestants fought hand in hand, as it were, against each other. They fought one of the most bloody, the most vicious conflicts, Protestant against Catholics, fighting it out to regain, in a sense, their control of a particular kind of religious identity. They were looking to establish their own particular religious identity, which killed. Remember what the 30 Years' War did. 30 years of slaughter, 30 years of plague, 30 years of famine that killed a quarter and a third of an entire population of Central Europe. When it finally ended with the Treaty of Westphalia in 1648, Europe had created the blueprint of the modern nation state. But that blueprint from the beginning was stained with blood. Fast forward 2 centuries later, and you find the French Revolution, which began with the magnificent cry of liberty, equality, and fraternity, and ended with the guillotine. Napoleon rode those revolutionary nationalist energies to conquer most of Europe, leaving a trail of devastation that reshaped the continent. And then came the 20th century. The rise of Mussolini in Italy, the rise of Hitler in Germany, who weaponized national pride into the machinery of the Holocaust. 6 million Jews, 5 million others murdered in an industrial assembly line of death. The bombing of London, British imperialism in Asia, the bombing of the Pearl Harbor, and of course, at the very end, Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the apocalyptic finale of nationalist ambition taken to its monstrous extreme. Is it any wonder then, ladies and gentlemen, that Europe is afraid of the nationalism word, of the nationalist tendencies? They have faced bloodshed of a kind, they have seen bloodshed and slaughter of a kind that few others have seen in the history of humankind, and which is why Europe even today shudders at nationalism. In the decades since, American foreign policy has added a new chapter to the story. The wars in Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, all justified in the language of national interest, freedom, a civilizational mission, or a civilizing mission, if you will. The West's relationship with nationalism is therefore traumatized, and for good reason. But India's relationship is different. It must be different. India did not use nationalism to conquer. India used nationalism to survive. Without nationalism, fundamentally, India would have not survived. I want to make a deeper argument also, ladies and gentlemen, and it requires us to think more carefully about what India actually is. Most countries, states, they were created recently, sometimes arbitrarily, by treaties, wars, departure of colonial rulers. India is not a nation state. India is a civilizational state. There is a profound difference in this. For instance, Pakistan is a nation state. It was created in 1947, Bangladesh in 1970. Most African countries, 1960s, even France and Germany, in their current borders and in their current identities, are products of the 19th century. India is very different. A nation state is a political construct, ladies and gentlemen. A civilizational state, in many ways, is something deeper, something more organic. It is, as some philosophers have called it, a living, breathing organism of culture, philosophy, memory, and indeed, I would also argue, spiritual practice that predates politics by thousands of years. In conclusion, if we throw away Indian nationalism, what is it that we are throwing away? Indian civilization survived thousands of years of invasion. It survived conquest, destructions of temples and universities. It survived the systematic looting, drains of billions of dollars of wealth. It survived partition. It survived the who died during partition. Through all of this, through all this fire and sword and famine and humiliation, what has kept Indian civilization alive? What has kept the lamps, as it were, of Deepavali burning in the darkest years? What has kept the music of our entirely sublime musical tradition alive in various parts of our own country? It is this love for this land, the pride in this culture, and it is this patriotism, this nationalism. And that's why, ladies and gentlemen, from Republic's nationalist conclave and this stage, I am proud to say I am a nationalist, I was a nationalist, and I forever will be an Indian nationalist. Indian nationalism lives with me in my heart exactly like the memory of my mother lives in my heart. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
This is the theme of Hindi, Virasat, Rashtrabhav, Bharat ki Sanskritik Pehchan by Dr. Ravindra Shukla. Language is not merely a medium of communication, it is a memory, it is identity, it is civilization. And our final keynote speaker today has dedicated his entire life to education, to literature, and most importantly, the promotion of the Hindi language and Indian cultural values, because language is not just a medium of speech, but of course it also reflects the culture and unites us all and speaks of values as well. It goes beyond words. And our guest is a former Education Minister of Uttar Pradesh, currently the chairperson of Hindi Sahitya Bharati. He has consistently worked towards preserving India's linguistic and literary heritage. Ladies and gentlemen, I request all of you to join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Ravindra Shukla, chairperson, Hindi Sahitya Bharati, and he's also a poet. So, बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, Dr. Shukla.
कितने लोगों को मालूम है कि भारत, जब वास्तव में भारत था ईसा पूर्व, उस समय भारत की जीडीपी कितनी थी? कौन बता सकता है यहाँ? बच्चों में से कोई बताए? जीडीपी कितनी थी? कहीं पढ़ा है आपने? शशि थरूर जी की अभी पुस्तक आई है, उसको ज़रा पढ़ लीजिएगा। उन्होंने कहा उस समय भारत की जीडीपी सकल विश्व की जीडीपी का 25% थी। एक अंग्रेज लेखक है, उसने भारत की जीडीपी 35 से 40% बताई है, लेकिन जो भारत के स्रोत हैं वो भारत की जीडीपी 60% तक मानते हैं। बहुत जिम्मेदार लोगों ने अभी कुछ लोग अपने वक्तव्य में ये बात कही है। कल्पना करिए कि जब भारत की जीडीपी सकल विश्व में उतनी थी, तब हम कौन थे? किसने हमें बर्बाद किया? किसने हमें स्व से दूर किया, जिसकी चर्चा अभी थोड़ी देर पहले हुई है? हम स्व को भूल गए। हमारे कवि ने कहा, जिसको न निज गौरव तथा निज देश का अभिमान है, वो नर नहीं नरपश निरा है और मृतक समान है। कहीं ना कहीं तो कमी आई है। इस देश के अंदर वंदे मातरम के लिए विरोध हुआ। इस देश के अंदर भारतीय, जब मैंने वहाँ कल्प योजना लागू की तो उसका इतना विरोध हुआ। मैं भगवाकरण कर रहा हूँ। केवल मानवीय जीवन मूल्यों की चर्चा अगर आप कर दें तो भगवाकरण हो जाता है, सांप्रदायिक हो जाता है। मैं जब शिक्षा मंत्री बना तो मैंने लोगों को बुलाया, अपने जो आईएएस अधिकारी थे, उनसे मैंने पूछा कि जो पाठ मैंने पढ़े थे, मेरे आयु के जो लोग यहाँ बैठे हैं, उस समय सब क्लासों में पढ़ाया जाता था और अक्सर बच्चों के जो पाठ्यक्रम था उसमें चेतक को पढ़ाया जाता था, राणा प्रताप को पढ़ाया जाता था, शिवाजी को पढ़ाया जाता था, राम की गुरु भक्ति पढ़ाई जाती थी, राम की, अब आप सबने पढ़ी होगी जो हमारी आयु के लोग हैं। लेकिन ऐसे कोई पाठ ये अब पाठ्यक्रम में नहीं है। भूषण के छंद, मैंने कहा ऐसा क्यों नहीं है? तो कहले इससे सांप्रदायिक भावनाएं आहत होती हैं। मैं कुछ बातें और कहना चाहता हूं। हम कौन थे, इस पर विचार करो। सारी दुनिया में, जैसे हमने जीडीपी के बारे में बताया, वैसे सारी दुनिया में हमारे लोग गए। आज भी ऐसा कोई देश नहीं होगा जिस देश में हमारे पूर्वजों के चिन्ह ना हो। अनेक मंदिर ऐसे देशों में बने हुए हैं पुराने, आप कभी कल्पना करिएगा उनकी। कौन गया वहां? तुलसीदास धर्म की परिभाषा पूछ ली, भले क्या है, तो उन्होंने बड़ा एक वाक्य में बता दिया, पर धर्म नहीं भाई, पर पीड़ा सम नहीं अधमाई। दूसरे का हित करने से बड़ा कोई धर्म नहीं है और दूसरे को कष्ट देने से बड़ा कोई अधर्म नहीं है। ये तुलसी ने जब कहा तो इसके अर्थ हो गए कि मैं के लिए जो जीता है, जैसे मैंने पहले आपको एक अपने गीत के माध्यम से बताया, मैं के लिए जीने वाला व्यक्ति ये धार्मिक नहीं है और हम के लिए जीने वाला व्यक्ति ये धार्मिक है। और इसीलिए सनातन धर्म की परिभाषा करते हुए अनेक ऋषियों ने अनेक प्रकार की रचनाएं की, उसमें एक ईशोपनिषद है। ईशोपनिषद को देख लीजिएगा, उसमें कहा गया ईशावास्यमिदं सर्वम यद किंचित जगत्याम जगन तेन त्यक्तेन भुंजीता। तुलसी ने इसकी परिभाषा की। तुलसी ने कहा ईश्वर अंश, जीव अविनाशी, चेतन अमल सहज सुखराशि। हमारे यहाँ माना गया कि हम ये जो शरीर है, ये शरीर तो भौतिक है और इसका जन्म यहाँ हुआ है। इसमें 5 तत्व हैं। ये 5 तत्व इससे मिलकर शरीर बना, लेकिन जैसे ही आत्मा इसमें से हटती है वैसे इसी में मिल जाता है, और उसके लिए भी व्यवस्था की गई है। आज भी मंदिरों में हम कहते हैं धर्म की अधर्म का, प्राणियों में विश्व का। बोलो, कहीं बोला जाता है ये? कहीं बोला जाता है? किसी उपासना पद्धति में बोला जाता है? दुनिया के किसी देश में बोला जाता है? हम सारे विश्व की कल्पना करते हैं, सबके कल्याण की कल्पना करते हैं, मानवता की कल्पना करते हैं, और इसीलिए ये संबंध हमारा, हम कह पाए वसुधैव कुटुंबकम। विश्व हमारा बाजार नहीं है, विश्व हमारा परिवार है। ये भारत का भाव, ये चिंतन है, यही हमारी पहचान है। इसको जिंदा रखने के लिए आप सब एक बार आपको जागना होगा। सो गए तो बहुत कुछ खो चुके हो, बहुत कुछ समाप्त हो जाओगे। मैं अंत में केवल अपनी एक कविता देकर अपनी वाणी को विराम दूंगा। बहुत अच्छा लगेगा, आप सबको आह्वान करता हूं। एक तो ये कि एक दीपक तुझको जलना होगा, अंधियारों को दलना होगा। माना झंझावात बहुत हैं, तुझे बुझाने के उपक्रम हैं, पर संकल्पित जो हो जाए उसे मिटाए किसमें दम है। तुझको बुझा न पाए कोई, दीप अखंडित बनना होगा। दीपक तुझको जलना होगा, अंधियारों को दलना होगा। सूर्य अस्त जब हो जाता, स्वयं अंधेरों में रहकर भी, दिया तले अंधेरा कहते हो ना, स्वयं हमने नहीं खाया होगा लेकिन पड़ोसी को खिला दिया। स्वयं अंधेरे में रहकर भी जग को बांटा है उजियारा। घर घर पूजित हुए इसी से, शिव ने पिया हलाल सारा। नेह तुझे यदि मिले मिले ना, फिर भी तिल तिल गलना होगा। दीपक तुझको जलना होगा, अंधियारों को दलना होगा। सूर्य अस्त जब हो जाता है तू ही दिग्दर्शक बनता है। घर आंगन में, पथ उपवन में जल करते मेरे दम बदलता है। जला निराशा की चादर को दृढ़ताओं में पलना होगा। दीपक तुझको जलना होगा, अंधियारों को दलना होगा। और आंधी वर्षा, ध्यान से सुनिए, बच्चों के लिए खास कर कह रहा हूं। आंधी वर्षा भूचालों में अडिग हिमालय खड़ा हुआ है, इसीलिए तो दुनिया भर में हिमगिर सबसे बड़ा हुआ है। तू प्रकाश के कुल की आशा, तो प्रकाश के कुल की आशा, हिमगिर जैसा ढलना होगा। दीपक तुझको जलना होगा। और अंतिम इसका बंद दे रहा हूं, तेरी ज्योति शिखा में संचित, जवानों को ही समर्पित कर रहा हूं। हम तो अब चली चला की बेला है, जितना कर पाएंगे करेंगे, लेकिन तेरी ज्योति शिखा में संचित अगणित दीप प्रज्वलित क्षमता, अद्भुत शक्ति समाहित तुझ में, ज्वालामुखी करे क्या समता। अग जग ज्योतित हो सकता है, ज्योति ज्योति को मिलना होगा। दीपक तुझको जलना होगा, अंधियारों को जलना होगा। बहुत
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Trisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Tisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Tisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Tisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Tisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son Samarth Singh escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. My name is Na and you're watching Live and Breaking. Now, Marco Rubio, the US Secretary of State, has decided to come for his first visit to India. He's currently in Kolkata and will be traveling to New Delhi. A wide variety of topics are going to be discussed, from the Quad coordination to the defense to the tariffs. A lot is going to happen and we're going to track all of that for you. But first, let's head and delve into the headlines.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Trisha Sharma's husband, Samarth Singh, who was absconding for 10 days, is arrested by Bhopal police. Accused Samarth Singh suspends from practice as advocate by the Bar Council of India. Nashik police files a 1,500-page charge sheet in TCS harassment and conversion case. CBI arrests third mastermind Manisha Havaldar in connection with the NEET exam paper leak. Now, the accused was behind the leaking of the physics paper. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has landed in Kolkata, after which he will head to Delhi for the Quad Energy meeting. The energy, the security, trade and defense talks are going to be on focus. Meanwhile, Tulsi Gabbard steps down as Director of National Intelligence, cites husband's bone cancer diagnosis the reason. The third fuel price hike in 10 days has happened. The petrol is up by 87 paise and diesel is up by 91 paise. Now, there is a breaking news that Ivanka Trump's assassination plot has finally been unraveled. There is an assassination that was planned for Ivanka, and this is linked by the IRGC operatives and the accused of the plotting assassination of Ivanka Trump. Now, Ivanka, as you know, is the first daughter of US President Donald Trump and was allegedly targeted in an assassination plot by an Iraqi operated trained by the Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. This is a big breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. The daughter of Donald Trump, Ivanka Trump, has been targeted for an assassination. Now, according to the news reports by the New York Post, the suspect identified as Mohammad Bakr Saad Daoud al-Sadi, a 32-year-old young lad, has allegedly sought revenge for the 2020 US drone strike ordered by President Donald Trump in his earlier term that killed the Iranian military commander Qasem Soleimani. Now, this 32-year-old man has avenged the death of, seeking the vengeance of the death of Qasem Soleimani and has plotted an assassination on Ivanka Trump. Now, there's also a news report that says al-Sadi possessed a blueprint of Ivanka Trump's Florida residence and has allegedly posted online threats warning Americans that neither your palaces nor your Secret Service will protect you. Now, this is the former Iraqi diplomat al-Daoud directly taking out threats on Ivanka Trump and, of course, United States as a whole. In fact, the former Iraqi diplomat Intifad Kanbar told the newspaper that al-Sadi has repeatedly spoken of killing Ivanka Trump and to burn down the house of Donald Trump. And he has burned down because he says that Donald Trump has burned down their home. I have Mr. Deepak Vora, who is an ambassador. Mr. Deepak, these are strange times. People are seeking revenge and avenging the death of Qasem Soleimani, and now there are direct assassinations that are taking place on Ivanka Trump. Your take on that, Mr. Deepak?
Well, thank you very much. Always a pleasure to be with you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mr. Deepak. My name is Nayan.
Thank you very much. I'm far away. I'm in a beautiful, beautiful city called Tinsukia in Assam. So I'm reporting to you from there. It's wonderful. You know, this kind of nonsense, we are beginning to see it with increasing frequency. Let me link it to a resolution that was introduced in the Iranian parliament, which said that whoever gets Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu will get $50 or $55 million. Those guys have lost it. Here's the parliament of a nation authorizing the elimination of two global leaders. No, it's not that. So this fellow who's saying I did it for Qasem Soleimani, and that was many years ago. This is arrant nonsense. The evidence and my own experience of 20 years in this region is that he has been encouraged by the IRGC fellows who are known terrorists to try and hit who they think would be an easy target, not the President of the United States, but his daughter, who has really very little to do with all this. You know, she travels here and there, she's been to India, etc. But as far as US policy is concerned, she doesn't get involved with Jared Kushner, who is the special advisor and so on. Special representative of the press. I think this is absolutely despicable. And if the plot has been smashed, I do hope they get to the bottom of it and we find out who this fellow is and what was the motivation. I rather suspect, ma'am, the motivation is the oldest M in the world, money. And the Iranian parliament has said, we'll give you money. So this fellow may have been thinking there's a good way to get rich over.
Mr. Deepak, it's very, very surprising that he actually he posted a picture of the map that showed Ivanka's home, and we will get to all of that. Mr. Deepak, please stay with us. But right now we have also Tulsi Gabbard, who has stepped down as the Director of National Intelligence, and she cited that her husband's bone cancer diagnosis is the reason. Now, Tulsi Gabbard has played a crucial role in the intelligence of the United States, and she has stepped down because of this unfortunate reason of her husband getting bone cancer. Now, she's expressed, she's been a part of the Trump's intelligence team. She's in fact been the chief. And, her husband Abraham's diagnosis with this rare form of bone cancer is actually the reason for her to step down. Mr. Deepak, she's played such a crucial part, and this extreme rare form of bone cancer that Gabard's husband has, kind of got is the reason, and she also posted a resignation letter. Why don't you tell us some of her key achievements, and do you think she's kind of made an impact and contribution to the, to the US intelligence as a chief?
There's no question about it. She's of Indian origin. First, let me just put it that we feel very sorry for what has happened, the husband being diagnosed with this rare form of bone cancer. Ma'am, whatever one might say, I might be an ambassador, etc., but at heart, I'm Sanathan. I'm a Hindu. And what I see is that this woman, her sanskar, she's doing what I would expect her. Husband is in trouble. She found that the job that she's holding at was putting a lot of pressure. So she sacrificed her career for her family. This is the essence of her. I think I would congratulate her on one part, saying, well done. And on the other, I do hope your husband recovers. Dedicate your time to looking after him. That's what should be done. Yes, she has done a lot. She's achieved a lot. She has managed to keep the United States safe. We've not had another 9/11. There have been plots that have been busted under. I would say that people will miss her. Her community will miss her. Whatever she might have said, there was a time when she had even said that our neighbor Jihadistan was planning to build missiles that could hit the United States, and that they might have to take some action to prevent Jihadistan. Might recall this. And then a former Jihadistani High Commissioner in Delhi, an absolute idiot, said, well, if the United States attacks us, we'll attack Mumbai and Delhi with nuclear bombs. An absolute idiot. So she has certainly spoken her mind. She will be remembered as someone ferociously dedicated to the United States, which is as it should be, committed to eliminating terror, and committed to sharing whatever she could with countries that are friends of the United States. I think these are the three requirements of any director of national intelligence. We have it in our own country. We have a national security advisor, totally dedicated to securing India internally and externally. She was of the same mold. So, Ms. Gabard, good luck to your husband. I hope whatever the next few years are painless. And to you, I say, you've done it.
Absolutely, Mr. Deepak. I completely, agree with you. Just as a 43-year-old, the kind of, extensions that she's made in the U.S., Chief of Security and Intelligence, she was perceived as being of an Indian origin, but because, with the kind of efforts that she, made to reduce the size of the agency. She cut costs by more than $700 million annually. She's made some massive kind of progress up there. But Mr. Deepak, please stay with us. It's time to also get into another breaking news. We also have U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who has landed in India this time. And this is going to be a 4-day high-stake visit for Rubio, which is closely going to be watched by the global diplomatic circles. Now, this 4-day visit is going to be centered around a lot of interesting strategic diplomatic circles and conversations. But he has landed in Kolkata and will stay till the 26th of May. Now, during this visit, he will be attending not just the Quad Foreign Ministers meeting, he will also be traveling from Kolkata to New Delhi, Agra and Jaipur. Mr. Deepak, thank you for staying with us. Like I said, these are interesting and very strange times at the same time. How do you see, what do you think about the relevance of Quad? Do you think from its inception till as we speak today, that is 23rd of May, how do you think the relevance of Quad has changed, and has it kind of impacted in India in any way? Because like I said, the relevance I feel has kind of reduced over the many years.
Well, that's absolutely right. You pointed it out brilliantly. Let me just say, I was watching the images of this fellow Secretary of State Rubio getting into the car, and missionaries of charity, the women in the white saris with the blue border, were accompanying, and they were trying to make a statement that Mother Teresa's legacy is still alive and kicking, particularly in Kolkata. So this is the old view, the old vision of Kolkata, and he was, of course, wanting to be photographed there and seen in his own. As far as the Quad is concerned, he'll be attending the meeting. Quad, as I see it, has acquired a very tough exoskeleton. The interior is essentially defense-related. You can deny it all you want. The idea was that China's rise and China's assertiveness, China's aggressiveness, China's abrasiveness, this is what had inspired, provoked the creation of a lot of countries that don't want this. They want to keep the ocean free. There's Australia, there's Japan, there's India, and the United States. Essentially, countries that are in our region, and then the United States that is in everybody's. So it began as something which was, they didn't talk about it, but it had a certain security dimension to it. And they talked about other things about, sharing vaccines and technology and doing this, that, and the other, and the developmental agenda. That is the priority. But my own feeling is that Quad is here to stay, even though the Chinese foreign minister, the chap, who's again become the foreign minister, Wang Yi, whatever it is. This chap went off somewhere and said, oh, this is an idea that will dissipate like foam on the sea. It hasn't dissipated. And now he's trying about it. He's very worried. So my own feeling, ma'am, is that Quad is here to stay. The impact on India is we manage our security on our own. But there are other areas in which there was talk about 1 billion vaccines being made, and India was one of the countries identified. Then we're talking about cooperation in high-tech areas. We're talking about supply chain resilience. We're talking about a number of things. And if you read between the lines, everywhere the idea is that China should be kept under control. Otherwise, those fellows will do all kinds. So his visit here and the meeting of the Quad foreign ministers will certainly be useful. But anybody saying it's a game changer and it'll change everything in the world, no. It's more of the same, but it's a reaffirmation of our commitment to an important.
Right. Mr. Deepak, this was an informal group that has, it's not really been something that was, had a treaty or had a headquarter. I also want to understand from the point of view of energy crisis. That's something that the world is facing at this hour. Do you think Marco Rubio's visit is also going to be, in a very, maybe in a plain Jane way, he's kind of trying to sell the Venezuelan oil to India. Do you also look at that from that lens?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. The world's largest known oil reserves, almost 17, 18% are with Venezuela. Even though US sanctions had disrupted the Venezuelan oil industry totally and their production fell, now it's back. Of course he wants us to buy Venezuela. Of course he wants us to buy America. There's no question about it. Will we do it? Let me put it to you very bluntly. We can talk about strategy, we can talk about morality, we can talk about whatever we want. Reality is I'll buy it from wherever I can. I'll buy it from the moon if I can get it at a price. And I think Mr. Rubio to understand this, will not be bullied, will not be bulldozed. That era in our lives is over in India's development. Now we will make a choice based on our self-interest, our national interest. I think that Venezuelan oil certainly will come to India. All this talking, it keeps coming, we'll not buy Russian oil. Oh, India has promised it will do this, India has promised it will do that. We make no sense. We'll buy, why should I not buy Russian oil if they're giving it to me at this time? Let me just add for the benefit of many of your viewers who probably are aware of this already. China continued to buy Iranian oil despite all the sanctions. It was being given, according to what my friends told me, at a 70% discount. That's why the Chinese were gobbling up whatever they could, every drop of Iranian oil. It was being sold to them very cheaply. Now, of course, the situation has changed after the Israel-America-Iran conflict. So my feeling that, ma'am, buying oil from Venezuela, from wherever. The Venezuelan president, by the way, the acting president, what's her name? Delcy Rodriguez, I've met her. She's coming to India in the next 3 or 4 days. I don't know if she's going to be here while Marco Rubio is here, but she will be coming. And then again, this is one of the issues that will be discussed. And why not? I have no issues with Venezuela. They've never hurt me in any way. I've never hurt them in any way. Hugo Chavez had come here also at once upon a time. Great buddy of India, etc. So many things that we are seeing happen. And I think this energy certainly will be one of the major areas. But if we are pressured that you can only buy from me and nobody else, no, then we'll tell him to have a nice sambar dosa and we are not going to be bullied.
Right.
That's my understanding after 53 years in.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Deepak. These were insightful thoughts from your side. Thank you so much for joining us. We have another big breaking news that's coming in, but on your television screen right now is Marco Rubio, who has arrived in Calcutta and has visited the Mother Teresa house, which is where her tomb is, which shows her simple living. And right now, the convoy is going to be leaving, and shortly, say about 1 p.m., Marco Rubio will land in New Delhi. But now it's time to slip into another story where we're going to tell you that Samarth Singh has now been presented in the Bhopal court today, and the AIIMS medical team is going to fly to Bhopal for the second autopsy. Now, all of that is going to happen, and Samarth is finally going to be presented at the court. This is a much awaited win, not just for Republic, but for the people of India, for their faith in the Constitution and the law and order. Samarth, who has been absconding for the last 10 days plus, the husband of late Trisha Sharma, has finally been presented at the Bhopal court. And as we know, he had been absconding, in fact, will be presented in the Bhopal court shortly. He has not yet been presented. He will be presented at the Bhopal court. Who has been absconding for the last 10 days is now going to be presented at the Bhopal court. But right now, we have Shambhavi from Bhopal. Shambhavi, this is a big win for the people of the country. This is, I think it's a moment that I think which brings smile to a lot of Indians, in fact, all the Indians of the country who have been relentlessly pursuing this case, and so have you been on the ground. What do you have, what time is going to be the hearing, and when is he going to be presented in the court?
Well, yes, definitely a huge, huge win for the family and for the entire Republic network, who's been relentlessly covering this entire matter, has been putting pressure on the government, on the agencies to make sure that some action is being taken. Yesterday, we saw 2 victories where the postmortem 2 was approved by the High Court, Jabalpur High Court, as well as a notice was issued in the matter of cancellation of anticipatory bail of Girbala Singh. Now, today, as we know, just 2 or 3 days ago, the district court in Bhopal has asked Samarth Singh to appear before them on 23rd of May. Well, today is 23rd of May, and just yesterday, Bhopal police took custody of Samarth Singh from Jabalpur High Court, and he was brought late night here in Bhopal, and today he will be presented before the district court, where the police is expected to ask for remand for police custody for custodial interrogation, and the hearing will happen sometime around 11. That is what is expected. Of course, there can be changes in timing given the order of the cases, but 11 is what is expected. We'll also see Samarth Singh there. Samarth Singh has been asked to surrender, to withdraw his application of anticipatory bail that he filed before the High Court of Jabalpur, and was asked to appear and to surrender before either the investigating officer or the trial court in the matter.
Right, Shambhi, interestingly, the Bar Council has also suspended Samarth Singh from legal practices. That's also a big win if you look at it.
Definitely, definitely. We've been trying to get this done. We've been trying to get our message across to make sure that somebody, I am from the same fraternity, from the legal fraternity as well, so somebody from the legal fraternity to have done something like this, or to have even alleged for something like this. His wife was barely there for 6 months, and she is dead now. Whether it's suicide, whether it's murder, that's still a matter of interrogation. But to be alleged of the same for something so severe as dowry, harassment, abuse, mental cruelty, this was definitely an action which was needed.
Thank you. Thank you for giving those interesting updates. 11 o'clock is, I think, all heads and eyes are on. But for now, it's time to tell you about N. Swaminathan, an eminent artist and head of the Thevara Padasalai, in fact, the Dharumapuram Adhinam, which was, he's been honored as a Padam Shri for his exceptional contribution in the Tamil Pan Isai tradition, Thirumurai hymns. Now, the preservation of the ancient musical discourses, he's been celebrated as a supreme artist and an A-grade All India radio performer with an artistic journey spanning over 55 years. He has been dedicated his entire life to carrying Tamil devotional music to the global audiences across continents, and has been releasing over 100+ albums. Now, he's been deeply committed to oral traditions, training generation after generation students of fine art in the Thirumurai Isai at the grassroots level. Now take a look at this report that honors this musical legacy.
The man who sings 9,000 songs, Shri N. Swaminathan, Padma Shri 2026. Kilometers from Chennai, in Tiruthanni, there is the sacred Murugan temple where, for 26 years, devotees are treated to melodious devotional songs by Shri Swaminathan, making their hearts filled with spiritual devotion. But how did this journey begin? Born into a farming family, the life-changing moment came when he was 14.
My father took me from our small village to nearby town Thirukarukavur. There a concert of Madurai Somu was being held. After the concert, my father took me to get his blessings and he asked me to sing. Meditate, O mind, meditate daily upon Lord Murugan. If done, your evil deeds and sinful karma will be removed. He said, I have good voice and diction, and suggested my father to put me in a music school. Then I started learning Tirumurai.
Tirumurai is a Tamil compilation of devotional songs dedicated to Lord Shiva, composed between the 6th and 11th centuries. Among them, Thevaram songs are the most prominent. Young Swaminathan was sent to Thevaram Pathasala in Tirukadavur and Dharmapuram Adinam for 8 years, and he learnt the Thevaram hymns with complete devotion and rigorous practice. This earned him the title of Oduvar, Sacred Temple Chanter. The tradition of Oduvar singing goes back to the times of Rajaraja Chola, he who built the famous Brihadeshwara temple. The Cholas encouraged the preservation of hymns as inscriptions in Saiva temples. The Oduvars are a special group. The Tirumurai, specifically the Thevaram hymns, are set to Tamil musical forms known as Pan, equivalent to specific sets of Carnatic music ragas. Oduvars Swaminathan, along with a group of devoted Adinams, Tamil Saiva monasteries, and other Oduvars, is working towards continuing this tradition, training groups of students in Dharmapuram and Chidambaram. For their global Tamil audience, they have brought out the hymns in more than 100 collections in digital format.
As a blessing to our Thavam, we got Tirumurai. It has poetry, music, grammar, artistic literature with the blessing of Thiru Jnana Sambandha. It is our duty to preserve this.
Shri N. Swaminathan, Padma Shri Awardee, 2026.
That was N. Swaminathan, and definitely a Padma Shri Award winner. But don't go anywhere. We're trying to slip into a short break. Once you come back, we have the Nashik police that has filed a 1,500-page charge sheet in the TCS harassment and conversion case. More on that after a short break.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला.
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरी राजा सबका राजा और मसाला.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से. MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से.
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
in fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus in this bulletin will be the Trisha death case. We'll get you all the latest updates on that because that is a Republic campaign and there has been a big impact on that. The second post-mortem has also been ordered, and also our top focus will be Marco Rubio's visit to India. We'll get you the latest updates on that too. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Tisha Sharma's husband Samarth Singh, who was absconding for 10 days, arrested by Bhopal police. Accused Samarth Singh suspended from practice as advocate by Bar Council of India. Nashik police files 1500-page charge sheet in TCS harassment and conversion case. And CBI arrests third mastermind Manisha Havaldar in connection with the NEET exam paper leak. The accused was behind leaking physics paper. And US Secretary of State Marco Rubio lands in Kolkata, after which he will be heading to Delhi for court meeting. Energy security, trade and defense stocks in focus. Tulsi Gabbard steps down as Director of National Intelligence, cites husband's bone cancer diagnosis as the reason. And third fuel price hike in 10 days, petrol up by 87 paise, diesel by 91 paise. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with a big breaking news development that we are getting in the Trisha death mystery case, where Samarth, the husband of Trisha, to be presented in Bhopal court today. Big breaking news development. Samarth to be presented in Bhopal court today. And AIIMS medical team to fly to Bhopal for the second post-mortem, that is the second autopsy. Big breaking news development coming in on the case that Republic has constantly followed, and there has been a big impact in the entire case, where the second post-mortem will be conducted by the AIIMS medical team, which will fly to Bhopal for the second autopsy. Now, this AIIMS medical team will be from Delhi, who will be flying to Bhopal because that would be a better option comparatively for the body to be taken to Delhi for the second post-mortem. And also, the order was to keep the body preserved till the time the autopsy is taking place. The autopsy will be happening. And also, the big development here of Samarth to be presented in Bhopal court today. He was on the run for a very long time, and he has been taken into police custody. He wanted to surrender, but the police arrested him. Now, Samarth Singh taken into police custody, and 10 days that too after his wife Trisha Sharma was found hanging at their home in Madhya Pradesh under mysterious circumstances. And this is the impact. This is the Republic impact, because we constantly have followed the story, and we confronted the mother-in-law also, who was questioning us that, are you investigating? And we told her that yes, we are doing our duty, we are doing a job, and this is the result. Now, Samarth has been absconding since his wife's mysterious death on May 12 and emerged before the public on Friday as he reached the Jabalpur court to surrender himself. He should have reached to the Bhopal court and surrender to the Bhopal police, but he was arrested by the Bhopal police, and Samarth has been taken into custody by the police and taken to Bhopal to be handed over to Bhopal police. Big breaking news development coming in. All right, viewers, now the tragic death case of 33-year-old Tisha Sharma sent shockwaves across the nation. While powerful influences initially threatened to dilute the investigation, the relentless, uncompromising journalism of Republic Media Network has brought the traction this case needed. Now, Tisha's husband Samarth, who had been absconding for 10 days, has now come out and surrendered and arrested. He is in custody of the police. He is being transferred to Bhopal now. This is a big win for Tisha's family, and now Tisha is closer to getting justice. Take a listen to what the family has to say.
I would request you also have Trisha's father, Navnidhi Sharma ji, sitting with you. If this question could directly be put to him by the lawyers, and you know what they are saying. In fact, if he can hear us, Navnidhi Sharma ji, this is a very, very important point here.
Raman Malik, at least give some respect to Mr. Navnidhi Sharma, the father of Trisha. He's on the debate. If you don't mind, please don't heckle him. If you don't mind, don't heckle him. 1 week back you heckled him, not today, please. Yes.
We can actually move, if we can
Raman
actually...
ये जो process बता रहे हैं,
we can't see him on the screen.
We can see him now. Yes.
ये process लोकायुक्त के अंडर में आता है. ये process आता है judiciary के अंतर्गत. ये process आता है उन एम्स में बैठे हुए डॉक्टरों के अंतर्गत. अगर वही आपके रक्षक हैं, जो वही बच्चक हैं, तो फिर किस प्रोसेस की आप बात कर रहे हैं? मेरा विनम्र निवेदन है, आपका कोई सगा अगर फंस जाता तो शायद आप अर्नब को, इस रिपब्लिक को बोलते हैं CJM, चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ मीडिया, क्योंकि यही बचाते हैं इस खतरनाक प्रोसेस से. ये तो हर क्राइम करने के बाद आपको प्रोसेस से मारते हैं. मेरी बेटी को मारा, फिर इस प्रोसेस ने मुझे रोज मारा. मेरा विनम्र निवेदन है, आप मेरे साथ आके खड़े होके देखिए ये कितना कष्टकारी प्रोसेस है. ये दिल चीर देने वाला प्रोसेस है. प्लीज मैडम जो बोल रही थी पैनल पे, प्रोसेस, मैं इस प्रोसेस, आप मेरे साथ आइए और समझिए इस प्रोसेस को. आइए प्लीज. आपने कभी सड़क पे नहीं आए, आप कभी धूप में नहीं लेटे होंगे, कड़कती धूप में. मैं लेटा हूं, मैं हार्ट का मरीज, लेटा हुआ हूं धूप में. मेरे मरने के चांसेस है, मेरे को हार्ट स्ट्रोक आया है. प्लीज आइए, प्लीज ज्वाइन मी. आई विल मेक यू अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट प्रोसेस इज. प्लीज कम रमन सर, प्लीज कम मैडम, प्लीज कम विद मी एंड लर्न दिस प्रोसेस फॉर द होल ऑफ योर लाइफ. लर्न दिस प्रोसेस.
Please don't heckle him.
What about this process? He was tarnishing the image. She destroyed all the evidence.
मैं तो हाथ जोड़ के विनती कर रहा हूँ कि जिन अफसरों ने काम नहीं करा, आप उनको भी एक्यूज बनाइए.
अफसरों की बात ही नहीं है. यहाँ
किसके
गिरिबाला सिंह
खिलाफ
की
बोलाऊं?
बात है।
किसके पास जाऊं? बताओ रमन साहब, किसके पास जाऊं? मैं कहाँ नहीं गया हूं?
अपील में तो डालो।
मैं किसके, आपके पास आऊं? मैं आपको बताऊं?
मैं भी
आप मुझे प्रोसेस दिलाइए। मुझे अभी एक प्रोसेस चाहिए, प्लीज दिलाइए प्रोसेस।
अफसरों का नाम
आई नीड ए पैनल।
डालो जिन्होंने काम नहीं करा।
मुझे प्रोसेस
मैं तो
बताइए
ऑफिस
सर।
की गुजारिश कर रहा हूं।
ये प्रोसेस आज हाई कोर्ट में दिखा है। आज हाई कोर्ट से सुप्रीम डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोर्ट में एक प्रोसेस दिखा है। आपने देखा ना, मेरे सम्माननीय वकील को मारा गया 35 इयर्स की एज में, 35 इयर्स की प्रैक्टिस में। इस प्रोसेस मार रहा है आपका। एक कमरे में प्रोटेक्टेड करा जा रहा है किसको? एक आप सोचिए, ये प्रोसेस है। आइए ना साथ में हमारे, प्लीज आइए, देखिए कैसा प्रोसेस है। फिर आप बताएंगे कि प्रोसेस को कौन तोड़ता है। ये सीजेएम तोड़ते हैं, ये सीजेएम,
शर्मा जी,
ये चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ मीडिया है, यही तोड़ते हैं इसको।
कि जिन लोगों ने अपना काम नहीं करा, शर्मा जी,
रमन जी, आप जिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन की बात कर रहे हैं वो इन्वेस्टिगेशन होता है।
एंड मैं आपको एक बात बताना चाहती हूँ,
इसीलिए लड़ रहे हैं कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन करो, इन्वेस्टिगेशन करो, इन्वेस्टिगेशन करो, और आप बोल रहे हैं कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन में सब निकलेगा। व्हाट इज दिस? वेयर इज द? आप उन लोगों को नहीं बोलते जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन नहीं करते, हमको क्या बोल रहे हैं कि हमको इन्वेस्टिगेशन पे डिपेंड करना चाहिए। वेयर यू?
Raman Malik is already on the back foot. Raman Malik.
Abhishek, you know, Anurag, I can hear the anger in what you are saying. Raman continues to say follow the process. But viewers, just for a minute, let this sink in. The father who lost his daughter, for 10 days he's not grieved. He's not grieved. I've been on the phone line with him every day. मुझे नहीं लगता इनको समय मिला है, ना इनके फौजी बेटों को समय मिला है to really come to terms with the reality. वो सिर्फ हर पिलर पोस्ट पे भाग रहे हैं। और जो इन्होंने शब्द कहा, चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ मीडिया, प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड, आई ऑल्सो हैव बीन seeing such cases. You've also seen such cases. I clearly tell you what Navnidhi Sharma told me. If Arnab had not picked up this case 7 days ago, there was no media following it, this case could not have reached where it has today. We were the only channel who stuck it out and said, arrest Giribala. Today, the Solicitor General comes in the Madhya Pradesh High Court and says, arrest Giribala. तो प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड, एक चीज होती है प्रोसेस, और जो नवनिधि शर्मा जी अपनी दर्दनाक बातें बता रहे हैं, उनकी वाइफ नहीं आ रही, अगर आप नोटिस करेंगे, हाँ उनके बच्चे आ रहे हैं, लेकिन वो तड़प रहे हैं, एक तड़प में वो बात निकल रही है उनकी।
All right, viewers, we're getting a big breaking news development, and this is about the border issue with West Bengal and Bangladesh. Now, Bangladeshi locals disrupted the border fencing in Bengal. Now, there was a tense standoff at the Bangladesh border as fencing begins. Now, Bangladeshi locals initially tried to stop the process. Later, the BGB arrived and attempted to prevent the BSF and the government survey officials from carrying out the land acquisition. However, the work continued despite the objections. Now, amid the tense situation, provocative exchanges took place between both the sides at the border. Now, by the evening, the atmosphere had become warlike, and BSF personnel were seen lying in the position at the border with guns aimed and ready. So this was a very tense situation. Now, this after a government change and the allowing of the land acquisition for the border fencing. Now, this has seriously affected the Bangladeshi locals who want the border to be open because of the trespassing and the illegal migration that takes place. The Bangladeshi locals were seen. This is the exclusive Republic story on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. First on Republic exclusive story, where Bangladeshi locals initially tried to stop the process, and later the Bangladesh border guards arrived and attempted to prevent the BSF, that is the Border Security Force, and the government survey officials from carrying out the land acquisition. However, the work continued despite the objections, and this was the tense situation, and provocative exchanges also took place between both the sides at the border. And by the evening time, the atmosphere had become almost warlike. The BSF personnel were seen ready in position at the border with the guns aimed and ready. This was a tense standoff situation at the border, at the India-Bangladesh border, where after the government has approved the fencing, the land acquisition, which was earlier delayed and denied by the previous government of Mamata Banerjee, and now in the rule of, under the rule of Shuvendu Adhikari, under the rule of BJP, this has been allowed and the fencing is going to begin. The land acquisition has been allowed by the government, and this is the reaction. This is what we are talking about. Bangladeshi locals, they came there near the border and they tried to disrupt the border fencing in Bengal, and there was a tense standoff at the Bangladesh border as the fencing began. And the Bangladeshi locals, initially, they were trying to stop the process. Later, the BGB arrived and they attempted to prevent the BSF and the government survey officials from carrying out the land acquisition, but undeterred, we did our duty. However, the work continued despite the objections amid the tense situation. Now, this is what happens when the government changes and you are on the right track, and there's a fencing, the work of fencing which has begun, and the Bangladeshis are severely impacted because of this. All right, so that was an exclusive story, a Republic exclusive story, a story from the Bangladesh border. Now let's move on to another big breaking news development. Now this is about the TCS harassment and conversion case. Here, there is a very big update in the entire story where Nashik police files 1,500-page charge sheet in the TCS harassment and conversion case. Big breaking news development. On your screen, ladies and gentlemen, the charge sheet has been filed in this case, and the Nashik police have filed a very big, that is a 1,500-page charge sheet in this entire case. Big breaking news development on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. A 1,500-page charge sheet has been filed by the Nashik police in this case, in the conversion case, in the harassment, sexual harassment case. This is the first charge sheet. The police have named the accused also in this entire case. In the charge sheet, Danish Ejaz Sheikh, Tausif Bilal Attar, Nida Ejaz Khan, Matin Majid Patel, and based on the investigations into the FIR that was to the Diloli Camp Police Station. Big breaking news development coming in. That is months after the sexual harassment and religious conversion case, which involved the IT major TCS at its Nashik center. It snowballed into a very big issue, and now the police has finally filed a 1,500-page charge sheet in the entire matter. The SIT of the Nashik police was investigating the entire matter, the sensitive case, and this case, which has been referred to as the corporate jihad, and in this action has been taken place. At least the charge sheet has now been filed, and it's a huge 1,500-page charge sheet that has been filed. Now, police had registered 9 FIRs between March 26 to April 3rd, 1 at the Diloli camp, 8 at Mumbai Naka police stations. There were various complaints in this entire matter by 9 junior employees who have alleged sexual abuse, harassment and religious coercion in this case. So far, 8 arrests have been taken place. All right, for more details on this story, we have Revati with us. Revati, you have been tracking the story from day one, and now the charge sheet has been filed. The first charge sheet, 1,500 pages. Over to you for more details.
Right, as you rightly mentioned, that the charge sheet in the Nashik TCS case has been filed by the Nashik SIT. Actually, this is the primary charge sheet which is being filed, and now the process of the final charge sheet is also under process. The main things which are included in the charge sheets includes that there are many evidences which are confiscated by the police. Also, it is mentioned that various important evidences like their mobile phones, WhatsApp chats and others are confiscated by the police in this particular matter. Also, the most important thing is that around 17 witnesses have recorded their statements in this particular matter. Also, as I mentioned earlier, this is a primary charge sheet which is filed by the Nashik SIT. Also, considering the seriousness of this matter, SIT was formed by the Nashik police and it was headed by the Commissioner of Nashik Police, Sandeep Karnik. Also, the most important thing here to be noted is that there are various sections which are slashed in this particular matter for the exploitation and harassment of women. Also, the most important thing here to be noted is that the bail application of all the accused is denied by the court. So now it will be important to see that what more details are there in the final charge sheet of this particular matter. Over to you.
All right, Revati, thanks a lot for the details in the story. So it's a very big development where a 1,500-page charge sheet has been filed by the police in this entire investigation. Now let's move on to another top story. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio on Thursday stated that Washington is actively engaged in discussions with India to significantly broaden energy cooperation, confirming that the strategic partnership will be a focal point during his visit. He is already in India. He has landed in Kolkata, will be heading to New Delhi. Now, the high-profile itinerary will see Rubio traveling across major Indian cities, which includes Kolkata, Agra, Jaipur and New Delhi. That is from today, May 23rd to 26th. The Secretary of State underlined Washington's keenness to strengthen India's energy security portfolio through diverse international channels, acknowledging New Delhi's proactive management of global energy pressures resulting from the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Listen in to what Foreign Affairs expert Rabinder Sachdeva has to say on Rubio's crucial visit.
Marco Rubio's visit to India is coming at a time when I think in the last 1 year, America-India relations have been at their most contentious. In the last 20 to 30 years, 20 years at least, there has never been a year as difficult in America-India relations as this last year was. The tariff wars, or the tariffs on India, sanctions for the Russian oil, and then Operation Sindoor and its associated optics and statements by President Trump. So the last year has been a very challenging year for US-India relations, without doubt. Marco Rubio is now coming at a time when both nations want to move past and make this year a better year, a more harmonious year in our relations. There are several topics which are pending for discussion when Rubio will be here. The issue is that the priorities are different for both at this point of time, somewhat. America wants trade access in India, market access in India. America wants India to buy more defense items, of course. America wants India to demonstrate how it can help it counter a rising China or a challenging China. That's what America wants, and some other things. What India wants is predictable and least trade tariffs. That's what we want. Secondly, we want America to reduce its tilt towards Pakistan, which over the last 1 year, it's evident America has tilted. So we want, no tariffs or least tariffs. We want American policy towards Pakistan to change. Those are our core interests. America wants India to open its markets. America wants India to purchase more of defense and agriculture, opening of agriculture markets in India. So there is a difference in the priorities between the two sides, which I hope will be taken up and common ground will be found on several of these. So therefore, this visit of Rubio is extremely important for a basic common minimum program going ahead for US-India relations. And FTA with America is, I think, still not near. Right now, we are talking a bilateral trade agreement, right? But yes, in this last 1 year, India has signed FTAs with some other countries or groups, especially the European Union, for example, right? So that shows to America that India is proceeding ahead, building up its additional pipelines of trade exchanges, because the tariffs, the sanctions on India are hampering the trade. So very much so, matters of trade will be utmost in discussion, without doubt. And also remember that the interim trade deal which we had, I think in February, which was 18% tariffs on India agreed upon. Now that tariff has been ruled illegal by the US courts, but still the tariffs are out there and there are investigations under Section 301, under Section 232, in which America will again impose tariffs via a different route. So what would be the contour of the emerging trade arrangement between the two countries will certainly be on top of agenda during Rubio's visit. And then, of course, the matter of Quad, because when he's here, and ostensibly he's coming for the Quad foreign ministers meeting. So what are the discussions in Quad, particularly with respect to supply chains for critical minerals and rare earths? That would be important discussion, as well as this meeting of the Quad of the foreign ministers will prepare the ground for the meeting of the Quad leaders down the line, because this year, India is supposed to host the Quad. We were supposed to host the Quad last year. For some reason, the meeting did not happen, right? So this year, again, the Quad summit has to be held. And probably, and should be, President Trump should be coming also for that meeting, and the Japanese leader and the Australian leader. So this meeting of the ministers of the Quad countries would also do the homework for the scheduling and the agenda for the Quad leaders summit later in the year when Trump should come to India. So that would be another dimension of discussions during Rubio's visit. He will, of course, talk to India about reducing our purchase of Russian oil. Though right now they've given a 30-day waiver, but then in the long term, they want very much India to stop buying oil from Russia. So that would also be under discussions. And then, of course, the matter of, the Iran war, and of course, the matter of the Russia-Ukraine war. These would also be topics.
All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up after the break. Coming up, third fuel price hike in just 10 days. Petrol now up by 87 paise, diesel by 91 paise.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Character, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MDH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Tisha Sharma, Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Tisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Tisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Tisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Tisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning. We are live and we are breaking up. Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. And Tisha's father has thanked Republic and thanked our editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami, because remember, Republic's investigation and continuous coverage, our campaign to bring Tisha justice, has set the ball rolling. Samarth Singh, the husband, has been arrested and many developments are coming in. We'll get to this and much more coming right up. But the headlines first. Let's get started.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Tisha Sharma's husband Samarth Singh, who was absconding for 10 days, arrested by Bhopal police. Accused Samarth Singh suspended from practice as advocate by Bar Council of India. Nashik police files 1,500-page charge sheet in TCS harassment and conversion case. CBI arrests third mastermind Manisha Havaldar in connection with a NEET exam paper leak. The accused was behind leaking the physics paper. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio lands in Kolkata, after which he will head to Delhi for Quad meeting. Energy, security, trade and defense talks on focus. Tulsi Gabbard steps down as the Director of National Intelligence, cites husband's bone cancer diagnosis. Third fuel price hike by 10 days, petrol up by 0.87 rupees, diesel up by 91 paise and petrol up by 87 paise. Hello viewers,
Viewers, let's tell you the big breaking news, what we have been tracking the entire day today. The fuel prices have been hiked again, third time this time in a short period. Petrol has risen by 87 paise, diesel by 91 paise. Third fuel price hike. Petrol, diesel gets costlier. Petrol prices up by rupees 0.87 per litre. Diesel also hiked by 0.91 rupees per litre. So back-to-back updates coming in here. On Republic TV, we see that the price hike has come in once again. Let's put out some of those details for you. Yes, on your screen, you can see that this is the cities on one hand, Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata, Chennai, and the price hike. Okay, these are diesel. These are diesel prices now. Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata, Chennai, and Jammu. You can see the price hike, May 14 to May 23rd. Definitely a big increase there when it comes to the prices. So petrol and diesel prices have been hiked for third time in this month itself amid the Middle East crisis. State-run fuel retailers have raised petrol and diesel prices by less than 1 rupee per litre, marking the third hike this month as the government seeks to offset losses stemming from elevated crude oil prices amid the Iran conflict. Okay, let's go straight across to the big breaking news coming in right now. Samarth to be presented in Bhopal court. Let's move ahead to the other story we are tracking, that is Justice for Trisha campaign. We're getting some updates coming in here on Republic TV. Let's go to that now. Samarth to be presented in Bhopal court today. AIMS medical team to fly to Bhopal for the second autopsy. Huge updates coming in here on Republic TV. And yesterday we showed you those dramatic visuals of Trisha's husband, late Trisha's husband Samarth Singh, arrested after 10 days on the run. We showed you those dramatic visuals. Samarth evaded the police for 10 days since his wife, late Trisha, was found hanging at their home in Bhopal. Samarth Singh has finally been arrested. Trisha's family has alleged she was harassed for dowry and demanded strict action against Samarth and his mother, retired Judge Giribala Singh. Samarth, a lawyer, went to Jabalpur court to surrender hours after withdrawing his anticipatory bail application in the Madhya Pradesh High Court.
तरीके से कोई सीलिंग नहीं है और वही गिरिबाला जिस पर परिवार वाले आरोप लगा रहे हैं कि सबूत जो है वो मिटाए जा सकते हैं गिरिबाला द्वारा, वो गिरिबाला जो है वो अभी बेल पर है। सोमवार को उसी बेल पर जो है वो सुनवाई होने जा रही है। सवाल ये बना हुआ है कि गिरिबाला, जिन्हें 3 बार, आई रिपीट 3 बार जो है पुलिस ने नोटिस दिया।
Okay, that was our correspondents who are reporting live for us. Yes, okay, so that was Palaka getting us all those details, and she was reported right outside the residence of Giribala. Okay, that is the residence of Giribala, and this what we are showing you is the residence of the mother-in-law Giribala and Samarth. This is the matrimonial home, by the way, of late Trisha. Exclusive pictures coming in. These are pictures from outside Giribala's house. Giribala is the mother-in-law of late Trisha, and this is exactly the matrimonial home of Trisha. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV, viewers. We continue our relentless coverage, and the latest breaking news that we're getting for you is that Samarth will be presented soon in the Bhopal court, and the AIMS medical team will be flying to Bhopal for the second autopsy. Exclusive pictures coming only on Republic TV from outside. Okay, these are pictures coming in from outside the police station. So these are all the latest updates that we are getting for our viewers. Back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. So now the next update for you is that very soon, Samarth will be presented in Bhopal court today. Yesterday we saw highly dramatic visuals which had come in yesterday before Samarth was arrested. CBI has taken over the case. Samarth was taken into custody in Jabalpur after 10 days of evading arrest, following the court's rejection of his surrender attempt there. The CBI has stepped in as well. The Madhya Pradesh government has transferred the investigation into Trisha's death to the CBI amid the allegations of bias and delay. Also, let's tell you about the autopsy. That's a third update. talking about the autopsy, remember that the family wanted a second post-mortem to be done. A fresh autopsy has been ordered. The High Court has approved a second post-mortem at AIIMS Bhopal by a Delhi team following the family's concerns over the first report. So these are some of the updates that we're getting for you. These are updates we're getting for you because now our campaign to bring Trisha justice has set the ball rolling. Exclusive pictures coming in here on Republic TV. Two pictures. Left-hand side, right outside the police station. Right-hand side is the matrimonial home of late Trisha. This is Giribala, the mother-in-law's house. Yesterday, we showed you these dramatic visuals of Samarth, who's a lawyer and husband of Trisha, being arrested in Jabalpur after a court there refused his surrender, directing him to Bhopal instead. Let's go to Shambhavi, who's joining us. Shambhavi, what can we expect today? Take our viewers through the latest. Which are the top developments we can expect today in the Trisha death case investigation?
Well, the biggest development today is that Samarth is going to be produced before the district court, before the trial court here, as directed by the High Court of Jabalpur yesterday. What actually happened, just for a little bit of brief for our viewers, the court yesterday, there were three cases in court. One was the anticipatory bail, which was filed by Samarth Singh. Another one was the cancellation of anticipatory bail, which was filed by Trisha's families. And the third one was the demand for a second post-mortem. Now, what happened in the demand for a second post-mortem? That finally got approved. The Republic has been campaigning extensively for justice for Trisha and has been demanding a second post-mortem as well as cancellation of Giribala's anticipatory bail. We got a win in first one where the second post-mortem was approved. Second one was the anticipatory bail, cancellation of anticipatory bail of Giribala, where a notice was issued to Giribala. The case is set to be heard on Monday. The third case was the anticipatory bail application of Samarth. Now, the court asked Samarth to withdraw his application, to withdraw his anticipatory bail application and surrender before the trial court of Bhopal or the investigating officer in the case. And Samarth appeared before the court, tried to surrender before the court yesterday, but the DJ clearly refused, that they don't have the jurisdiction for the same, after which the Bhopal police took custody of Samarth and brought Samarth to Bhopal very late in the night, early in the morning. And now Samarth Singh is set to be produced before the trial court. The trial court just a couple of days ago has said that the Samarth Singh needs to be produced before the court on 23rd of May. Today is 23rd of May. We'll see what will happen. Now, ideally, now that the police has taken custody of Samarth Singh, there must have been custodial interrogation. There will be custodial interrogation. And now that they'll be produced, police is going to ask for remand. Police is going to ask for police custody.
Hold on for a second there. Yes. Hold on for a second there. We're getting some more breaking news. Shambhavi, breaking news coming in. Samarth's medical examination will be conducted at the JP Hospital in Bhopal, after which the team will produce him before the court. Big updates coming in here on Republic TV. Yes, Shambhavi, coming across to you. Now we know the medical examination will be conducted in Bhopal of Samarth, and then he will be produced before the court.
Well, yes, that's the standard procedure. Once the police takes custody of the accused in the matter, and then the custodial interrogation continues before producing them in the court. We first need to take the accused for a medical test. Usually, that is how it works, and that is the standard of procedure. So we know that before being produced in the court, Samarth will be taken to a local hospital, to a local government hospital, where his medical test will be done, and only once after it is completed, he will be then produced before the court, where the police is going to ask for a police custody for a certain number of days. We'll see what their exact fare is once the case starts. And after they've asked for police custody, he will be taken into custody, either judicial custody or police custody. We'll see what exactly happens in court. If the court
points towards police custody or judicial custody, Shivangi.
Right. Okay. We're sticking on with all these updates coming in. Okay. Now we also know that the BCI, the Bar Council, has suspended license of Samarth over the Tisha Sharma death case. Finally, Finally, Shambhavi, this has happened, and we remember our editor-in-chief, Arnav Goswami, speak about this. He brought this exact point up that his license should be suspended. It's a big Republic impact. Big Republic impact. Yes, Shambhavi.
Definitely, Shivangi. In this case, that we know that Republic has been campaigning extensively for 10 days now, and that we had several demands. A lot of them have been acted upon. A lot of them have been fulfilled. One of our demands was to initiate an administrative inquiry in Giribala's case, Giribala Singh's case, and that was initiated. The MP government wrote to the Consumer Dispute Redressal Commission that they should initiate an administrative inquiry and submit a report at the earliest in Giribala Singh's case and her capacity to work as a president of the Consumer Dispute Redressal Commission. And another one of our demands was asked for a second post-mortem. That also got approved, that also got accepted just yesterday. A huge win for the family and for Republic as well. Apart from that, we were also asking for the Bar Council, for the legal fraternity, for the legal body of the country to cancel and to suspend Samar Singh's license, given that there's very severe and serious allegations, Shivangi, in this case. There's dowry harassment case, mental cruelty, abuse. These are the sections, these are the charges that has been leveled against both the mother and son duo. So that becomes a natural, ordinary, obvious step. So you can see that.
Shambhavi, hold on for a second there.
सर हमारा काम है, तरीका आप हमें मत सिखाइए, हमारा काम है, मीडिया का काम है सर, सवाल पूछना और आप जवाब नहीं दे। क्या जानना चाह रहे हैं? हम ये जानना चाह रहे हैं आप लोग क्या आगे क्या स्टैंड लेने वाले हैं? आप ले लिया ना, सरेंडर कर दिया उन्होंने। मंडे को गिरिबाला जो है उनकी एंटिसिपेटेड बेल को लेकर सुनवाई। एंटिसिपेटेड आप अपने है ना, कहाँ पर घर पे? एक सेकंड, क्या वो खुद अपना केस लड़ रही है? टिशा के परिवार वाले कह रहे हैं कि गिरिबाला क्या गिरिबाला जी खुद अपना केस लड़ रही हैं? प्लीज किसको जवाब देना पहले डिसाइड कर लो आप लोग। मैडम को किसने बोला कि एंटिसिपेटरी बेल पे? वो ऑलरेडी बेल पे हैं। नहीं सुनवाई है सोमवार को, ये पूछ रही हूँ मैं। नोटिस इशू हुए हैं वो देखिए। सर क्या वो केस को लेकर क्या वो अपना केस लड़ रही है? समर्थ के लेकर क्योंकि उन्हें तो कोर्ट में पेश होना है ना, आज करेगी पुलिस, तो आप बेल के लिए लगेंगे। देखिए आप देख सकते हैं अंदर वकीलों की जो पूरी टीम है वो अभी अंदर जो है वो।
All right, we're getting some reactions coming in. Our team of reporters are outside Giribala's house and we're trying to get some answers there. We'll try to go across to Shambhavi as well. If we have Shambhavi, we'll try to go across to Shambhavi because this story is moving at extremely fast pace. Tisha Sharma's father has stated that the first step towards justice has been taken in the case of Trisha. This comes as many important developments are taking place simultaneously in the case, starting with the order of a CBI probe, the instruction for a second post-mortem, and the withdrawal of the bail plea of accused Samar Singh. So many things are happening in this case. But if we have to summarize, viewers, and if you're watching us, what is happening is that Republic's relentless coverage and a campaign to bring Trisha justice has got the ball rolling. Samarth, the husband, has been arrested. And we have a lot of other developments that will be coming in later in the day. Samarth will be presented in Bhopal court today, and AIMS medical team will be flying to Bhopal for the second autopsy. Getting you some more breaking news coming in right now on Republic TV. CBI to conduct on-site investigation from scratch. Big updates coming in here. Let's go to the second set of the breaking updates we have for you. Okay, CBI, we remember there was a big win. Big win for the family, because the family, when speaking to Republic, the family of Trisha, had said they want CBI to step in. And after Republic's relentless coverage, we also pushed from our end to bring justice for Trisha. You also helped us by signing the petition. The CBI will be conducting on-site investigation from scratch. Back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. CBI will be conducting the fresh investigation in the Trisha case. Let's go to Shambhavi. Shambhavi, now that the CBI will be conducting the investigation from scratch, by the way, from scratch, the CBI will be looking at all the documents. They can investigate the documents, the evidence, all the accused involved. Yes, go ahead, Shambhavi.
Shivangi, that was very well needed that the entire probe, the entire investigation starts from scratch, because when we see at various documents, at various aspects of this entire investigation, there are so many loopholes, there's so many discrepancies, there's so many things which are wrong. And that is, I'll start with something very basic but very important. Even in FIR at two different places, the age of the victim has been written different. At one place it's 31, at one place it's 33 in the same FIR, by the way. Then if we come to the postmortem report, the height of the victim has been changed by at least 8 to 10 centimeters. That is a lot, especially in a case we are alleging that a person has hung herself. So that height becomes very crucial, because then the height of the ceiling, the amount of space that they would need to hang themselves, a lot of technicalities that even a common man would understand. You don't need a doctor to understand these things. Apart from these, even the family shared the color of the undergarments of the victim were also changed in the postmortem report. What could possibly be the reason to do something like that, which was personally verified by Major Harshit, that is Trisha's brother's wife in the case. So such cases, the area was not sealed for the longest time. The area where this actually happened, the spot, was not sealed for the longest time. And what reason was given to the family? That it cannot be sealed because it's an open space. Does that open space does not have a staircase or a door? Is it impossible for them to seal a place? So there are so many issues, there's so many discrepancies, there's so many irregularities in the case, that it was very, very much needed that a case starts from scratch, that the probe starts from scratch, that the investigation is started from scratch, so that nothing in the case is left or is missed by the eyes.
Yes. I'm going to go across to Abhishek, who's joining us live. Abhishek is joining us live. Abhishek, if you can hear me, what is happening? You're outside a police station now. What can we expect?
बिल्कुल शिवानी, सबसे पहले मैं आपको बता दूं मेरी मौजूदगी कटारा हिल्स पुलिस स्टेशन के बाहर है। यहीं पर जो है आरोपी समर्थ सिंह को रखा गया। कल देर रात 2 बजे के आसपास आरोपी समर्थ सिंह को भोपाल में स्थित कटारा हिल्स पुलिस स्टेशन लाया गया। जबलपुर से उसके कपड़े चेंज करवा के रात 2 बजे तक पुलिस की टीम उसे यहीं लेकर पहुंची है और सुरक्षा व्यवस्था यहाँ पर काफ़ी ज़्यादा जो है बढ़ा दी गई है। और जो जानकारियाँ फिलहाल मिल पा रही हैं वो ये है कि 1 से 2 घंटे के बीच में पुलिस की टीम जो है वो आरोपी समर्थ सिंह को लेकर यहाँ से निकलेगी और उसके बाद सीधे आरोपी को भोपाल में स्थित जेपी हॉस्पिटल ले जाया जाएगा। एक बार तस्वीरें दिखाऊंगा मैं अपने सहयोगी से कहूँगा तस्वीरें दिखा दे कि गाड़ियाँ जो है वो आना शुरू हो चुकी हैं। ये वो गाड़ियाँ इसी गाड़ी में जो है समर्थ सिंह को लेकर जाया जाएगा। तस्वीरों में आप देखिए किस तरीके से यहाँ पर पुलिस की जो गाड़ियाँ हैं वो अब आना शुरू हो चुकी हैं। थाना प्रभारी की एक गाड़ी है जो कि अब कटारा हिल्स थाने पहुँच चुकी है और अब तैयारियाँ जो हैं वो शिवानी आप समझिए कि अब बिल्कुल अपने अंतिम चरण पे हैं कि आरोपी समर्थ सिंह को लेकर यहाँ से पुलिस की टीम जो है वो निकलेगी और करीब 1 से 2 घंटे का समय जिस तरीके से मैंने पहले जिक्र किया और उसके बाद जो है आरोपी समर्थ सिंह को जो है जेपी हॉस्पिटल भोपाल ले जाया जाएगा जहाँ सबसे पहले उसका मेडिकल चेकअप होगा। मेडिकल होने के बाद जो है पुलिस की टीम आरोपी समर्थ सिंह को लेकर कोर्ट पहुंचेगी, भोपाल कोर्ट पहुंचेगी। भोपाल कोर्ट में आरोपी को पेश किया जाएगा और वहां से पुलिस की टीम जो है आरोपी समर्थ सिंह के रिमांड जो है उसकी मांग करेगी। ये तस्वीरें देखिए आप, गाड़ी अंदर जा चुकी है, गाड़ी जो है थाना परिसर के अंदर जाके अब लग चुकी है और पुलिस की टीम भी आप देखिए किस तरीके से बड़ी संख्या में यहाँ पर करीब दर्जन भर से अधिक पुलिस कर्मी जो है वो नजर आ रहे हैं और अब तैयारियां पूरी की जा रही हैं कि किसी भी वक्त अब जो है आरोपी समर्थ सिंह को लेकर यहाँ पुलिस की टीम निकलेगी। ये तस्वीरें हैं आप देखिए। अमूमन अगर कटारा हिल्स थाने को लेकर बात करें तो अमूमन ये शांत इलाका माना जाता है। यहाँ पर कुछ क्राइम के उतने खास जो उस तरीके से केसेस नहीं आते, लेकिन आज यहाँ हलचल बहुत ज़्यादा है क्योंकि जिस तरीके से आरोपी समर्थ सिंह को रखा गया है इस थाने में और अब तैयारियां भी जो है वो लगातार पुलिस टीम के द्वारा की जा रही हैं और किसी भी वक्त जो है पुलिस यहाँ से लेकर निकलेगी आरोपी समर्थ सिंह को। गाड़ी थाना परिसर के अंदर इस वक्त लगती हुई लगातार ये तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। बैरिकेड यहाँ पर लगाए गए, मीडिया पर्सन्स को जो है अंदर नहीं आने दिया जा रहा और अन्य जो आम लोग हैं उन्हें भी फिलहाल जो है पाबंदी है अंदर जाने के लिए सिक्योरिटी रीजंस की वजह से, क्योंकि जाहिर तौर पर देखिए शिवानगी एक हाई प्रोफाइल केस ये बन चुका है क्योंकि पूरे देश की निगाहें इस पर टिकी हुई और रिपब्लिक मीडिया लगातार जो है इसको लेकर अपडेट सच जो है वो अपने दर्शकों तक पहुंचाता रहा है, दिखाता रहा है और इसी कड़ी में अब आप देखिए समर्थ जो है उसने सरेंडर किया है पुलिस के सामने और अब जो है सरेंडर करने के बाद कटारा हिल्स थाने से पुलिस की टीम आरोपी समर्थ को लेकर निकलेगी जेपी हॉस्पिटल यहां से जाया जाएगा। जो अपडेट्स फिलहाल मिल पाई हैं उसके अनुसार जेपी हॉस्पिटल में मेडिकल चेकअप के बाद भोपाल में कोर्ट में उसे पेश किया जाएगा और कोर्ट में पेशी के बाद पुलिस की टीम जो है वो रिमांड मांगेगी। जी शिवानगी।
That's right. Okay. The Samarth's medical examination will be done at JB Hospital in Bhopal, after which the team will produce him before the court. तो court में कब produce होंगे? When will Samarth be produced before the court? Yes, Abhishek.
जी शिवानगी, देखिए फिलहाल इसको लेकर कोई तय समय जो है निकलकर सामने नहीं आया, क्योंकि अभी भी पुलिस की टीम ये बता नहीं रही है कि समर्थ को लेकर कब निकलेंगे यहाँ से। उसके हिसाब से ये चीज़ें जो है तय हो पाएंगी, क्योंकि अगर 11 से 12 बजे के बीच में पुलिस की टीम लेकर यहाँ से निकलती है तो आप ये समझिए जेपी हॉस्पिटल की दूरी यहाँ से करीब आधे घंटे के आसपास की है, और फिर इसके बाद मेडिकल चेकअप जो है वो भी प्रायोरिटी बेसिस पर यहाँ पर उस समर्थ का होगा, तो उसमें भी करीब 1 घंटे के आसपास का समय लगेगा, और फिर वहाँ से कोर्ट जाना। तो आप ये समझिए कि लंच के बाद, आफ्टर लंच जो है कोर्ट में समर्थ को पेश किया जाएगा। लेकिन फिलहाल पुलिस की टीम से भी हमने ऑफ द कैमरा बात करने की कोशिश की कि अगर वो कुछ बता पाए हमें कि किस तरीके से यहाँ पर समर सिंह को लेकर जाया जाएगा, लेकिन जाहिर तौर पर हाई प्रोफाइल केस होने की वजह से पुलिस की टीम भी इस विषय में कुछ भी कहने से बचती नजर आ रही है, और कुछ भी वो इस पर टिप्पणी जो है वो नहीं कर रहे हैं। लेकिन हाँ, यहाँ पर पुलिस की हलचल जो अभी कुछ देर पहले अगर बात करें शिवानगी, बढ़ गई है। कुछ और यहाँ पर अगर पुलिस के जवानों को लेकर बात करें, उनकी जो है उनका आने जाने का सिलसिला लगातार जारी है, और दूसरी ओर जो गाड़ियाँ जो हैं जिसमें समर्थ को लेकर जाया जाएगा, वो गाड़ियाँ भी अभी कुछ देर पहले यहाँ थाने पहुंची हैं। तो ऐसे में तैयारियां जो पुलिस टीम के द्वारा पूरी यहाँ पर इस वक्त की जा रही है अपनी तरफ से। लेकिन हाँ, फिलहाल तय समय नहीं बताया गया क्लियरली कि कितने बजे तक जो है पेश किया जाएगा, लेकिन अपडेट्स जो मिल पाई हैं तो उसके हिसाब से यही है कि आफ्टर लंच जो है उसे कोर्ट में पेश किया जाएगा। जी।
All right. Well, thank you, Abhishek, for getting us all those details. Abhishek reporting live for us outside the police station. Samarth will be produced in court today. Republic will be on top of every update. Tisha Sharma's husband Samarth Singh, who was absconding for 10 whole days, was arrested by the Bhopal police to be produced in court later in the day. Stay tuned with Republic. We'll get you every second as we continue our campaign to bring Trisha justice.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
जब तक लाजवाब न बन जाए उसे नहीं इत्मीनान है, तभी तो रिचमंड बनना नहीं आसान है।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those those radical Islamists who say that as long as the act of murder or crime of terrorism is carried out by a Muslim, it must be defended. This very thought, ladies and gentlemen, is completely unacceptable. Within hours of Trisha's death, as per the call detail records of this terrible person called Giribala Singh, some judge who thought she's a judge, judges will get away. She made over 40 calls after the death of her daughter-in-law, many of them to judges. Why was she calling judges? She made 48 calls. 9 calls to a district judge in one day, 3 calls to Samarth. She also called her absconding son 3 times.
Court orders Samarth to withdraw his bail plea. That's the big breaking news that's now coming in. His counsel submits he will surrender before the concerned court in 5 days. Examined at that time, now finally after Republic's pressure, Samarth Singh is going to finally be surrendering. And the court has now got the biggest law officer in the country, Tisha Mehta, to take on this case and say, we oppose Giribala Singh's bail.
अब तक जो पीएम रिपोर्ट जिस भी फॉरेंसिक ने देखी थी, एक्सपर्ट ने, सबने उसको रिजेक्ट किया था. So we believe कि अच्छे एक्सपर्ट्स हमको मिलेंगे and we will, हमको चांस मिलेगा सच्चाई जानने का. आज उनको समझ में आ गया कि अब आगे चल नहीं पाएगा ऐसा काम. तो पहले उन्होंने अप्लाई किया और फिर डर के मारे फिर सरेंडर करना पड़ रहा है.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Viewers, top headlines. Tisha Sharma's husband Samarth Singh, who was absconding for 10 days, arrested by the Bhopal police. Accused Samarth Singh suspended from practice as advocate by the Bar Council of India. Nashik police files 1,500-page charge sheet in the TCS harassment and conversion case. CBI arrests third mastermind Manisha Havaldar in connection with the NEET exam paper leak. The accused was behind leaking the physics paper. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio lands in Kolkata, after which he will head to Delhi for Quad meeting, energy security, and trade and defense talks on focus. Tulsi Gabbard steps down as Director of National Intelligence, cites husband's bone cancer diagnosis. And third fuel price hike in 10 days, petrol up by 87 paise, diesel up by 91 paise. So we are live and breaking this Saturday morning. I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest. Let's give you the big update for you. Republic questioned Giribala. That is right, Giribala, the mother-in-law of Trisha's lawyers, as they arrived at her home a few minutes earlier. So we had cut across those pictures where our team of reporters is right outside the mother-in-law's house, the matrimonial home of Trisha. And we questioned the lawyer about the alleged evidence tampering and the bail application moved by Giribala. We'll take a look at how these lawyers are responding and what really happened, the entire sequence of events, how they played out in real time. These are the questions that Republic team is asking.
आप सर मीडिया को सपोर्ट नहीं कर रहे हैं, आप कोई भी बयान का जवाब नहीं दे रहे। सर मुंह अगर माइक ले लोगे तो मुंह के आगे ही माइक रखेंगे।
मैडम हैव सम मैनर्स।
सर हमारा काम है
नहीं, इस तरीका
सर
नहीं है कि
हमारा
आप
काम है तरीका आप हमें मत सिखाइए हमारा काम है मीडिया का काम है सर सवाल पूछना और आप जवाब नहीं दे
क्या जानना चाह रहे हैं?
हम ये जानना चाह रहे हैं आप लोग क्या आगे क्या स्टैंड लेने वाले हैं आप
ले लिया ना, सरेंडर कर दिया उन्होंने।
मंडे को गिरिबाला जो है उनकी एंटिसिपेटेड बेल को लेकर सुनवाई।
एंटिसिपेटरी आप अपने है ना, घर पे एक सेकंड, क्या वो खुद अपना केस लड़ रही हैं?
त्रिशा के परिवार वाले कह रहे हैं कि गिरिबाला
करके बोलिए,
क्या गिरिबाला जी खुद अपना केस लड़ रही हैं?
प्लीज किसको जवाब देना पहले डिसाइड कर लो आप लोग।
बताइए
मैडम को किसने बोला कि एंटिसिपेटरी बेल पे? वो ऑलरेडी बेल पे हैं।
नहीं सुनवाई है सोमवार को, ये पूछ रही हूँ मैं।
नोटिस इशू हुए हैं वो देखिए।
सर क्या वो क्या वो अपना केस लड़ रही है समर्थ के लेकर? क्योंकि उन्हें तो कोर्ट में पेश होना है ना, आज करेगी पुलिस।
Viewers, let's move ahead right now. The U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has stated that Washington is actively engaged in discussions with India to significantly broaden energy cooperation, confirming that the strategic partnership will be a focal point during his upcoming official visit to New Delhi. The high-profile itinerary will see Rubio traveling across major Indian cities, including Kolkata, Agra, Jaipur, and New Delhi from May 23rd to 26. The Secretary of State underlined Washington's keenness to strengthen India's energy security portfolio through diverse international channels, acknowledging New Delhi's proactive management of global energy pressures resulting from the closure of Strait of Hormuz. Listen in to what foreign affairs expert Robinder Sachdev has to say on Rubio's crucial visit.
Marco Rubio's visit to India is coming at a time when I think in the last 1 year, America-India relations have been at their most contentious. In the last 20 to 30 years, 20 years at least, there has never been a year as difficult in America-India relations as this last year was. The tariff wars, or the tariffs on India, sanctions for the Russian oil, and then Operation Sindoor and its associated optics and statements by President Trump. So the last year has been a very challenging year for US-India relations, without doubt. Marco Rubio is now coming at a time when both nations want to move past and make this year a better year, a more harmonious year in our relations. There are several topics which are pending for discussion when Rubio will be here. The issue is that the priorities are different for both at this point of time, somewhat. America wants trade access in India, market access in India. America wants India to buy more defense items, of course. America wants India to demonstrate how it can help it counter a rising China or a challenging China. That's what America wants, and some other things. What India wants is predictable and least trade tariffs. That's what we want. Secondly, we want America to reduce its tilt towards Pakistan, which over the last 1 year, it's evident America has tilted. So we want, no tariffs or least tariffs. We want American policy towards Pakistan to change. Those are our core interests. America wants India to open its markets. America wants India to purchase more of defense and agriculture, opening of agriculture markets in India. So there is a difference in the priorities between the two sides, which I hope will be taken up and common ground will be found on several of these. So therefore, this visit of Rubio is extremely important for a basic common minimum program going ahead for US-India relations. An FTA with America is, I think, still not near. Right now, we are talking a bilateral trade agreement, right? But yes, in this last 1 year, India has signed FTAs with some other countries or groups, especially the European Union, for example, right? So that shows to America that India is proceeding ahead, building up its additional pipelines of trade exchanges, because the tariffs, the sanctions on India are hampering the trade. So very much so, matters of trade will be utmost in discussion, without doubt. And also remember that the interim trade deal which we had, I think in February, which was 18% tariffs on India agreed upon. Now that tariff has been ruled illegal by the US courts, but still the tariffs are out there and there are investigations under Section 301, under Section 232, in which America will again impose tariffs via a different route. So what would be the contour of the emerging trade arrangement between the two countries will certainly be on top of agenda during Rubio's visit. And then, of course, the matter of Quad, because when he's here, and ostensibly he's coming for the Quad foreign ministers meeting. So what are the discussions in Quad, particularly with respect to supply chains for critical minerals and rare earths? That will be important discussion, as well as this meeting of the Quad of the foreign ministers will prepare the ground for the meeting of the Quad leaders down the line, because this year India is supposed to host the Quad. We were supposed to host the Quad last year. For some reason, the meeting did not happen, right? So this year, again, the Quad summit has to be held. And probably, and should be, President Trump should be coming also for that meeting, and the Japanese leader and the Australian leader. So this meeting of the ministers of the Quad countries would also do the homework for the scheduling and the agenda for the Quad leaders summit later in the year when Trump should come to India. So that would be another dimension of discussions during Rubio's visit. He will, of course, talk to India about reducing our purchase of Russian oil. Though right now they've given a 30-day waiver, but then in the long term, they want very much India to stop buying oil from Russia. So that would also be under discussions. And then, of course, the matter of, the Iran war, and of course, the matter of the Russia-Ukraine war. These would also be topics.
All right, viewers, getting you big updates coming in. Republic has accessed the second autopsy order, copy the Tisha Sharma case, second autopsy ordered by Jabalpur High Court. Order states Professor Dinesh Rao from AIIMS Jammu will be heading the team that will be doing the second autopsy. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV, and huge updates. We will try to, of course, go ahead to our colleague in a short while from now to understand why this is important, because the family had asked for a second autopsy, and we also know the videography of the post-mortem shall also be done for transparency. Huge updates coming in here on Republic TV. I want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us right now, Shivam. Shivam, coming across to you. We have the entire order there, so please read out for us what that order copy says. It says very clearly the report must be submitted in a sealed envelope to the investigating agency. Videography of the post-mortem is also ordered for transparency. We have the entire copy order. What are the main points here? This is huge coming in.
Yeah, Shivangi, we have the order copy, and I would request my cameraman to zoom into the order copy so that we can clearly establish that this is first on Republic exclusive, because we are the one who have been tracking this story from day one. And repeatedly, the father of the deceased, that is Mr. Navnidhi Sharma, had been demanding that a second autopsy should be done because there was lack of trust. There was a clear trust deficit in this entire case, and they were demanding from day one that first, there should be a CBI probe, and second, there should be a second autopsy that should happen in this case. Now, Shivangi, you very well understand the entire matter, where the main belt that was used in the crime was not submitted by the investigative officer initially when the probe began, when the first post-mortem took place, and also the body was decomposing, and the family was continuously demanding that a second post-mortem should happen. And just yesterday, this was ordered, which was a big Republic impact impact and a big victory for the family, also a step towards becoming victorious in the entire matter. Now, I would like to read the order copy, and it clearly states that Shri Navnidhi Sharma, the father of the deceased, is present in person before this court, and the writ petition has been filed by him. And also, I would like to go on to the sections. It mentions 82, 85, 35 of the BNS Section 2023, Section 3 and 4 of Dowry Prohibition Act to immediately direct the respondents number 1 and to 4 to secure and preserve the mortal remains of the deceased, that is Srimati Trisha Sharma in this case, which is lying at the mortuary in AIIMS Bhopal, and restrain them from releasing the body for cremation, burial or otherwise disposing of it. Because you know, Shivangi, how they were trying to release the body so that they can do the cremation. The family was denying that we don't want to do the cremation in this case. We want a second autopsy in this case. And now the order further states that, and also directs the respondents for conducting a second post-mortem examination of the body of the deceased by a duly constituted board by director of the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, that is from AIIMS in New Delhi or AIIMS Jammu, by a team headed by Dr. Dinesh Rao. Who is Dinesh Rao? Mr. Dinesh Rao, Dr. Dinesh Rao is working as a professor, and he is an HOD in the forensic medicine AIIMS Jammu, either at AIIMS Delhi or at AIIMS Jammu. All right, we are getting live visuals outside from the house of Giribala, Shivangi.
Right, getting you live pictures coming in. These are pictures coming in right from outside Giribala, the mother-in-law's residence. And this, by the way, and I want to highlight, this is the matrimonial home of Trisha, of late Trisha. It looks like, well, we'll try to go across to our reporters as well. It looks like there's some movement there. There's some movement there, and couple of people are moving. There could be lawyers who are moving, because we just saw a short while back that lawyers had entered the residence of Giribala, and it looks like they are moving out from that residence. Once we go across to our reporters who are on the ground, we'll understand what is happening there. But there's a movement there, and they are moving out. We're trying to get a reaction. We're trying to get a reaction from them as well. Let's see if they give a reaction before moving out. These are pictures coming in live from Giribala's home. It looks like a couple of lawyers who had entered are leaving. We're trying to get a reaction from them. And once we get, okay, it looks like they're trying to get a reaction, but let's see what's happening on the ground. All right. So, okay. So that movement has just happened. The vehicle, which is usually parked inside Giribala's home, has now just left the residence of Giribala. A short while back, a couple of lawyers had entered Giribala's residence. All right. So it looks like there's a movement there. A couple of family members have just left towards the court, from what we understand so far. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV, live pictures. We'll continue getting our viewers all these updates. Siddharth Singh, Samar's brother, is moving out of the residence, just moving outside the residence, perhaps with the lawyers who had just entered a short while back. And we were trying to get a reaction, the press there, trying to get a reaction before they moved out. So some movement there from Giribala's home. This is the matrimonial home of the late Trisha. Samad Singh, remember, was taken into custody in Jabalpur after 10 days of evading arrest, following a court's rejection of his surrender attempt there. The CBI has stepped in. The Madhya Pradesh government has transferred the investigation into Tisha Sharma's death to the CBI, and a fresh autopsy has been ordered. We showed you those that order copy of the autopsy. Let's go to Shivam, who's joining us. Shivam, we know that Samarth will be produced in a Bhopal court today. It looks like Siddharth Singh, who is Samarth's brother, is moving out of the residence. Those pictures came in. Yes, Shivam.
Yeah, there are developments happening live as we speak right now, and the visuals are on the screen. Latest, this is from the Giribala home that you can see outside Giribala home, and these are the live visuals coming in from that location. Live visuals because
as we say, justice. This is Samarth Singh's brother who just left on the screen as we showed you the latest visuals in this case. And there were many lawyers who were entering the home. And when we tried to confront, there was no response. There was no clear response over the bail, over the entire legal proceedings which were happening right now. And they were trying to duck the question, dodge the questions. And because they clearly understand, everybody clearly understands, because this is a huge Republic impact in this case. We were questioning from day one. We were posing the right questions from day one, and they were dodging the question right from Giribala to the lawyers who were present, and now very shortly he will be presented.
गिरीबाला की गिरफ्तारी के लिए किस चीज के लिए सर नोटिस की जानकारी दीजिए बयान दर्ज करने के लिए
अंग्रेजी में है वो
सर आपको पता है प्लीज आप बताइए सर एटलीस्ट
वो अंग्रेजी में है वो बयान दर्ज कराने
सर क्या बयान दर्ज करने के लिए गिरफ्तारी किस चीज का नोटिस है
वहाँ पर पहुँचना है
सर नोटिस है वारंट पे क्या है अंदर है गिरीबाला जी अंदर है
मैडम है क्या खोलना थोड़ा
सर किस चीज का नोटिस है प्लीज सर सर एक बयान
मेरे अधिकारी बता देंगे
आप सर यहाँ नोटिस सर्व करने आए हैं सर प्लीज एक बयान
ठीक है
देखिए अभी जो तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं
सर कैमरे में नहीं एक मिनट सर अरे इनका नाम भूल गया यार मैं नाम भी तो देना
तो ये तस्वीर इस वक्त आप देख रहे हैं गिरीबाला के घर के अंदर दो पुलिस अधिकारी पहुंचे हुए हैं हाईकोर्ट का नोटिस है नाम वो पालक कुछ नोटिस सर्व करने के लिए आए हैं हाईकोर्ट का नोटिस संदर्भ में था इसकी उन्होंने जानकारी
उसका नाम रह गया यार
All right, first Republic TV pictures coming in on Republic. We just told you a short while back, the brother of Samarth has just left the residence, moved out of the residence. All right, let's go ahead to my colleague who will be joining us, Pranav, joining us live from the Geo Convention Center, where we see it's a huge festival of technology. We see the brightest minds when it comes to policy, technology, and a lot more present there. The biggest speakers, the biggest thought leaders. Pranav, what is happening today? Pranav joining us live from Mumbai.
Well, yes, absolutely. It's a supercharged atmosphere here. Yesterday was, in fact, a day filled with conversations talking about technology, AI, and futuristic missions. In fact, Devendra Fadnavis, Maharashtra Chief Minister, spoke to Republic Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami yesterday, where he spoke about the plans to develop smart cities, about the $1 trillion investment destination, Maharashtra becoming the big hub for technology investment and AI. We also had MOS Jitendra Singh, who spoke to us about what are India's plans in terms of space technology and space station and space development. So a lot of conversations, a lot of meaningful conversations took place yesterday. And today as well, it's going to be a supercharged day. In fact, we have Republic Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami, who will be delivering a keynote address at 11 a.m. So our viewers must stay tuned to that, because it is going to be an insightful one, talking about journalism in times of AI, in times of technology, where it is digital news that is driving the news delivery platform. We will be looking at that at 11 o'clock today. Post that, we will be having a conversation with Sridhar Vembu, the Indian entrepreneur who chose, Bengaluru, or a small village in India, over Silicon Valley. He will be talking to us about technology development. He will be talking to us about the plans to develop India as the tech hub, while choosing India as the destination over global, the Silicon Valley. So yes, a lot of conversations, lot of exciting dialogue that is slated to take place today at BKC here at Imagine Next.
Well, thank you, Pranav, for getting us all those details. It's a big event. Pranav is taking us through what to expect today. The biggest leaders and the brightest minds will be speaking at that festival of technology. Thank you for getting us all those details, Pranav. And taking a short break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. We'll continue to be live and breaking this Saturday.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Tisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Tisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Tisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Tisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Tisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judges...
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं.
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा. रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा प्योर मसाला.
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati,
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
Character, the taste of success.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Tisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Tisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Tisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Tisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Tisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Trisha Sharma's husband Samart Singh, who was absconding for 10 days, arrested by Bhopal police. Accused Samart Singh suspended from practice as advocate by Bar Council of India. Nashik police files 1500-page charge sheet in TCS harassment and conversion case. CBI arrests third mastermind Manisha Havaldar in connection with NEET exam paper leak.
US Secretary of State Marco Rubio in Kolkata, after which he will head to Delhi for Quad meeting. Energy, security, trade and defense talks on focus. Tulsi Gabbard steps down as Director of National Intelligence, cites husband's bone cancer diagnosis as the reason. And this is the third fuel price hike in 10 days. Petrol up by 87 paise, diesel up by 91 paise. All right, viewers, let's begin with the first top story. Now, after landing in Kolkata earlier today, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio is en route to Delhi. Now, Rubio will land in Delhi shortly and is set to meet with Prime Minister Narendra Modi at around 2 p.m. Now, this 4-day high-stakes visit of Rubio is being watched closely by the global diplomatic circles. Now, he is going to land in Delhi, and he will be in India till May 26, and during his visit, he will be attending the Quad Foreign Ministers meeting. Now, in these 4 days, he will be traveling to various cities, which includes Agra and Jaipur. He was in Kolkata and he's en route to New Delhi. He will be in Agra and Jaipur, and he's here for 4 days. We'll also get you the latest updates in this entire story, because this is big when it comes to the India-US relations. It's a reset of the ties between India and US, because this was very important, and also America continues to be in a conflict with Iran and the Strait of Hormuz being choked in this entire case, and they want to reach out to other countries in this case. And now this important visit of Marco Rubio, a top focus story of today, historic visit, his first visit after a very long time for Secretary of State of United States of America. Now, energy will be in agenda and other trade will be in agenda, and this will be tracked. We are tracking minute-to-minute updates, and we'll be shortly joined by a guest also, and we'll move on to our guests for an interaction on this story and for analysis on what's unfolding. But we are closely tracking all the developments in this entire case. A big day for US-India relations. All right, now I would like to welcome Mr. Rabindra Sachdev, Foreign Affairs expert, for a comment on this entire issue. Thanks a lot, Rabindra, for joining. And what will be your take? And if you can put this into perspective, what is India going to benefit by the visit of Marco Rubio?
I think in the big picture, the first thing Rubio's visit should accomplish is that it should set a forward-looking positive outlook in US-India relations after the tumultuous, chaotic last 1 year. The last 1 year of US-India relations was perhaps the lowest ebb in terms of rhetoric between the two. There have been differences in the past, but never so much as such a intensity as was in the last 1 year. So the top agenda of the Rubio visit, and we would want, is that US and India get back on track towards, discussions on various topics, and do not lob, googlies at each other.
All right, Mr. Sachdev, let's talk about the energy crisis that India is facing, and not just India, the many countries across the globe. It's happening across the globe, and especially we are better placed, but also if you look at the fuel price hike which are happening. However, there was a question that was given by the government. How long do you think situation is going to improve when it comes to the conflict, and how long do you think India and other countries can keep moving forward, and by very fact that the energy crisis continues, Mr. Sachdeva?
Unfortunately, I think, I may be very wrong, but I think the energy crisis is here to stay, and it would get even worse in the coming 3 months, because, the past supplies which were there, or the oil at sea which was there, all of it has been exhausted. The strategic reserves of various countries, 400 million barrels they were to release, substantially 250 million has already been released, right? So now the world is really reaching the bottom of the barrel in terms of where we are. So whenever new oil starts flowing once the conflict ends, that will itself take another 3 months for markets or for our daily lives to come back to normal. So probably 6 months to 9. But with respect to Rubio visit, there's a very interesting energy angle which I see here. He has said India can buy as much energy as it wants from the United States. Of course we can, open market. But I think what he will be pushing for is now sale of Venezuelan oil to India. Venezuela produces about 1 million barrels a day, right? He could very well say to India, you know what, buy 500,000 barrels a day from Venezuela. India imports about 5 million barrels a day total. So out of that 10%, 500,000 barrels you buy from Venezuela at a discount, assured contract for the next 3 years. Okay? That he is offering India some energy security. But the interesting twist in this is that the Venezuelan oil is being sold by the American government. So the money for the oil would go to the government of America or their treasury, and from that account, a portion of it would be given to Venezuela. So the American government directly profits from any sales of Venezuelan oil.
So the entire plan, Mr. Sachdeva, Rabindra, the entire plan was about profit making when it comes to the American attack on Venezuela. And if you talk about that also, is it feasible that they can sell Venezuelan oil and they can compensate for the loss that we are not getting the oil from the Middle Eastern region? Can that be can they compensate?
Yeah, it can be. It depends upon the discount. The main thing is that how the distance Venezuela is farther than the Middle East or than Russia, from where we get the heavy sour crude that we process, our private sector, basically Reliance, and then public sector, Indian Oil and HP. Right. So if the discount is such that it covers up for the freight addition, I mean, per barrel from Venezuela to India, the freight is around $3 to $4 a barrel. So if the discount on the oil is, let's say, $6 or $7, then, fine, it is as competitive as any other oil that we buy in the market. So the numbers could work out. And secondly, by the way, in this Rubio, I think, playbook, given the Quad, and there was a talk that Delcy Rodriguez would be in town, right? She's not coming, apparently. But what they're looking is also to offer energy security to the Quad. When he meets with the Quad foreign ministers, he can tell each of them, Australia and Japan, and of course India, fourth is America. So he could tell Australia and Japan also, and India, all three, okay? You each buy 300,000 barrels a day of confirmed secure oil for the next 3 years, a contract. So 300,000 barrels, Japan gets assured, Australia gets assured, India gets assured. Yeah. And that is about how much Venezuela is producing right now.
Okay.
As it increases its production capacity, it could be selling to others also. But right now it can produce no more than 1 to 1.2 million barrels a day. Okay. So here, Rubio would have locked in sales contracts for the Venezuelan oil, provided a pretext or a reason, and said that, yeah, Quad countries, look here, this is a concrete thing that America brings to the Quad. We are helping your energy security.
That's why there is also a trust deficit when it comes to America in terms of their future plans in Iran also, whether they are just after the Iranian oil. So stay with us. We have another big development. I would need a comment on that also from you. Now, US green card applicants will now have to return to home countries to apply. The DHS says this, and foreigners seeking to adjust their immigration status in the United States to secure green cards will have to do so from outside the country via the State Department, the US Citizenship and Immigration Services, USCIS, said on Friday. Now, the green card process had been unchanged for more than 60 years, marking the latest significant move by the Trump administration on immigration policy. And it goes on to say that an alien who is in the US temporarily and wants a green card must return to their home country to apply, said the US Department of Homeland Security, DHS, and they call the outsiders as aliens, now which has oversight of USCIS. Non-immigrants like students, temporary workers, or people on tourist visas come to the US for a short time and for a specific purpose, and our system is designed for them to leave when their visit is over. Their visit should not function as the first step in the green card process following the law allows the majority of these cases to be handled by the State Department at US consular offices abroad and frees up limited USCIS resources to focus on processing other cases that fall under its purview. And this is Sridhar Wembu's reaction on this. He says the self-respect should dictate your course in this case, and let's make Bharat proud in this case. So it's about the green card, and Sridhar Wembu has clearly made an appeal to Indians on a visa. Please come home. All right, let's go to Robinda on this for a reaction on what's happening exactly. Robinda, when it comes to the immigration and the policies of America, whether it be H-1B visa or the green card, do you think the American government is on the right track or not?
Well, if you ask Trump and MAGA, they would say they are absolutely on the right track. If you ask if you ask, especially the tech industry, especially the people who believe in innovation and growth, they will say, no, this is the wrong track because it is about having the right talent. America is what America is because it has been a magnet for talent. So if your policies are demagnetic, then of course you will not be getting the talent. And if you're not getting the talent, then the innovation engine, entrepreneurial engine, the capitalist engine.
But Mr. Robinda, whether it be the American technology, whether it be NASA or the top tech companies across the globe, it is Indians who are leading. It is Indians who are working, and that's why it's called brain drain, and that's the Indian brain functioning abroad. And the appeal by Sridhar Wembu also, and other the people who know the Indian economy, the Indian industry, don't you think this crisis could be turned into an opportunity by calling for all the brain that has gone outside to come back to India, and let's develop India? I think it's being too optimistic, but what else can we do? In the case of crisis, there is an opportune time to develop our country, our economy, and our tech to a level so that we can compete with the top global leaders.
No, absolutely, that is there. Talent, our brain drain, which has gone there, should now become a brain gain. It is said there's a strong argument for it, and it should happen. But at the same time, let us not forget the fact that it's very often many of the talent who have gone abroad, let's say in the US and all, done well in the Silicon Valley, they are the ones who initiated the IT revolution back in India between Silicon Valley and Bangalore, right? Bangalore as an IT center grew only because it was the initial Indian-American IT entrepreneurs in the Silicon Valley and in the US who set up back shops here. Those were the days of call centers and Y2K crisis and such, and BPOs. And once that bridge started working, that's when American mainstream companies got accustomed to the fact that work can be done.
Robinda, I agree with you to the points that you're making.
To that also.
It's a combined effort, it's a collective effort, and especially if you look at the previous governments also, all of the governments were strict when it comes to the immigration policy, but they were open to the talent that was coming there. Now, when all the talent has built the American economy, have built the Silicon Valley and everything, don't you think it sounds like use and throw, that it's all done now, done and dusted, and let's, because we have the technology, we are now an advanced nation, why do we need the people from other countries? Now they have become alien for them. If you go with the wordings that have been mentioned, it sorts of feels nationalistic to the American people. But what about the people who are working for American economy, their country, their citizens, and now you're asking them to move out from the country and then apply for a green card from your country? So it's sort of an insult. Self-respect should come first. At least now. He has called hellhole, India a hellhole. The kind of remarks, even though he praises the government or Prime Minister Modi, but what about the remarks for Indians?
No, definitely so. I mean, in America, white nationalism is on the rise. Christian nationalism is on the rise. Anti-immigrant sentiments and behavior is on the rise, unfortunately, in America. That all is there. That said, you had several points, but I want to specifically talk about this green card going back to India issue. See, when you apply for a green card, you're typically on an H1. I've been on an H1, so I've been on multiple H1s and my own visas, etc. Right? So I know the process, or I've been free, or in my. So you're typically on an H1 with a company. for 3 to 6 years. So around the 4th year, you apply for the green card. And your green card is linked to the company in which you are working. Okay. And then by the 6th year, when your H1 period is over, your green card has not come, then you come into a limbo state. You're waiting for the green card, but you're legally allowed to continue working.
Okay.
What this policy is saying is that you have to go to your home country in order to apply. So as of now, I would interpret what this means is that you would
Rabinder, in simple words, you please continue. Just a small interjection. Don't you think go back to your country and apply means just go back to your country? Is that?
No, in the legal sense, okay. If it was said politically,
no, whatever sense,
right.
but they are clearly saying that go back to your country first, Rabinder. Isn't it that the case?
No, sir. Couple of things. If it is said by a political rhetoric, that is right. But if it's written into law, what it means is that you will go to your country and you will apply from there at the US Embassy in 1 week, 10 days time, and then you will come back and you will continue your work on H1 visa. It is just like H1 visa to be renewed. Okay, H1 used to be for 3 years, is for 3 years. When your H1 has to renew for the next 3 years, you are required to go out of America, apply from an embassy or a consulate outside America. So typically what people would do, they would go from the US to Canada and then enter from the Canadian border, fulfilling that requirement. When Trump came, what they've also done now is that for H1 renewal, you have to go back to your home country and then re-enter. That is, you cannot now go to Mexico for a weekend or 3-4 days and then coming back, it has been stamped and your H1 is renewed.
Yeah.
Now it is that you have to go back to your own country to get your H1 re-stamped. So similarly,
definitely.
I think as of now, from what I understand, green card
Mr. Rabinder, bit short of time, but as always, as usual, thanks a lot for your expert analysis on what's unfolding on the global platform. Thanks a lot, Rabinder Sachdev. So thanks a lot. All right, viewers, now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up after the break. Coming up, Tisha Sharma's husband, Samarth Singh, who was absconding for 10 days, has been arrested by Bhopal police and is set to be produced in court today. We'll bring you latest updates after the break.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, And if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders,
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
in fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Trisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Tisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Tisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Tisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Tisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son Samarth Singh escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted? The police station is right behind the ex-judge's Giribala's house. Why was no call made? Why did it take 5 days to file an FIR in the case? Who stalled it? Why was the victim's family attacked in court if there's nothing to hide? And did a very senior police officer go to AIIMS that night to try and fudge the post-mortem report? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking these questions. Now I ask you, am I right or wrong in asking these questions? And if I don't, who will? Will the government of Madhya Pradesh raise these questions? The Chief Minister doesn't have 30 seconds to meet the victim's family. Will the higher courts of the country raise these questions? So far, I have not seen this case being picked up by the appellate courts, though we are screaming and shouting about it. So I say tonight, what happens when other institutions fail? And if we do a media trial, should we be celebrated and supported for doing so? Was Aravali a media trial? Yes, it was. It was. Thank God for that. Thank God for that media trial which stopped the Aravalis from being destroyed. Was the Pune Porsche case a media trial where innocents were killed by a rich brat and the whole system colluded to give the rich brat a free run? Was it a media trial? I confess it was. Thank God for it. Thank God for that media trial. Was RG Kaur a media trial? When the government of Mamata Banerjee and the whole system came together to destroy the evidence? Was it? If it was a media trial, I and the entire Republic Bangla team are proud for it. Thank God for that. Thank God for such media trials in our country. Thank God for the media trial in the Jessica Lal murder case. Thank God for the media trial in the Nirbhaya case. Thank God for the media trial in the Sheena Bora murder case. Thank God for the media trial in the Disha Salian murder case. Thank God for the media trial in the Pune Porsche case. Thank God for the media trial in the Sandesh Khali case where Mamata Banerjee stood there and the media made a hue and cry about Sandesh Khali, the mass gang rape of Hindu women before the politicians stepped in. If it was not for a media trial, there would be no expose of Sandesh Khali. And you know what? Thank God for the media trial and the media debate and the media investigation that forced the judge to resign in the cash burning scam, where in the house of a judge in the heart of Lutyens, cash was burning. It made people uncomfortable, the judiciary uncomfortable. Thank God for that media trial. And thank God for the media trial in Aravali, which forced the Supreme Court to retrace the steps of an order which, if implemented, would have been disastrous for society and ecology. Thank God for that media trial. And I say thank God for the ongoing media trial in the Tisha Sharma case. And I'm ready to challenge anyone.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and our top focus stories today is Marco Rubio's India visit. He landed in Kolkata and he has left for New Delhi. He'll be meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi. That will be our top focus story. And also, we are closely monitoring the Trisha's death mystery case, where Samarth will be presented before the court. We'll also get you the minute-to-minute updates of that story too. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Tisha Sharma's husband Samarth Singh, who was absconding for 10 days, arrested by Bhopal police and will be presented before court shortly. Accused Samarth Singh suspended from practice as an advocate by Bar Council of India. Nashik police files 1500-page charge sheet in TCS harassment and conversion case. CBI arrests third mastermind Manisha Havaldar in connection with NEET exam paper leak. The accused was behind leaking physics paper. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio landed in Kolkata today and he has left for Delhi for court meeting. Energy, security, trade and defense talks in focus. Tulsi Gabbard steps down as Director of National Intelligence, cites husband's bone cancer diagnosis as the reason. And this is the third fuel price hike in just 10 days. Petrol up by 87 paise, diesel up by 91 paise. All right, viewers, this is a big breaking news development, and this is Republic. We confronted Samarth's lawyer in this case. We asked the tough question to him, and we asked the question. The Samarth's lawyer's reaction came that I forced him to surrender. This is coming from the lawyer because the question by Republic was that if the High Court has said that surrender before the trial court in Bhopal or the investigating officer, why did Samarth surrender before the court in Jabalpur? And this is the reaction that we are getting. He said, I forced him to surrender. This is Samarth's lawyer, confident of the fact that he's leading this case, and he's saying, I was the one who told him to surrender, exhausting all legal remedies, because it's getting tough, because Republic is following the case from day one. And we confronted Giribala and she had no answer. And this is the answer from Samarth's lawyer in this case. Pretty agitated as usual, as it might be, as expected. Now they're saying that exhausting all legal remedies. They're looking at all legal remedies in this this case because it's getting tougher to save Samarth in this entire case. He was on the run for a very long time and he came to the court to surrender with his face covered with a mask, head covered, and he was wearing black shades. Let's go to the confrontation once again.
जब बोला गया सर कि ट्रायल कोर्ट जाना है या आयोग के सामने करना है, तो आप किस रीजन से जबलपुर गए? क्या लीगल रेमेडी आप एग्जॉस्ट करने गए थे?
आप लोग डिसाइड कर लेंगे तो फिर
आप क्या मुझे लीगल रेमेडी बताइए, आप क्या लीगल रेमेडी एग्जॉस्ट करने गए थे?
मैं तो ये जानना चाहता हूँ सर, अरेस्ट है या गिरफ्तार? पूरे सिनेरियो में ये जानना चाहता हूँ कि अरेस्ट माना जाएगा। अच्छा आप एक बात बताइए, अरेस्ट और गिरफ्तार में क्या फर्क है?
हिरासत में है या अरेस्ट में?
आप समझ लीजिए, समर्पण किया है या अरेस्ट में है?
आप जबलपुर में कौन सी लीगल रेमेडी एग्जॉस्ट कर रहे थे? आप जबलपुर क्यों गए? व्हाट लीगल रेमेडी वर यू एग्जॉस्टिंग देयर?
मीडिया में चला रहे हैं, हमने नीचे बेल मूव करी, वो रिजेक्ट हुई, हाई कोर्ट में आए। भाई मैं मेरी लीगल रेमेडी एग्जॉस्ट करूंगा।
सर जबलपुर में कौन सी लीगल रेमेडी आप एग्जॉस्ट कर रहे हैं?
इस पूरे घटनाक्रम को लेकर यार हम आपके सामने आए हैं।
नहीं अभी तो आप आए ना, आप 12 दिन के बाद।
आप मेरे को एक बात बताइए। नहीं आप
देयर वाज अ जज इन दिल्ली वो आल्सो कमिटेड सुसाइड। जज था उस पर तो आप सवाल नहीं पूछ रहे, क्यों नहीं पूछा?
सर वो केस अलग है, ये इसकी बात करिए।
एक सीटिंग जज
अभी
दिल्ली में एक सीटिंग
जज ने कर लिया, वहाँ दिल्ली में सवाल पूछे गए। आप दिल्ली में थे क्या? सवाल पूछे गए? कौन कह रहा है कि सवाल नहीं पूछे गए? कौन कह रहा है?
आप हमें सिर्फ एक लीगल
कह रहा है कि दिल्ली में सवाल?
आप कौन सी लीगल रेमेडी एग्जॉस्ट कर रहे थे जबलपुर में?
देखिए दिल्ली में भी सवाल पूछे, हमने वही कहा
सब सवाल पूछे गए। आप कैसे डिसाइड करेंगे सवाल नहीं पूछे गए?
दिल्ली में भी पूछे गए, और लेकिन आपने या सोसाइटी राइट, ये कौन प्रूव करेगा? आप प्रूव करेंगे, मैं प्रूव करूंगा?
नहीं तो आप हमें लीगल रेमेडी तो बताएंगे ना सर। आप हमें लीगल रेमेडी
जानना चाहता हूँ। एक आपने बड़ा सवाल खड़ा कर दिया है।
देखो इफ यू आर क्लेमिंग यू आर अ लॉयर,
ये क्लियर कर।
When he was asked to appear before the trial court or Ayog, why what legal remedy to exhaust? Legal remedy was he produced before the Jabalpur court? What were they doing? आप एक
जो है सरेंडर है या फिर
एक सवाल पूछा मैंने, उसका जवाब नहीं दे पा रहे आप।
सवालों से बचते हुए सीधे तौर पर केवल और केवल
बात को घुमा रहे हैं, जवाब नहीं दे पा रहे आप।
Confrontation with Samarth's lawyer, clearly no clear answer. And now Republic also speaks to Katara Hills Police Station SHO, and we spoke to him, and SHO Sunil Dubey brought Samarth to Bhopal, and this is the case. And this is Sunil Dubey, who outlined the further course of action, stating that Samarth would be produced in court today itself. Cop who travelled with Samarth to Bhopal. And Republic speaks exclusively to Katara Hills Police Station SHO. And it was Sunil who had personally brought Samarth from Jabalpur to Bhopal in his own vehicle. And when we asked whether Samarth was guilty, the station house officer offered no comment on this. But this is exclusive. Cop who travelled with Samarth to Bhopal. Let's listen into this exclusive conversation.
कटारा हिल्स थाना प्रभारी सुनील जी हमारे साथ हैं। सुनील जी से एक्सक्लूसिव बातचीत मैं करूंगा। सुनील जी, कितने बजे रवाना हुए जबलपुर से? यहाँ पर कितने बजे समर्थ को लेकर आए, आरोपी समर्थ को?
आरोपी को मध्यरात्रि लाए थे, लगभग 2 बजे के लगभग, और उसका मेडिकल करा के और गिरफ्तारी ली गई है। आज उसको पुलिस रिमांड पे लेंगे पूछताछ करने के लिए।
अच्छा, आज क्या फिर से उसका मेडिकल कराएंगे कोर्ट में पेश करने से पहले?
हाँ, ये प्रोसेस है, प्रोटोकॉल है कि जब भी न्यायालय पेश करते हैं तो उसके पूर्व और जहाँ लाते हैं तो उस समय उसकी मेडिकल कराया जाना चाहिए। तो मेडिकल कराएंगे।
हो पाया सर एम्स में या जेपी में, कहाँ कराएंगे मेडिकल?
सर अब ये विवेचक जैसा डिसाइड करेंगे वैसा होगा।
अच्छा, इस दौरान बातचीत में अब तक की पूछताछ में कुछ समर्थ ने कबूला?
देखो अभी तो उसको लेके आए हैं, रात्रि का समय था, अब प्रॉपर जो है एसीपी साहब उससे इंटरोगेट करेंगे।
लेकिन 6 घंटे का सफर आप ही की गाड़ी में वो आया, कुछ उसे गिल्टी है? उसकी आंखों से या बॉडी लैंग्वेज से लग रहा है कि उसे पछतावा है।
अब सर ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन ऑफिसर ही बता पाएंगे।
All right, so this is SHO Sunil Dubey, who brought Samarth to Bhopal, and very shortly he'll be presented before the court, and possibly they'll get a remand of him. And this is exclusive conversation. Republic spoke exclusively to the cop who travelled with Samarth to Bhopal. right, viewers, now the tragic death case of 33-year-old Trisha Sharma sent shockwaves across the nation. While powerful influences initially threatened to dilute the investigation, the relentless, uncompromising journalism of Republic Media Network brought the traction this case needed. Now, Trisha's husband, Samarth, who had been absconding for nearly 10 days, came out, surrendered. He was arrested in Jabalpur court and is now in custody of the police. Very shortly, he will be appearing before the court. Now, this is a big win for Trisha's family, and now Trisha is closer to getting justice. Take a listen to what the family had to say.
I want to go, and Abhishek and Niranjan also want to go today and speak to Major Harshit, who's been at the very forefront of fighting for his sister. Major Harshit, every time I speak with you, my respect goes up a little because we know what you've been through. We can see every time, whether you're in the court or whether you're trying to go to the police, that your one thing is, and you said this yesterday to Arnab, say what you want, we'll get back. I want to know today what you are feeling after the Honorable Madhya Pradesh High Court has given out the orders it has.
Ma'am, I feel we are heading in the right direction. I want to call it a win, but it is not. It is only the direction that we have gotten. The win is ahead of us. When we get justice for Trisha, that is when we are winning.
Major Harshit, you know, we've been speaking to many lawyers. In fact, you're getting support from across the country. A lot of people are calling in. Okay, Samarth has been arrested. Giribala is not arrested yet. And Giribala has had enough time. Let's put Harshit on screen, please. Okay, the video just froze. Okay, he's back. He's back. Right now. Yes, go ahead. I think your video froze, so we lost you there. Continue, please. Sorry.
Sir, it is only some positive motivation that we have gotten today. And we have gotten a direction to which we have to move forward. So yeah, it is a small victory.
And you know, that's like a brother. That's like spoken like a brother, because I can understand where you're coming from. This is not a victory. This is not about a media trial. This is about understanding why Trisha died. This is about understanding that dowry deaths do happen. And I understand the law. I understand where Shawnee would come from when he says, no, there are a lot of fake matrimonial 498 divorce cases filed. I've seen through that. We've all been through and we've seen that. But when this kind of a reality hits us, Major Harshit, what more and how do you want this to proceed in the next few days? Because this matter is coming up in Monday before the High Court.
Preferably at an accelerated pace. We have all seen cases like these who go up to the court and it's a long battle, 5 years, 10 years, no judgment being passed. I would want, considering the amount of efforts that everybody, including your network, are putting through, at least once we prove a point that when everyone comes together, justice prevails and it is delivered at an accelerated pace. I'm all for media trial because you've been our eyes and ears. I've always maintained it is like a system which gives different result when it is being watched and when it is not. And you are our eyes and our ears, and I thank you for that.
Major Harshit, you know, you're sounding a little relieved than what you were at the beginning of this week. You held that news conference when you were extremely upset after Giribala held the news conference. I want to go back to one of the turning points in this case, Harshit, Major Harshit. That was your conversation with Giribala, which was recorded, that audio tape. All of Tuesday we played that audio tape, and that has been the turning point in the case because many people could not believe what they heard in that tape. And when I look at that tape, it shows that you haven't just been fighting from the 12th of May, the night your sister died under mysterious circumstances. / was killed. It shows you've been fighting from the beginning of her marriage with Samarth. Am I correct?
It was never about fighting against the marriage. It was about the ill treatment that she was going through. I will never take it. Not just for my sister, but for any woman. I have a wife myself. And I would never take any disrespect for the woman that I love. For the women who have cared for us. And it was very disheartening to see another woman making those statements. And I have not fought well. Sadly, I am the younger one. And Trisha is very adamant on her decisions. She is an emotional person. The fact that she had chosen Samarth is the only reason why even on that day, I do not know what Samarth had told Trisha, but when they came back, she told me ki nahi, just say sorry to Amma. And when I look back, that is the worst mistake that I've ever made. I said sorry to this woman and I touched her feet. And I will never forgive myself for that.
When was that? When did this happen?
This was on the same day. The same time that this was happening. The fact that my sister took, because we were there to help her out. We were there to fight it out for her. At that point, the question was whether to save her home or not. And she chose to give this man another chance and to save her home. The home that she had chosen for herself.
Major, one comment that I noticed of Giribala Singh was that the family was not talking to them. She's putting the onus on the family, as in on Trisha's family, that they were not talking to her when this particular incident has happened. She's made that comment somewhere.
Sir, I have already maintained the last call that we had made was on the 13th, early hours of 13th. Till the time we were looking for some information from them, some facts. But the time we realized that there are no facts coming from here, only lies, it's the time we stopped calling them. Why would we choose to talk to people who have not spoken to us at the time of incident, who have maintained that they were in a rush, and it was very evident from the video that they were not. They have maintained that they were trying to help her out and trying to help us out. But there are evidences now that they were not. They were trying to cover things up. They were trying to cover the act that they have done, not trying to help anybody else but themselves. The nearest hospital was Mount Hospital to their home, not AIMS. I want to question the involvement of AIMS here. Why was AIMS Hospital chosen to take Trisha? What is the involvement of AIMS? Why did the PM report came the way that it was? And considering the High Court has also accepted it.
Also,
who has made this report and under whose jurisdiction? And who has influenced it?
You said the act they have done, Major Harshit. What act do you think have they done?
Ma'am, I am no one to comment on that.
Okay, fair
They
enough.
are the probable experts in every field that they can catch their hands to. They are medical experts. They are legal experts. Yet they make such horrendous decisions and such derogatory remarks. I am not going to stoop down to their level.
I also heard they had taken money, and at one time they demanded allegedly 10 lakh rupees, and then your father-in-law had given some money to them.
What?
I am not directly privy to this conversation, ma'am, but this happened during the wedding. And the time she called me up, Giribala Singh called me up asking for my mother to go see her as and when she was getting ready for the wedding. We had to stop the wedding proceedings that time just for the mother to go see Miss Giribala. And that is the time of incident when they were probably demanding. My father-in-law had gone with them.
So basically,
father-in-law.
So trouble started immediately, I mean, even as the wedding was on.
Yes, definitely. The fact, even then my parents had chosen not to tell me about this. I was told about this quite some time later. I only knew that my mother was coming out crying from there. And they were complaining about the proceedings. We had given our heart and soul for those proceedings. Everything that we had. Our time, our resources, everything. And they chose to call my mother and send her back crying during the proceedings.
During the wedding, not the proceedings. During the wedding.
Yes.
Also, there is a video that we have seen today, Rhythm, Major, we have seen a video today of Trisha just 4 or 5 hours before the incident, 6 hours before the incident.
We'll just play
she seems like absolutely a person wanting to live. She's a person who's being treated at a salon, right?
Salon. It's a salon.
Salon, yes. Yeah, and she's engaging in a very normal manner with the attendant. That seems like a person who's very normal. That's like a person who's wanting to live, not wanting to die.
Add to that, what the lawyers were today telling me, Major Harshit, we saw Samarth in the courtroom. We've not spoken yet about the conduct that was done in the courtroom in Madhya Pradesh, the district court. He was wearing a gamcha, he was wearing a cap, his eyes were covered.
He's wearing glasses.
Sunglasses. Was there a particular reason that you're suspecting this was also done? Because someone at the post-mortem also, when I was speaking to the forensic experts, were guiding us that there could have been had a scuffle, alleged, we don't know, but there could have been something. The reason that he was on the run could have been that possibly there was more evidence that was being scuttled, that they wanted to go away, that there should be no marks on anyone's body. This is what was presumably said. We are not verifying it. But Major Harshit, is this something that you also suspect?
We have the same questions ourselves. Why did he choose after 10 days, 10, 15 days that, he would come and surrender? We are raising the same questions. Why after 10 days? What are you trying to hide? The fact that he chose not just to cover his face but his neck too. The fact that he chose to hold on to that small cloth, because I was watching the video. All through the mob, he was holding on to this. Why?
All right, Republic has been following the story from day one, and it is a big Republic impact that the second post-mortem has been ordered, and also Samarth has been arrested and he will be presented before the court very shortly. Time for a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere because there's a lot more lined up. Just after the break, more details. Trisha Sharma's husband Samarth Singh, who was absconding for 10 days, arrested by Bhopal police and is set to be produced in court today. Coming up next.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Character, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still in a...
All right, viewers, welcome back. Now let's move on to another top story. Now, U.S. Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has sparked controversy after posting a video showing a jar of murky brown water, claiming it is the current state of drinking water in a Georgia community. Following the construction of a metadata center, she has formally called for both EPA and congressional investigations into the impact of large-scale data centers on local water supplies. Now, AOC emphasized that clean drinking water should not be taken for granted and warned about the environmental cost of massive tech infrastructure projects. Take a look at this report.
I wanted to ask you, while I have you here, if you've been receiving complaints or if you are aware of folks reaching out about data center construction impact on drinking water quality.
I am aware.
You're aware. And what are some of the things that you're seeing and hearing?
So one of, I think, the biggest concerns is related to water availability, which is why we recently relaunched the Water Reuse Action Plan 2.0 to focus on ensuring that whether it's data centers or
anything about water quality, though?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Are there any complaints? I mean, are you observing any negative impacts on data center construction on water quality for Americans?
I don't think anything like that's been raised to my attention.
Okay. I would like to do so. A few weeks ago, while Congress was in recess, I visited Morgan County, Georgia, where Meta is building a massive data center campus. They are clear-cutting forests and began heavy construction, including explosive blasting. And families in the area are starting to see not only their water pressure decrease, to your point about water availability, but their appliances are have all stopped working because it is decimating their water quality. They now rely on bottled water to drink and prepare meals, and nearby residents' water bills are expected to increase by 33%. In fact, I have a jar right here. This is the current drinking water in Morgan County, Georgia, right after a data center was constructed. The Meta data center was constructed. The only difference between the clean water and this was that data center. I have another one as well. So this wasn't just one well. These wasn't just one family's situation. This is what the drinking water now looks like next to that data center. And I think both of us can agree that neither one of these things are drinkable. These families now have to ship, in a rural area, have to ship water to their house in order to cook and bathe themselves. Now, I'm curious if the EPA plans any investigations on how data centers are affecting water quality and availability. I understand what you said about the rule, but are there going to be any open investigations on this issue?
So as soon as I get back to the office, I will be looking into exactly what you've just talked about, because anywhere, whatever type of construction it is a priority to ensure that water quality standards established by EPA are being met. And so we'll be looking into that certainly.
Thank you. I sincerely appreciate that because I think this is of utmost importance, and we're seeing this happening across the country. I'd also like to ask about the administration's push to build more data centers by fast-tracking construction. Because the administration's been issuing executive orders to fast-track data center construction when we know that water quality is encountering major issues. Are there any mandates for data centers to do water quality testing prior to construction?
Of like coming from a public water supply, drinking water supply sampling?
Wells, yeah.
I'm not aware of anything like that. However, it doesn't mean I'm just not aware of it. Might exist, but I'm not.
Of course. I think it's important that, you as an agency official, we have to make sure we're doing these investigations. And then us, on a congressional level, I'd like to note that I think it's of utmost importance that we also launch congressional investigations into this matter as well, so that we can partner with the EPA and ensure that the drinking water for this country continues to be safe and accessible for the American people. So thank you, Administrator.
Thank you.
All right, viewers, now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because there's a lot more lined up after the break. Coming up next, Trisha Sharma's husband Samar Singh, who was absconding for 10 days, was arrested by Bhopal police and is now set to be produced in court today. Coming up next.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरी राजा।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Trisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Tisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Tisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Tisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Tisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son, Samarth Singh, escape after bringing...
Whatever that is there that you wanted to clear before.
I wanted to clear that by any kind of promiscuous behavior after the marriage will not be done.
With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Tisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice?
This time the state government is moving the High Court, asking for it to be cancelled, finally seeing action.
Which means most likely she will be arrested.
Yes.
I'm proud of the media trial that is going to lead to the arrest of a judge.
She has dialed a district judge at 11:06 p.m. If this has been with the judiciary for all these days, how the hell did she get the anticipatory bail?
No, I will not have any more.
गायब क्यों?
चलो.
बड़े भाई आप ऐसे हाथ
Please note, madam.
Within hours of Trisha's death, as per the call detail records of this terrible person called Giribala Singh, some judge who thought she's a judge, so judges will get away. She made over 40 calls after the death of her daughter-in-law, many of them to judges. Why was she calling judges? She made 48 calls. 9 calls to a district judge in one day, 3 calls to Samarth. She also called her absconding son 3 times.
Court
court orders Samarth to withdraw his bail plea. That's the big breaking news that's now coming in. His counsel submits he will surrender before the concerned court in 5 days. Examined at that time, now finally after Republic's pressure, Samarth Singh is going to finally be surrendering. And the court has now got the biggest law officer in the country, Tushar Mehta, to take on this case and say, we oppose Giribala Singh's bail.
अब तक जो पीएम रिपोर्ट जिस भी फॉरेंसिक ने देखी थी एक्सपर्ट ने सबने उसको रिजेक्ट किया था. सो वी बिलीव कि अच्छे एक्सपर्ट्स हमको मिलेंगे एंड वी विल हमको चांस मिलेगा सच्चाई जानने का. आज उनको समझ में आ गया कि अब आगे चल नहीं पाएगा ऐसा काम, तो पहले उन्होंने अप्लाई किया और फिर डर के मारे फिर सरेंडर करना पड़ रहा है.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us on Republic TV on the live report this afternoon, 12 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to you with details of the Trisha case. We are unrelenting in our coverage. Until there's justice in the case, we will continue to point out every cover-up, every botch-up, every lapse there has been in the investigation so far. This afternoon on the show, we are getting you 10 different inconsistencies, 10 inconsistencies in the Trisha post-mortem. We've accessed some of the details. We have the detailed report and also the order of copy of the court while allowing a second autopsy, what the court had to say on Friday. Here are the headlines this afternoon.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Trisha's husband Samarth Singh will be presented in court in a short while from now, days after he went absconding. He surrendered in court Friday, will be produced in court today. Second autopsy to be conducted on Tisha Sharma's mortal remains. The family has won the battle for the second autopsy, but will the second autopsy now reveal the truth about how it was botched up? CBI takes over the Trisha case. They will conduct investigation from scratch. Nasik police files a 1,500-page charge sheet in the TCS harassment and the conversion case. CBI arrests the third mastermind, Manisha Havaldar, in connection with the NEET exam paper leak. The accused was behind leaking the physics paper. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio lands in Kolkata. He's en route to Delhi to meet the Prime Minister. On Friday, the court has allowed the second autopsy to be conducted on the mortal remains of Tisha Sharma, 33-year-old woman who was harassed, tortured. We don't know whether she committed suicide or whether she was killed or forced to the brink by her in-laws. But what we do have on the show this afternoon is the botch-up in the investigation, possible botch-up in the post-mortem report, in the autopsy that was conducted at AIIMS Bhopal. Now, I have some of the details accessed by Republic show that there were at least 10 inconsistencies. And we will put out all the 10 inconsistencies for our viewers. Let's also tell you, ladies and gentlemen, some details of what went wrong in this particular autopsy and why there was a need for the autopsy to be conducted again. The family has been claiming that in this particular case, even the hospital chosen, AIIMS Bhopal, was for a particular reason. That is what they believed. But starting from, we'll put the graphics out of what the inconsistencies are in this particular case, and we'll go across to our reporters Harsh and Shambhavi and Satyavijay joining us in the broadcast. Starting with incomplete details, numbers that did not add up, and missing details in the post-mortem report. Incomplete musculoskeletal examination, blunt force injuries were not properly dissected. There are 10 inconsistencies. Missing neck x-ray, no imaging despite ligature mark on the neck. Questionable viscera preservation. It was preserved despite no significant findings. There were inconsistent findings, more consistent with suffocation and strangulation and not hanging. Height discrepancy. The recorded 166 centimeters versus the actual 176 centimeters. Unexplained nail scrapings, no documented reason for DNA collection. Inadequate autopsy team. There was no female doctor included despite guidelines. This was pointed out in the court. And the suspect had absconded. Potential injuries and drug influence not investigated. The missing ligature material. It was absent for correlation with injuries. Now these are details that we have, which was the sole reason why the second autopsy was ordered. Let me go across to, we have Shambhavi joining us with the details. Shambhavi is joining us live. Shambhavi, these are extreme. We have also, what we have also accessed is a picture of where the crime scene itself, where they claimed rather that she hanged herself, right? Now, the details don't really add up when they look at the autopsy. We have the report that was submitted by forensic experts, which was also shown in court, which point out some of these inconsistencies.
Well, yes, when you look at the post-mortem report, and even for that, any document, starting from the FIR itself, even FIR had a lot of inconsistencies, starting from just a very small but significant detail, like the age of Trisha. Somewhere it's 31, somewhere it's 30, somewhere it's 33. They're still not clear about it. Then we come to the post-mortem report, the height. One of the major inconsistency in the post-mortem report is the height. The height, there's a difference of around 8 to 10 centimeter, which is mentioned in the post-mortem report. She's shown shorter for some reason. She's mentioned shorter for some reason in the post-mortem report. Also, what it claimed that she hung herself using a gymnastic rope. Now, when you look at the setting, actually, it's a little too inconvenient when we think about the height of the ceiling, and somebody who had a height of 6'5'8", for her to hang herself. And apart from that, another thing with the family shared with us is that something so small but again significant as the color of the undergarment of Trisha was also mentioned wrong in the post-mortem report, because it was checked and verified by Major Harshit, which is Tisha Sharma's brother's wife, Dr. Rashi. She herself checked the color of it, but in the post-mortem report, the color is mentioned differently. What could be the reason of things so inconsistent? What about the bruises and the blunt abrasions, the blunt wounds that Trisha had on her left side of the body, on the left forearm, on the left wrist, on the left hand, and beneath the scalp? What was the reason? Because it was anti-mortem injuries. What could be the reason of it? Because it does not make sense that a person hangs herself and their left wrist or the left arm, left forearm, scalp gets injured. So a lot of answers, a lot of questions that still needs to be answered, and we're hopeful that once the post-mortem, another post-mortem, second post-mortem by AIIMS Delhi is conducted, we will get a lot of answers. Back to you.
Yes, we have some inputs that are coming in from Bhopal and also Jabalpur. We've been tracking the case from multiple cities. Let's play that out.
कटारल थाना प्रभारी सुनील जी हमारे साथ हैं। सुनील जी से एक्सक्लूसिव बातचीत मैं करूंगा। सुनील जी, कितने बजे रवाना हुए जबलपुर से? यहाँ पर कितने बजे समर्थ को लेकर आए, आरोपी समर्थ को?
आरोपी को मध्यरात्रि लाए थे, लगभग 2 बजे के लगभग, और उसका मेडिकल करा के और गिरफ्तारी ली गई है। आज उसको पुलिस रिमांड पे लेंगे पूछताछ करने के लिए।
अच्छा, आज क्या फिर से उसका मेडिकल कराएंगे कोर्ट में पेश करने से पहले?
हाँ, ये प्रोसेस है, प्रोटोकॉल है कि जब भी न्यायालय पेश करते हैं तो उसके पूर्व और यहाँ लाते हैं तो उस समय उसकी मेडिकल कराया जाना चाहिए, तो मेडिकल कराएंगे।
उपाय सर एम्स में या जेपी में कहाँ कराएंगे मेडिकल?
सर अब ये विवेचक जैसा डिसाइड करेंगे वैसा होगा।
अच्छा, इस दौरान बातचीत में अब तक की पूछताछ में कुछ समर्थ ने कबूला?
देखो अभी तो उसको लेके आए हैं, रात्रि का समय था, अब प्रॉपर जो है एसीपी साहब उससे इंटरोगेट करेंगे।
लेकिन 6 घंटे का सफर आप ही की गाड़ी में वो आया, कुछ उससे गिल्टी है? उसकी आंखों से या बॉडी लैंग्वेज से लग रहा है कि उसे पछतावा है।
अब सर ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन ऑफिसर ही बता पाएंगे।
Police has asked for remand of Samarth, Trisha's husband. We're getting in those details as well. The police has asked for 10 days remand, and meanwhile, we're also getting in details of the police, the lawyer team, the legal team going to the house of Giribala and serving a notice to her. And we also have the pictures of the crime scene at Giribala's residence. We'd like to play those pictures out as well. Samarth will be presented in court shortly, and the police are likely to ask for 7-day remand. 7-day remand, not a 10-day remand, so I stand corrected. Let's go across to some of the inputs coming in on the story. He will be presented in court any time now. There's a picture of the crime scene. Can we please play that picture out? In fact, the Republic has accessed the picture of the crime scene where they claimed the crime scene picture. This is from the terrace. There's a still picture that we accessed this morning. Now, what this particular picture shows is where the alleged crime took place. It was from this very ring that they claim, what the police claimed that the hanging took place. They claim that Trisha fashioned a noose using this ring, etc. I have that still picture. And it's been with us since this morning. I want to play that picture out as I go across to Shambhavi. Shambhavi, when you look at the still picture of the crime scene, what are some of the questions that emerge of the crime scene itself, and what doesn't add up?
Arey, what?
Shambhavi. Shambhavi, we have a still picture. I want to play out the still picture. If we can play out the still picture of the crime scene. Now, what the crime scene shows is that, you know, it doesn't add up because the crime scene, it appears, is on a terrace. But the body, right? Now, that's an exclusive picture, right? This is a terrace. But in the CCTV, what they showed or what they appeared to claim was that, you know, they tried to give CPR, not on the terrace, but near the CCTV, very carefully positioned CCTV. Now, there are more questions when you look at the crime scene and when you look at the CCTV and what they tried to portray in the media. Shambhavi.
There were several things which was being said by the family at the moment because by whichever video we have access, the CCTV footage we have seen where we can see that they were bringing body down, bringing Trisha's body down. What they claimed is that they were giving CPR before that, before bringing it down, and that too very conveniently facing away from the camera. And the picture that you see, the picture that we are showing our viewers right now, one is that it appears to be a little lower than the usual ceilings. So there is not enough height for a person of around 5'8" height to be hanging there. Again, it is a technical point, they could very well hang, but the height of it is a little questionable. And then again, as you can see a lot of plants, that Giribala Singh's main concern, that has continued to be Giribala Singh's main concern in all the sit-down interviews that she has given. She was least bothered about the fact that her daughter-in-law is deceased, her daughter-in-law passed away. She was bothered about the fact that mere podhe mar jayenge, my plants are going to die, don't seal the place. Because even sealing the place was the same exact terrace that we are showing our viewers, sealing this exact same place was also questionable. Although it is surrounded by some kind of glass, there's some kind of wall all around. This place was not sealed for the longest time. When asked by family why is that spot not sealed, the answer that they got was because it's an open space. How can we seal an open space? This doesn't seem to be an open space to me. There are walls. There on one side there are glasses. There is a ceiling to it. On the other side as well there are water. This is a place which could very well be sealed. Then why not seal it immediately? Why is it still accessible? It is a spot, a possible crime spot is still accessible for all the people in the family. A lot of evidence can be tampered with. It can be removed. It can be destroyed, and nothing could have been done because it was easily accessible. Even the around 2 days or 3 days later, when Republic reached Kirbala Singh's residence and we were trying to get a hold of her, we saw that there was a lot of movement on the terrace. There was fan which was turning on, the fan which was turning off. So there was a lot of movement at the spot, the possible crime spot. So it raises a lot of questions regarding even the handling of the general procedure, the normal procedural handling of this entire case.
Nisha Menon, a forensic expert, is also joining us while we look at these pictures. Right, Nisha, when you look at the crime scene and when you look at the story that they tried to portray by selectively leaking some of the CCTV videos, and interestingly was leaked by the police, and you look at the autopsy report in this case. Now, there are 10 inconsistencies that were pointed out by some experts that was given in the court, after which the court has agreed that there is a very serious need to look at the autopsy once again. But we've lost so much time. Do you think it will be possible to get the truth out in the second autopsy, if at all?
In majority of the cases, that would definitely, it is the postmortem which would be conducted the second time will reveal a lot many things. Although I do believe there were certain lapses or lacunas which were there in the first report. For example, the color of the injuries were not exactly, although it gives an approximate age of the injury, the blunt force injuries which have been there inflicted on the body. But that color could have been indicatively mentioned along with the sizes, which is there. That is one of the things. And the other details, like since it was also mentioned that the object with which the hanging rope or the gymnastic rope, which was found at the crime scene, was not provided to the team of the doctors. So they could not correlate the marks according to the marks which were found on the neck. So there were certain lapses which I think so the second postmortem would definitely cover, and there would be more of a findings which the second postmortem will reveal.
When you look at the CCTV, are they, because if terrace, let's say terrace was the crime scene, the alleged crime scene, right? They're putting out pictures also of those two rings. If you show the CCTV, can we put out the CCTV and the rings on air in the two window, just so that Nisha can take a look at that? And when you look at that, right, now they claim that is the alleged crime scene on the left. That seems to be a terrace. But what the CCTV carefully tried to show is that they attempted to give CPR on the stairs. Why would anybody try to attempt to give CPR on the stairs? It certainly appears like it was done for the positioning. Look at that. They're trying to give CPR on the stairs, right? It doesn't really make sense. There are some questions that arise. Nisha.
CPR is generally given by medical professionals and professionals who exactly have an idea of how CPR is exactly given. So giving a CPR, and where did this statement exactly come from that CPR was being given? Because I think so from the CCTV footage, which is actually visible, we cannot exactly see what was being done. Was exactly the CPR given in the correct direction or according to the standard procedures or not, number one. And secondly, when we talk about the crime scene, it is not very clearly visible. I think so the investigative officers should have first of cordon off this entire area, and all the movement towards this area should have been clearly restricted at that particular moment. And then a proper crime scene investigation should have been done. This CCTV apparently is a post-incident thing which has come up, and this is something which have been recorded, and inferences or deciphering this entire incident on the basis of CCTV and giving clear indications that a CPR was being given, it was given in a right condition or not, whether the deceased was alive, was she breathing, was the pulse active or not. So anything cannot be visibly seen here in this CCTV footage. as a part of the investigation procedure, what exactly happened and what timestamp. Timestamps here are very, very important, which again, I think so the timestamps which is displayed on the CCTV is not the actual timestamp when the incident have taken place. So there are many things which a proper investigation should be done.
But prima facie, as a forensic expert, you do believe that, there are very serious questions that are there in this particular story?
Yes, of course, there are serious questions. Once again, the investigative part, the crime scene not being cordoned off, and the object with which she was found hanging, or which have been suspected to be the object from which was not handed over to the doctor's team immediately, because that is something which is mandatory, and with which that should have been, the markings on the neck should have been correlated, and a proper, whether it is the same object that have been provided, or whether the hanging happened with this altogether different object, that could have been analyzed at the same on the first postmortem instance itself. So there are certain lacunas which are there.
Okay. Thank you for joining us with those inputs, Nisha. And Shambhavi, we spoke to the police. In fact, there was some drama outside the home of this ex-judge Giribala when the lawyers tried to go there and serve the notice to her. And that drama continues because the judge is just not willing to admit that she is directly under the scanner. Our teams once again tried to question the legal teams of Giribala, the ex-judge, on the botch-up, the cover-up, the lapses in the case. Here's Shambhavi questioning the legal team.
जब बोला गया सर कि ट्रायल कोर्ट जाना है या आयोग के सामने करना है, तो आप किस रीजन से जबलपुर गए? क्या लीगल रेमेडी आप एग्जॉस्ट करने गए थे?
आप लोग ही डिसाइड कर लेंगे तो फिर
सर आप क्या मुझे लीगल रेमेडी बताइए, आप क्या लीगल रेमेडी एग्जॉस्ट करने गए थे?
मैं तो ये जानना चाहता हूँ सर, अरेस्ट है या गिरफ्तार? पूरे सिनेरियो में ये जानना चाहता हूँ कि अरेस्ट माना जाएगा।
अच्छा आप एक बात बताइए, अरेस्ट और गिरफ्तार में क्या फर्क है?
हिरासत में है या अरेस्ट में?
आप समझ लीजिए,
समर्पण किया है या अरेस्ट में?
हिरासत में है कि आप जबलपुर में कौन सी लीगल रेमेडी एग्जॉस्ट कर रहे थे? आप जबलपुर क्यों गए? व्हाट लीगल रेमेडी वर यू एग्जॉस्टिंग देयर?
मीडिया में चला रहे हैं, हमने नीचे बेल मूव करी, वो रिजेक्ट हुई, हाई कोर्ट में आए। भाई मैं मेरी लीगल रेमेडी एग्जॉस्ट करूंगा।
सर जबलपुर में कौन सी लीगल रेमेडी आप एग्जॉस्ट कर रहे हैं?
इस पूरे घटनाक्रम को लेकर यार हम आपके सामने आए हैं।
नहीं अभी
तो आप आए ना, आप 12 दिन के बाद आप मेरे को एक बात बताइए।
नहीं आप
देयर वाज अ जज इन दिल्ली, वो आल्सो कमिटेड सुसाइड, जज था, उस पर तो आप सवाल नहीं पूछ रहे, क्यों नहीं पूछा सवाल?
सर वो केस अलग है, ये इसकी बात करिए।
एक सिटिंग जज अभी इस दिल्ली में एक सिटिंग
जज ने कर लिया, वहाँ दिल्ली में सवाल पूछे गए। आप दिल्ली में थे क्या? सवाल पूछे गए? कौन कह रहा है कि सवाल नहीं पूछे गए? कौन कह रहा है?
हमें सिर्फ एक लीगल
कह रहा है कि दिल्ली में सवाल?
आप कौन सी लीगल रेमेडी एग्जॉस्ट कर रहे थे जबलपुर में?
देखिए दिल्ली में भी सवाल पूछे, हमने वही कहा,
सब सवाल पूछे गए। आप कैसे डिसाइड करेंगे सवाल नहीं पूछे गए?
दिल्ली में भी पूछे गए, और लेकिन आपने या सोसाइटी राइट, ये कौन प्रूव करेगा? आप प्रूव करेंगे, मैं प्रूव करूंगा?
नहीं तो आप हमें लीगल रेमेडी तो बताएंगे ना सर, आप हमें
मैं ये सिर्फ जानना चाहता हूँ, एक आपने बड़ा सवाल खड़ा कर दिया है।
देखो इफ यू आर क्लेमिंग यू आर अ लॉयर,
when he was asked to appear before the trial court or Ayog, why what legal remedy to exhaust?
My choice.
Legal remedy was he produced before the Jabalpur court? What were they doing?
जो है सरेंडर है या फिर
एक सवाल पूछा मैंने, उसका जवाब नहीं दे पा रहे आप।
सवालों से बचते हुए सीधे तौर पर केवल और केवल
बात को घुमा रहे हैं, जवाब नहीं दे पा रहे आप।
बयान तो दीजिए, आप लोग बयान से क्यों बच रहे हैं? आप सर मीडिया को सपोर्ट नहीं कर रहे हैं, आप कोई भी बयान का जवाब नहीं।
मुंह के ऊपर तो मत रखिए
सर मुंह अगर बाइट लेनी होगी तो मुंह के आगे ही माइक रखेंगे।
मैडम हैव सम मैनर्स।
सर हमारा काम है ये, सर हमारा काम है, तरीका आप हमें मत सिखाइए, हमारा काम है, मीडिया का काम है सर सवाल पूछना और आप जवाब नहीं।
क्या जानना चाह रहे हैं आप?
हम ये जानना चाह रहे हैं आप लोग क्या आगे क्या स्टैंड लेने वाले हैं?
ले लिया ना, सरेंडर कर दिया उन्होंने।
मंडे को गिरिबाला जो है उनकी एंटिसिपेटेड बेल को लेकर सुनवाई।
एंटिसिपेटरी आप अपने है ना, एक सेकंड हम
वो खुद अपना केस लड़ रही है।
पहले मेरी बात,
के परिवार वाले कह रहे हैं कि गिरिबाला जो है सबूत मिटा।
क्या गिरिबाला जी खुद अपना केस लड़ रही है?
किसको जवाब देना पहले डिसाइड कर लो आप लोग ही। मैडम को किसने बोला कि एंटिसिपेटरी बेल पे? वो ऑलरेडी बेल पे हैं।
नहीं सुनवाई है सोमवार को, ये पूछ रही हूँ मैं।
नोटिस इशू हुए हैं, वो देखेंगे।
नोटिस दिया है सर। सर पुलिस जवाब देने से क्यों बच रही है? वो सहयोग नहीं कर रहे हैं मीडिया के साथ। सर किस चीज का
नोटिस किस संदर्भ में था, किस बात का? वो मेरे वरिष्ठ अधिकारी बताएंगे।
I'll just give it a minute for everyone to settle down. Come, those who are coming in, come in.
You always have to be nervous when you're on the stage with Alma.
Not at all. This crowd loves you, Sridhar. Shall we start? Okay. Mr. Wembu, may I start by saying what a privilege it is that you've come here and that you have taken all the trouble to fly down here from Tenkasi, from Chennai, from Delhi and then to Mumbai today. You're flying out to Madurai this evening, so to get your time is very important and to make the most of this session is very important for me. So that, because I believe that you are not just the founder of Zoho, you are perhaps the most courageous thinker in the technology world in the applied sense in India and around the world today. I think you are a completely maverick disruptor. It is difficult to define you. Even people who criticize you and don't like your very open thoughts appreciate the fact that you are one of the few technologists who is not afraid to speak his mind. So thank you for coming, sir. Let's have a round of applause for Sridhar Wembu, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Vanakkam. Thanks for having me, Arnav.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure to be with you.
Yesterday you put out a tweet saying that warning against AI becoming a crutch. Why are you against AI? What are you afraid of its potential impact on software developers, on young professionals? Do you think there needs to be some limit put onto AI, and are you working on anything in that sense?
No.
Mr. Wembu.
So I use AI pretty heavily. So for my own, a lot of it I'll say research, reviews. For example, I'll give it some piece of code and ask it to review. It's an excellent reviewer. It can surface ideas that you hadn't thought of. So in that sense, I'm actually a heavy user. I call myself, I pay for 2 of the AI subscriptions too. So, but the tweet was about high school students losing mathematics skills because they are not learning mathematics, they are learning to rely on AI, basically. And actually speaking, more broadly, we run a school in our village in K-12. We do not emphasize technology until kids get older. I think exposing kids to too much technology too young is detrimental. And it's not just me. Steve Jobs believed the same thing. Steve Jobs did not want his own kids using the iPad, all of that too young. And likewise with AI. They have to learn basic skills. You have to learn how to read and write and do calculations, arithmetic, all of that, without relying on the crutch of getting AI to write it for you, write a letter, all this. And this is not just old-fashioned thinking, because now a lot of research is coming that we lose skills, we even lose the judgment if you are not in it. Likewise with code. Code, if you are a software engineer and you only know how to manage AI generating all the code, very soon even that job won't be there, and you have to be discerning about what code it's doing. Because as another tweet I said, this was a quote actually, we have exceptional intelligence without any understanding. I think that would summarize AI. You can use the exceptional intelligence for a review, all of that, but you must supply the understanding. I think that's how I will categorize that. Never surrender your understanding. It is just like you said, you are ultimately AI or no AI, you have to supply the judgment as a journalist, your conviction, your passion. That's what you have to supply. It's exactly the same thing true in technology. Technology might seem dry, but you have to have, when you build a product, you are building your conviction in the product. You're not just building a product. There is some encoded conviction. You cannot outsource that conviction to AI. So that's the point.
So I mean, I don't understand the technology world too much, but everything I'm asking you is in the context of recent developments in our country where we are becoming acutely aware of the need for sovereignty. Sovereignty is no longer a philosophical concept or a political concept. I spoke about information sovereignty. Let's not be dependent on the West for the narrative. We're speaking about sovereignty at a time when FDI inflows are negative. When suddenly there is a war, you feel the dollar is becoming stronger and you are suddenly concerned about your overall, your forex reserves. And at the end of the day, my worry is, Mr. Vembu, that Silicon Valley has too much control over us. We are fooling ourselves by saying, oh, we are building our own way model. We don't need our sovereign models. We are a market. We are the best to apply their technology. Are we living in a fool's paradise by saying so? A, have we reconciled to not being the original creator? B, without a creative force that can challenge Silicon Valley, is there any point in being the largest market for applied products? Everybody talks about enterprise solution, this enterprise solution, that. What is the base for that? If the base for everything is going to be Grok and X, Y, Z, whatever, then are we building the base that India needs, that Bharat needs at this moment?
I will speak from a historic point of view. When you ship cheap raw material, import the value-added finished product, that was the foundation of the East India Company. And we know how that turned out for us, right? When you give somebody else your cheap raw material, and all of the value addition is happening elsewhere and we are importing it, that's the foundation of the colonial economics, and that's how the East India Company came to rule over this continent. So that's why it's important that it's not merely that we are consuming somebody else's creation. It is the value we are shipping, it is the dependency we create. And I have said this openly. The risk is for us, Google or Microsoft or Amazon and Facebook, all of these companies become the new East India Company. And we have to be aware of this risk. That's a very real risk. It is not something mythical I just invented. And given our own history, we must be aware of this. And don't be fooled by the fact that there is an Indian CEO at the top. That's irrelevant to the discussion. It is whose laws, whose sovereignty, whose jurisdiction. It all matters. So it's very important to keep this in mind. So,
my question was, what are you doing? What are you doing?
First, I'll tell you
in that direction.
Positive, the optimistic news here. We have enough and more talent to build all of that here. I want you to, if there is one thing you take out of this discussion, have this unshakable religious conviction, we can actually do it here. That's the first thing. Because there's a lot of naysayers, there's a lot of people, oh, we cannot do it here, this and that. Refuse to believe it, because we can actually build it here. That's the first thing that we can do. And then immediately, oh, our government lacks this vision, this and that, Chinese. Most people who actually talk about China do not. We have been operating in China for 27 years, by the way. We have had an office in Beijing. Today we have about 300 employees in China. So we actually are very closely familiar with that system. We do business. We actually make a profit in China. We are not insanely successful there, but we make a profit in China. We have operated for more than 25 years. Chinese entrepreneurs never had it easy, contrary to what we think. In fact, you may have heard of Jack Ma's disappearance. Even today, you never hear much about Jack Ma. The man has been effectively silenced. It never happens in India. Whatever it is, we must actually be, we have the right to speak our mind, and you see online the very clamor that you hear, all this, and all of the foreign platforms here, where people post all kinds of stuff. This could never happen in China. The freedoms we enjoy here, those are more vital to me. then this policy, this tax rule, all of that. And then I'll come to the third point here, why we must build it. First, I told you we can build it. Second, China has done it in, I would argue, more difficult circumstance than India is facing now. The only thing lacking in us is this self-belief that we can do it. I see it in company after company. We don't aim high enough in all this. And even companies with profit set aside a portion of it for long-term bets. And that's how we have always grown. Anything we do, people often point to Arata as a failure. People don't know how long we last. Actually, every single product we ship, every single product that makes our $2 billion revenue was a failure when it launched. Do you know that? Every single product, we have only launched failures, failure after failure. We simply outlasted the failure. That's it. So that is important, actually. That's important. So we have a, nearly inexhaustible patience in this. That's something that comes from India itself. Indians are actually a very patient people. We think in millennia. So we have to have that patience, but we can build it, and the talent is very much there. I can tell you, right now I'm working on some technologies. I often talk about this, on basically the nature of software development itself, better tooling around software. It's very critical technology. We have filed about 35 patents in the last 4 or 5 years, but you will be shocked to see the composition of the team. Deeply rural, mostly people who cannot actually have a fluent conversation in English, and they are the ones building this technology with me, day to day. This talent is there in every part of India. People who come visit us in Tenkasi, people who see our offices, they often get shocked that all of this local talent exists here. Is it place special? I said, everywhere in India this exists. It is there in every corner of India. You just have to believe in this, have the patience, and build it. And we can actually build AI. The key today about AI, I want to come to this, why I criticize AI. Today's AI is too expensive, not just in terms of money, in terms of energy, in terms of data center, in terms of electricity, all of it. India truly cannot afford to take that path. Even in the US, it's a major political debate right now. State after state is banning data centers in the US. So in some cases, when they are coming to data centers in India, because they are kicking them out there, they won't allow them to build data centers because the electricity prices go too high. So we have to be careful. This is a gift horse. We should look in the mouth carefully. Because data center, AI, the level of energy utilization, all of that, these are legitimate questions. I believe fundamentally there are cheaper ways to do it. We can apply our brain, we can build it. The reason why Americans are not doing it is there's a mad rush to dominate the world in this. But if you apply some patient engineering and technology, you can actually build it over long haul. That's what we are attempting to do.
So where is the dependence, if you were to be asked, one thing we do not need to be dependent on the United States companies on Silicon Valley for, because you've been very vocal about imported software stacks. This, imported compute. This has created a structural imbalance. And we can be as good as the Chinese or even better, provided we take a policy decision to make it easier for Indian companies to compete. Does the government needs to take a policy decision? Do consumers need to take a policy decision? Does that need to be social awareness towards it? Because this imbalance 10 years from now may not be good for the country, right, Mr. Vembu? So if there was one thing that you think we should start doing away with consciously, what would that be? At a level of a entrepreneur like you, or at a level of people?
I'll start with your own slogan, nation first.
Yeah.
I think it's, too often today, we are looking at it as what's in it for me right now, short term, all of this. That's not the mindset that builds the greatest companies. Even if you want to build the greatest technology company, even in Silicon Valley, just looking at it short term never helps. You have to have the persistence, you have to stay the course, and the conviction to stay the course. What is our conviction? The conviction is we can build all of this here. And we need to build all of this here. That it has to start there. And the government now increasingly, actually in the last several years, with the Make in India program, now the Atmanirbhar, the policy direction is going in the right direction. You have to remember, it's very difficult to turn this massive ship around in this way because we were fed post-1991. The entire consensus was the Washington consensus, globalization, all of this. Anybody who mentioned the word Swadeshi would be laughed out of the room.
They would be lampooned.
In fact,
Yes.
Our good philosopher, friend, mentor, Sri Gurumurti Ji, when he started the Swadeshi Jagaran Manch, people really laughed at him. And we confused Swadeshi with socialism. Very common confusion. Swadeshi just means that Indian private sector, Indian entrepreneurs, and building our own stuff. It does not mean the government owning everything. Unfortunately, we confused the two in the 90s. And from that intellectual mood to come to a point where the Prime Minister actually now has mentioned Swadeshi.
Openly.
The word openly. First time, right? It's a huge mental shift in the landscape. It is happening. I believe it will happen more and more and more because the geopolitics is dictating it. It's not only India. You read the headlines. Just this morning I tweeted about it. I called for Indians to consider returning home, particularly from America. Today they passed a new rule saying if you're waiting for a green card, you have to go back and wait. You cannot wait here. And green card already takes 15, 20 years. So they are supposed to come to India and wait. Then why don't you just come back permanently? Why we wait for another country? So build something here. So it is that reality that is staring us. My point is we can actually make the most of this moment. The moment is calling us, so we should invest in R&D. Primarily what our private sector has to do, drastically increase the R&D investment. Zoho is primarily an R&D driven company. I'm chief scientist for the reason. Last 3 years I've filed 35, 40 patents. Most of my 70% of my time is on deep technical work. I'm immersed in code. Which is why I said I asked AI for feedback on this, feedback on that design, all of that. That's how I use AI today. But we have to build all of these. And we just hired one of our leading chip designer. We hired a mathematician to work on some deep mathematical problems. We hired a material scientist recently to work on some advanced materials science. So we are doing all of this now. We are going into more foundational R&D right now. That's where we are.
So, also I want to talk about your business model and your way of life. They call this session Why I Moved to the Village. We want to know what motivates Sridhar Vembu. You are a complete sort of opposite of the Silicon Valley or Bengaluru VC ecosystem, which basically says that there's a playbook, you raise large amounts of money, you hire fast, you burn as much money as you can, then you ask for more money, then you exit big. So I find this, I keep telling people, you start a company, why? To exit. I need an exit. So the day you name your company, people say, I want my exit. That's a very untrustworthy system. But I've really seen this. I find this so funny. On the other hand, we have Sridhar Vembu. He lives in Tenkasi. He rides a bicycle. He picks up people who are leaving school and teaches them to do code that competes with Silicon Valley. For 30 years, he has built Zoho Corporation into one of the world's most successful global SaaS companies, certainly the biggest ever built out of India. It is profitable. He is operating in 180 countries right now. He has 100 million users. He has billions in revenue. And if he was to be listed, he would probably be, I don't want to speculate, but if you meet him, he is the most humble man with absolutely no material wants. And he lives out of Tenkasi, not to make a point. He is in southern Tamil Nadu because he wants to run a different model. So now I want to talk about this business model because youngsters, especially through now, don't mind my saying it through these podcasts, there are 1,000 podcasts, how to become rich in 10 minutes.
how to exit in 10 months. You know, how to fool your angel investor. And so no, I actually mean it. There's no cynicism or if there's anybody who's done it, I'm sorry, but whatever. But he's building the country. Imagine if we had 10 Sridhar Vembus in this country. Am I right? He's authentic and original. So we love him. And his tweets and retweets on issues concerning Donald Trump get as much traction as well. So we need to understand your thinking, not just your technology. Tell us about your thinking. No. Technology, the country, building and companies. No. Please.
So I think about this holistically. First, I'll give you an anecdote. We have an office in Austin, Texas. About 300 employees work there, mostly American employees. We have very few Indians who will be there, but mostly American employees there. And the attrition rate is lower than our attrition rate in Chennai. Our American employees love us, love this company. And if you ask them why, in fact I asked them, my American colleagues, why would you want to work here? They say, this is the only extended family I have actually had. This company feels like family to me. They would say this. Our own American employees would say this. So why I bring this up is, our nation has something to offer the world, a unique perspective. And I want to say this, we are never a socialist nation, but we are also not capitalist in the American sense of that word. For us, for example, I'll give you, I said this in our previous interview, when somebody is very rich in traditional India, they'll go build a temple, they'll build a chowtry, they'll build a this or that. A lot of it will be put back into the community. Right? That's our ethos. A rich merchant is there to fund good works for the community as a whole. It's not merely philanthropy. We don't separate the philanthropy aspect from the business aspect. We link the two. Our way of life embeds this. And this is very important to revive, not just for Bharat, to offer a model for the world, because today our problems around the world, sustainability, we talk about energy crisis, water, all of these, none of these are solvable unless we think holistically. Our very lifestyles, what is my lifestyle? That is how much energy do I consume every day? These things are very important. Our 1.5 billion Indians cannot consume the same energy as the average American today. If each of us consume that energy, there is no way for us to, the heat will kill us here. So we have to find a simpler way. This is true much of the world. This is true, I'll offer you, even for America now. Not even America can just do the same kind of lifestyle they've had before. But this does not mean poverty. This just means simplicity. I'm actually in a village. I'm happier than ever. In fact, day before yesterday, I posted a tweet. I was coming on commute. I saw the hillside. I saw the temple in the hill, and I had to stop the car and I took a picture. I spent some 5 minutes enjoying the scenery. There's so many times I go back and I'm walking through the paddy fields. I truly thank the universe for keeping me alive today. That enjoyment has to be there. It's not about how much money, what is the net worth, how many zeros, all of that. This day-to-day enjoyment. And research has repeatedly shown most of our happiness is coming from our close relationships. What I call agreeable company. If you have people, you are agreeable company around you, you are happier. All of these we have forgotten in this mad rush. So I build technology for a living, but it also has to be reflecting in the way of life we create. So that's what I call a kind of a spiritual capitalism, dharmic capitalism model we have to build, and only our nation can offer this to the world.
Well, thank you very much for that very honest reply on that. And
thank you.
Your views on dharmic capitalism as a tech entrepreneur mean a lot. Mr. Vembu, does AI, you were telling me, when we were driving this morning, I never want to miss a moment when he's with me. So I went to the airport to receive him, and I kept complaining to him that my cab driver was only using this Google Maps and ended up taking me on every service road we didn't need to go. And yesterday, when I came back from Cuff Parade, I was coming back to this part of town, I was taken near the dockyard, and I told them there's a sea link that Devendra Fadnavis has made. Could we not take that? He said, no, but Google Maps is telling me to take you through the dockyard.
Yeah.
Technology has its own limits. Now, serious question. AI is not a magic wand, right? It is here to stay, but it has limits. In the car today, you were telling me some interesting case studies of how AI, beyond a point of time, tends to hallucinate, tends to go against itself. In the sense, technology becomes gangrenous. It starts eating itself. It consumes too much energy. It becomes very expensive. And therefore, the more complex the function, this is what Mr. Vembu told me, the more expensive and energy consuming it becomes. And often, AI is very okay with easy issues. At one point of time, a law of diminishing returns tends to apply. Now, because AI is a 2-3 year craze that has happened right now, we're in that very, opiated state where we are all very happy about AI will solve everything. Can you tell us about when the law of diminishing returns tends to apply? And in that context, I want to read out the first paragraph of your other tweet. How is it that in the US, the AI leader, a good part of the population, even a lot of college students, have come to hate AI? It does not help that companies are blaming job losses on AI, which is both convenient and as an added bonus makes a company look visionary. The layoffs are often related to rising cost pressures. We experience those pressures too, and India is a very cost-driven economy. The economic picture is getting grimmer. Then you use the word AI investment bubble. And you go on to say, this has got a lot of traction in America also, this tweet. He says, Mr. Vembu says, the AI investment bubble has kept the American economy afloat, but that can only go on for so long. So what is this bubble that you are talking about? Can you zoom out and tell me what is going on which the big tech bros are not telling us? And what can we do about it to prepare in India?
I just saw this headline today, it was a news article. Microsoft reports AI is more expensive than paying human employees. Microsoft. If Microsoft is finding AI pinching the, you can imagine. And Uber CEO said this. They exhausted their entire annual AI budget by April. So they are now having to ration token use. So it is a clear, and why is everybody using it? Or why are we spending so much money too? There's a very strong FOMO, we call it, fear of missing out, right? What if somebody else uses AI and beats us? That fear is there in every engineer, that's there in every company, that's there in every CEO now. And even in our company, there's two camps. There's people who think we are moving too slowly. There are people who think that, why are we wasting so much money on AI? So I tell them, you too argue this point out because I'm not going to intervene right now. Whichever camp I weigh in on now, I will be hated. So it's better that you two argue this out right now. But this is real today. This whole FOMO is real, and this is what is making everyone spend the money.
What is this FOMO about?
Basically, AI comes with so much promise, potential to revolutionize everything. We are always thinking some other company is going to steal a march over us. And that's true for every industry now. You could be in real estate, you could be in construction, you wonder whether somebody using AI is going to beat you. Right? You could be in retail.
Or also for just positioning. You want to be seen to be an AI company. Everybody does AI. Everybody has got AI as an abbreviation. What is your name? Ornab.ai.
Exactly.
I'll get a better valuation. It's becoming. What is your company? Hotel.ai. University.ai. Everybody is doing it, Mr. Vembu.
You can actually use Ornab.ai with AI means all Indian. all Indian.
Yeah, that's
that
a
might be
better
good.
way.
So, but that's the FOMO here, and this will not last. And I have been through.
It won't last.
People say it won't last because already a sense of this exhaustion is coming in a lot of people.
So when
in fact, I'm seeing it even in software engineers. The guys who were 6 months ago were all gung-ho about AI, using it heavily, lot of token use, lot of code generated. Now they are saying, well, I have all this code, I didn't write it, I did not generate it, I have to maintain it, and AI is becoming slower and slower digesting its own output.
But
So
we've seen Oracle, Meta, Amazon, Cisco all announcing these major layoffs in the face of AI. You've been arguing that all of this is being done to accommodate and service the cost of AI itself, the cost of the hardware, the cost of the servers.
Correct.
So your argument is that people are being laid off by companies to service their investments in AI rather than as a productivity miracle. But AI was meant about improving productivity. So let me ask you the question on productivity. What is Sridhar Vembu doing, as much as you can say, on this critical word of productivity? Because if we are going to grow towards being a Viksit Bharat, we have to find our own Bharatiya model of productivity.
Right.
So what are you doing on that?
Productivity is the key to prosperity. For a given amount of time, how much work we get done, how much we produce, all of that. That's the key to prosperity. It's also the key to having free time, all of that. If we can get machines to do some of the work, we get some free time. That's foundational. But then there's energy, all of that. Energy use, all of those questions arise. I do believe we can be much more productive, even in software development, with very low energy intensity. That I believe with the conviction. So that's what is driving a lot of our R&D. We can actually make software development more productive without spending all these tokens, huge amount of energy spent on it, all of that. Now, coming to the topic you asked about the layoffs, it's actually this is not just speculation on my part. We are seeing the exact cost pressures. We have a data center right here in Mumbai. Most of our Zoho traffic either served out of Mumbai or Chennai, and we ping pong between them. So the current server cost right now, if we buy the same identical specification, is about 3 to 4 times as expensive as 6 months ago. In order to serve a single Zoho user, thousands of users, we need to buy servers. Those servers, normal servers, nothing to do with AI, they have become 3 to 4 times expensive because of memory. Memory prices went up because of AI. So AI sucked all the memory, and ordinary servers became expensive. Now we are in this uncomfortable position. Should we have to raise the prices, or should we cut some other cost? So many of the companies that face the cost pressure, we are private, so we don't have to report to Wall Street or Dalal Street all the time, so we don't have to worry about this because we can take less profit. But companies that are public have to report profit, so they control the one item they control, which is payroll. So they lay off employees. This is actually the primary reason for a lot of layoffs. The cost of all this equipment, capital, all of that, the capital capex has become more expensive. AI itself has also become very expensive, as Microsoft recently admitted. These two are driving the layoffs in an attempt to cost control. Again, this cannot go on forever. You cannot lay off everyone and be a company, Like Facebook laid off, 10% or 15% of staff. How many more 10, 15% they can go? So that's why I think there is a point at which they'll have to stop. Even they will have to stop and reevaluate what we are doing with AI, all of that. Which is where our investment in intelligence without the energy expenditure, I'm going to call it, or energy efficient intelligence. It's very possible. We are doing R&D. By its nature, it's long-term, you cannot predict exact results.
Right.
Whenever you invest in R&D.
Yeah.
But I have been working on this for the last few years.
Yeah.
We're making very good progress. My team is making very good progress. That's about all I can say right now. Yeah. I never want to hype anything up. We hope to be successful at it. That's how I say.
No, it is rumored. It is rumored that you are working on some secret projects. That's why you took on the role of chief scientist in Zoho. because you stepped away from the CEO role in January 2025. You took on this innocuous but interesting role of chief scientist, and it is believed and rumored that quietly between Tenkasi and Chennai, you're working on some secret but deep tech, extremely sophisticated ideas that, if successful or applied, will have an impact not just on Zoho, but on the country.
Yeah.
And I can tell you, he is probably, if there's someone in India who's going to do that, it is Mr. Bembu, I have no doubt about it, because he's constantly on code. The problem with having a conversation with him is that he keeps going back to his phone and he's doing what he does best, which is technology. In the broad sense, do you believe that Zoho or you or Indian scientists have the ability to break some really big barriers to make our country sovereign in the deep tech area? And before I wrap up on this, give us a prophetic vision of where you want to see India in 2030. I won't even say 2035. In 2030 in the deep tech space. And then we'll open up to some questions, please.
Actually, I'll talk beyond Zoho. There's a company in Hyderabad we have invested in for quantum sensing. It's really deep tech physics. Many of the people from TAFR, Hyderabad. This is very important technology for us. And there is a company in Trivandrum that's doing next generation of the vision GPU kind of chips. Really smart people. So they're building the chip semiconductors for eventually they could turn out to be good GPU replacements for us in India. And then there's a company a founder I met in Pune, doing amazing work in lasers, all of that, right here in Pune. So I am when I see all these, I'm really energized. I feel very optimistic for our country. We want to back up the truck and invest in all of this. In fact, we have hired a person for heading up our battery chemistry research, the sodium chemistry type of thing, and nanotechnology, carbon fibers. So metallurgy, we are looking at metallurgy. Why? India is very weak in metallurgy. Metallurgy is important from all the way from the humble nail cutter, I talk about it often, all the way to sophisticated space and everything. Everything is metals and materials, atoms. So the way I joke about it is, we have to pivot from bits to atoms. Bits to atoms. So that's where we are heading right now, as a group. Yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you. If the organizers wish, we could open up to some questions. Any of you would like to speak to Mr. Bembu on anything? We'll throw up some questions. Shall I do this? Is there a mic? We'll take a round, please. Does anyone have a mic? Yeah, please. We'll take a few questions. Please, Mr. Bembu. Thank you.
Hi. Sir, it's great pleasure to see you, and Arnabji, great to see you too. So I have a question, since we are now talking about the data, AI and other things like that. Now the India has recently introduced the DPDP Act, which is one of its kind. Earlier, Europe had that. So the challenges I am facing as an individual when we are conveying the corporates about this DPDP and up to 250 CR ka fine hai, you'll get into big soup and things like. Still there is very less awareness on this, and the 18 months time frame has been given. So what's your take on that? As an industry, are we missing on educating corporates about this DPDP Act in particular?
The question about what corporates on?
On the DPDP Act.
The privacy regulations, yeah. So, yes, it's very nascent. I don't believe it has widespread awareness. But this is the correct direction for our nation to take. And the only country that does not have any legislative privacy protection, though some states in America do. As a nation, America has not done anything in this, but we must do it. I think that's important. Europe has done it. A typical objection would be, it'll set back our social media, all of that. Actually, I do believe it's better. We'll build a stronger social media with privacy protections. Even in Europe, everywhere, those are the kinds of products that will succeed. Yeah. In fact, I tell you, the calling card for Zoho, when we are in anywhere that we promise our customers, we apply the GDPR regulations around the world for Zoho customers. The GDPR is the most stringent privacy protection in the European Union. We apply it anywhere we do business, not just in Europe. Just so that we are, we can give the maximal privacy protection to our customers. So yes, it's important, and I think just like all the other stuff.
Can you move the mic a little bit here in front, please?
Excuse me, sir. This side, left.
Where are you?
Here. Just a minute. I'm walking.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So it is actually very interesting panel that you have. Actually learned so much. So currently, I'm a 10th grade student and I've been building something. And being a student, what I believe is there are a lot of problems in education. What we do, what we learn, and where the world is going. So what are your takes on how exactly? If you look at the education, that's totally, bit outdated as well. So how do you think how in this, competitive era, how students can make themselves a best and what they can do in entrepreneurship?
I'll give you a direct role model.
Yeah.
The Pune entrepreneur I met, his name is James.
Oh, yeah.
He learned everything through internships. He spent 3-4 years as interns, and I don't think he cared much about the grades, but he cared about the experience that gave him a direct relevance to what products to build later. The current stuff he's building directly came out of all the stuff he learned in internships. So what I would do is, if I were in your shoes, go into some critical areas, do internships, learn about this, because learn by doing. That's what I'll say.
Learn with observation.
Not your book
Brilliant.
learning. Don't worry about grades too much. Your parents will hate me for it, but that's not important.
1 minute. Don't start the questions.
Thank you so much.
Pass on the mic there, young man. Thank you. I'll take it around as much as we can.
It
Yes,
was
sir.
actually inspiring to listen to you, sir, and you, sir, as well, asking those intelligent questions. So 1 year back, when this cloud and lovable ecosystem came up, everyone started vibe coding. At that time, as a software engineer, I realized that these are not sustainable things, and we need to build our own tooling around it. So in order to create production grade applications which are like secure, scalable, and stuff like that. So I started building my own tooling around it, and it was working well. But down 5 months later, 6 months later, I realized that now cloud ecosystem has also started developing their own sub-agents and tooling and that sort of thing. And after that, then I pivoted to some other different things and started building my agentic OS and stuff like that. But what I have realized that these big companies, right, they are also building their own solution, entering into these.
But actually, there is a very easy way you can compete
How do
there.
we compete? Yeah.
If you have really good tooling around it, you can bundle it with low-cost models, even the Chinese models, and build a business.
Yes.
That's what they are coming after your tooling. You go right after their LLM with a cheap model, no?
Right.
Easy.
That's what actually I was talking to.
But this is in the business world, they call it, you commoditize your complement. So they are commoditizing your tooling. You try to commoditize the LLM itself. That's the idea.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you.
Thank you. So many questions. My God. Where is the mic? Somebody has to push the mic back and forth. Let's go towards the back out there. Let's pass the mic towards someone right there behind. Yeah, you please.
Hey, hi, my name is Shanay Doshi. I'm a chartered accountant and I work at Venture Capital. So as part of the discussion, you all had mentioned that VCs typically focus on exits rather than XYZ narrative. So I just wanted to ask you one question. Even in the media industry, you'll do optimize for TRPs, social media viewership. So why are we looking at venture capital from this side, that they're largely focusing on exits, one? And secondly, the media narrative currently is again focused on the large exits which they have. Why don't we focus it more on the actual value which is created to the startups and the Indian economy? And sir, would love your view also in terms of the value which venture capitalists add to the economy.
Mr. Wembu can take that. The question essentially about value versus valuation. The focus is too much on valuation these days, please. Thank you.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Part of the VC challenge is also structural, right? You have to have you raise a fund, you have to have a return to your investors within 7 or 8 or 10 year period. And then that gets transmitted to the company because they cannot wait 7 or 8 years because you only have 7 or 8 years. They have to do it 4 or 5 years, all that. So it's that. But I can tell you a lot of these technologies, building the stuff that we need to build in India, this cannot be done on those kind of time cycles. That's a foundational problem. See, Silicon Valley is a different case where there was a vast ecosystem, existing companies. Like if you look at Intel, there was HP before. If you have Apple, then from Apple came next, and then there is Cisco. If you go to Yahoo, a lot of Cisco people were there. Then Google was from Yahoo. Facebook was built out of some people from even Google, right? So there is that foundation you keep on building. Without building these foundational companies, we cannot build the stuff on top. But our VC ecosystem acts as though we already have built all those companies, which we have not. And building those companies is not the same problem as the 7 or 8 year problem. So that's the conundrum here. We have to square the circle somehow.
Got it. Okay,
We'll
take
I hope it made sense.
Yes, it did. Makes sense. Thank you, young man. 1 minute. There's a very young man out there. Better sit down. I'm going to come to you in some time. But I'll move this side. Please, go on.
Thank you, Arnab. Vanakkam, sir. Nanun Tamil Nadu irundhu vandavan. Very much impressed. Sir, just one pertinent question I want to ask. You already proved it, how Tengasi became a role model for creating the talent into a viable industry ready. Why can't we copy-paste it all across India? For your kind information, my name is James. You just spoke about some James from Pune. So it sparked that question. I'm also trying to work along with North Mumbai for skill development and entrepreneurship. If you can throw that light, how we can do the copy-pasting. Thank you very much, sir.
I would avoid the word copy-paste because it is actually not a copy-paste problem. Every single place, you have to decide, first of all, what you're going to build there. Obviously, everybody cannot be building the same thing. We do not need 800 districts of India building only SaaS companies. We also have to build materials, metallurgy, and all of that too, right? So that's where this nature of the problem is different. There are certain philosophical approaches we can borrow, which is you have to first invest in talent creation. We have to create some activity. From the activity you learn, try to make it pay its own way over time. These are some of the ingredients. And we can actually do this. Anywhere in India we can do this. I've met people in small places for example, we have recently started a training center in Sambalpur in Odisha. So there's a lot of talent there in Odisha. We have started there. One of our managers was very interested. He is Tamilian who also speaks Odia very well. So that's how the match happened. And so that's how we are spreading ourselves. When we find somebody passionate, we say, okay, you go build it there. First build a training center, then inject them into our broader ecosystem, then slowly discover the passion, what we can build uniquely here. So that's how I would say.
Yeah, but you have built a profitable global company without a single rupee of venture capital. So both the Silicon Valley and Indian startup playbook rejects everything of how you have built your company. So you have started something which can be done. You're giving people the feeling you can do it in your own way. I mean, nobody would believe. I'm surprised there aren't people who are, I'm sure there are a lot of people being inspired by you by the minute on that,
Most businesses are actually bootstrapped with friends and family money. Most businesses that exist actually do not have any venture capital. It is just that the question is what happens after you achieve some profit. If you have a vision to invest, you can grow. The greatest entrepreneurs came from that kind of a vision to grow, how to grow. It's not that, not a lot, a lot of people achieve the initial profit, but what do they do with the money? That's the key.
So should we take a couple of more questions here? Yeah. My God. You got the mic. After this, I'm coming to it. Okay. Yeah.
The reason I wanted to ask a question was I noticed only men were asking questions and women were not getting a response.
No, there's no intention here, ma'am.
But anyway, I had to snatch the mic to speak. Hello, my name is Mona. I'm a professor of practice here with University of York, Mumbai. And I had a question. Mr. Goswami, you said in the very beginning that Mr. Vembu, people dislike you for being outspoken and for having your own ideas and standing your ground. In relation to that, how do you navigate empathy and integrity in today's day and age of AI and quick world thinking?
No, the first part of the question is, she said that I said that people dislike you for being outspoken. That's a slight exaggeration on what I said.
Okay, my apologies.
I said that some people may not like it, but you say it anyway. Her question was on empathy and
integrity.
Integrity in today's AI world. How do you maintain empathy and integrity in today's AI world? If I got your question.
I think empathy and integrity count in any world. It's not just today's world. It's also the path to long-term happiness, I would say. Because at 50, at 60, at 70, you look back, do you have some human beings that actually truly respect you? And that's, I think, a good question to ask, right? If I have made all the money and nobody actually really likes me, then it's a form of loneliness. In fact, some very successful people get into that, where they report being extremely lonely. You can actually read interviews where they'll say, I'm very lonely. The loneliness is coming because they did not act with empathy. Nobody's real respect they earned. So I think I would say, even from a kind of a long-term happiness perspective, it's important to have that. That's how we create a kind of an ecosystem around us. And I always say the path to happiness is not, I'm 58, so I have some experience saying this, is agreeable company around you. Day-to-day happiness is, do you have people who you would consider agreeable company? That could be friends, that could be family, whatever, agreeable company. Agreeable company can only come if we are agreeable company to them, Nobody is going to be agreeable company to you if you are disagreeable to them. So that's a two-way street. So that's how I'll say. That's where the empathy is born from. So, thank you.
We have a very young questioner in the second row out here. Yes, sir. Introduce yourself.
Sir, good morning, sir. Sorry, good afternoon, sir. My name is Spandan Acharya. And I had one question to Sir Siddhar. Sir, before you, when you are building your products, etc., were you also visualizing or meditating of it?
Yeah, so it's a very good question. I always had, perhaps even as young as 15, had an idea that something has to be built big. And where did it come from? I actually said this in our previous, I would go to near my village in Tanjavur, there was a temple called Gangagandu Solapuram. This is the Rajaraja's sons, Rajendra Chola's temple. It's a big one. You can find it online. This was built exactly 1,000 years ago. And then you see the surroundings, very deeply poor. You will not find anything other than mud huts at that time. Actually, at that time, I was talking about 25, 30 years ago, you have this 1,000-year stone temple standing there, and then surrounding villages are so much poverty-stricken. You wonder why. How can it be that our forefathers, our ancestors built all this, and we are wallowing in so much poverty, right? In fact, the temple was abandoned at that time. The ASI, the Archaeological Survey, was not conducting any pujas. It was like trash heap strewn, all of that. This beautiful temple. Now it has been restored, I'm happy to say. So it would give me this idea that first we can build these kinds of things. Some of our ancestors did, we should be able to do it. But you have to have the determination. So that was the vision from, in a way I would say, like all this stuff we do came from those thoughts. So it's important to actually have those thoughts. Those thoughts lead to action. So, good luck to you. Thank you.
Wonderful. It's a great question and a wonderful answer. Sir.
I have a soft corner for Sardarji. You should ask a question. I'll explain why.
Go ahead, sir.
My very first business that failed, my dear friend was Sardarji. We started a business together. So that's why I learned a lot from this. That's why I have a soft corner, I said.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the honor, sir. Yeah, I'm being honored to ask the question. Like, you rightly mentioned in your topic, like in America, the family work really well. So I being a startup by Fixing Dots, so these generation, Gen Z, we have seen a lot of changes the way they work. So what is that one mantra you give for the Indians? Because India is what we are going to build. It's going to be the future. So what is that one mantra that you give us so that we keep and the attrition goes down?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think at least I can tell you what motivates me. See, money does not motivate me. I mean, look at my lifestyle. I don't need more money. I don't need. What am I going to do with money? But what motivates me is we have to build this nation. We have to build every one of our districts. We have to build every one of our villages, our towns. We have to build infrastructure. All of this only is going to come from the entrepreneurial energy we unleash. So if we keep that type of a goal, that's like a religious passion, then any kind of, obstacles that come our way, that disappear. So have that burning passion, something in your head. That's your long-term North Star. You keep on going towards it. That's your God, so to speak. Then we can build it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, we got how many more questions? 2, 3. Come on. I have been accused of gender bias. This is the only thing that was left in my life. So I will go to a lady right there at the end, please. No, she has put me on back foot now. Please, ma'am. Ma'am, please take the mic to the lady in maroon at the very end, please. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Deepa. I work
speak into the mic.
Little louder, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So my name is Deepa. I was very, inspired by your hearing about this. So we're a product company, and I think it's nice to hear about other Indian product companies, because India is largely services sort of focused in a global sense. So, but how do product companies really survive in the long term? Because unless you'll always run out of money, or in the sense there'll always be a better Western competitor, for these kind of products. So, I mean, what's your take on that?
Why do you assume that the Western competitor has to be always better?
Oh, it's not.
We can build a better product.
Yeah, it's not. But the perception is there.
No,
and you can't.
Actually, if you challenge that assumption, and if you start with the premise we can compete with them,
so we
can do it.
But people don't buy that, there's still a perception.
So initially they won't, obviously. So what you have to do is, even in the West, even in America, there exist companies that will take a chance on a new kid on the block. The reason is they themselves are a new kid on the block. They themselves don't have a lot of money. And established companies are not going to serve them. Right. They don't particularly care for their business. So I used to tell our people 25 years ago, we are nobodies, only nobodies will do business with us. I think that would be a useful mantra to assume in that case, right?
Yeah.
So I think that once you adopt that mindset, there are customers everywhere in the world, not just in India, even in America, I found in Canada, everywhere, Middle East. There are companies that will adopt products from a relatively young, unknown player, simply because that's all they can afford right now, for a very prosaic reason. But still, that's business for you. That sets up the foundation. You can build on it. That's what I'll say.
But it should be on the base of product, not just our margin on cost. Our competitiveness should not be just cost.
Correct. Yes. But it can also be cost.
Can also be cost.
Can also be that.
It ends up being cost. Because,
It's partly, but over time, people will come to see your value.
Yeah.
That's what I'll say. In other words, we actually, in our zoologics events, like this week, hold events in the US and India too, of course. Now, I would always tell, this was 15 years ago, I would tell, I know we may not have been your first choice as a vendor, but we are going to earn your trust. We will become your best choice. I would tell them.
That's
That's values.
Okay. Question, please. Ashwin, go on. Can we have the mic there, please?
Mr. Vembu, Mr. Goswami, thank you for this moment. 2 quick questions. Mr. Vembu, if it weren't for AI in this decade, what was the Zoho roadmap going to look like without AI? And my second quick question is, you've named your AI as Zia. Tell me all the names you rejected before you came to Zia.
Zia is just Zoho Intelligent Agent. Zoho Intelligent Agent, and we shortened it to Zia. Actually, only in India, people had misgivings about the name because, there was a Pakistani dictator named Zia. But I said, look, we cannot always keep thinking about somebody in the 70s. Zoho Intelligent Agent, think like that. That's what we used to tell jokingly. But, so that was the only name because we had it as Zoho Intelligent Agent and that Zia suggested itself. Now, your other question, if we were not for AI, right? Actually, some of the technologies we have been working for, software, productivity, all of that, predate AI. But AI has a role to play in this. Because AI's role is now to make us more productive in the end. So, and he talked about the tooling around it, right? So there is the way I'll technically describe is, you have an AI, LLM, and you have the agentic stuff. What they call agentic, the agent is really a piece of software. Those two have a boundary in between, transfer. That boundary can be moved around. The boundary could be closer to the, left-hand side, so a lot more happens in the agent, less happens in the LLM, or moved around all the way here, more work happens in the LLM and this. This boundary has some interesting implication for cost, energy, efficiency, correctness, all of that. That's really what we are working on a lot. So it's tooling, what you said makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I'll take one more question. This is a record-breaking session because usually sessions break out when there is lunch. This time lunch has broken and people here at the session. This is the first time in the history of any event where lunch has stopped. Deepak, sorry. Everybody's left lunch and is here. Isn't this brilliant? And they are here because they believe in you, Mr. Vembu. They are here because they believe in you. For what you've done and your own story, there should be a movie made on you.
We have a long way to go. No movies.
There should be a movie made on you. Maybe we'll get Vijay. No, not Vijay. No. Now we can't get Vijay. Somebody else has got to play Sridhar Vembu in the cycle. It'll happen one day, I predict. It'll happen. Okay, we got some...
We are only as good as the technology we build this year, next year, okay? We could still go out of business. That's what
I wish a politician ever spoke like that. A politician never says, I'm just as good as my last election. Okay, we'll take one or two more questions. There's a really enthu guy out there. Come on now, quickly. Should we take 2 or 3 in a go? You'll remember, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. So my question is, we don't have ground-up models. We don't have ground-up chip. I myself, being the founder, I built a services company, grew it to 800 people, 25 million revenue. Building a product. And where I really not able to compete is in US. My competitors have access to better models. They have access to better hardware, which I don't have. So what do you suggest to somebody like me sitting in India, sitting in Mumbai? I clearly know what problem is. I have a better solution, but I don't have access to, better models, or I don't have access to Anthropic. Or
actually, we tried the Chinese models.
Yes, I tried Kimi.
They are quite good.
They are quite good, sir, but still there are challenges. Yes, we have alternative of Kimi, Mini, Quinn.
What I would suggest is use that limitation as a strength, because use those cheaper models, build a harness around it to make them perform better. See, we have to come up with creative solutions here. And we are doing it in Zoho too, by the way, the same thing. Reason is, those state-of-the-art models also are extremely expensive. In some cases, if we put that model along with our product, the model's cost will be much higher than our product. Then the customer is wondering, hey, am I paying you or am I paying the AI company all of this money, right? So you have to find creative ways. Yeah. But actually, I'm optimistic. The smaller models are getting better and better. Yeah. With creative harness, pushing the boundary, I said, between the AI and the agent, you can actually create some innovation there. Okay. That's what I would say.
Last thing, sir.
I have to go to next question.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
I have to go to next question. Okay, no, 1 minute. How do I decide? Mr. Vembu, you want to decide? I've been accused of gender bias, age bias.
The lady here, the last word.
Okay, please.
Give her the last word.
Come. You're there in the front, please. Yeah. Go on.
Hi. So I want to know, in your journey, how have you dealt with self-doubt and failures? Because both of you have done an incredible job in your own initiative. But as young people, they always self-doubt and are scared of failure. How advice you would give to them?
You know what I used to say 25 years ago? If he failed, it's not like Economic Times, New York Times, all that will flash a front page article. He failed. Actually, nobody cares about us, right? You can fail all the time when you are nobody. Use that freedom. See, today if I fail, Arnab is going to cover on the news that I failed. But you have the freedom that you can fail, you know. Use that freedom. That's what I say.
Superb. Okay, 2 more questions, please. 2 more questions. Where do we go? No, you asked a question. Sit down. What is this? 1 minute. Gender bias. No. Totally on back foot. The lady, the second last row there, please. Yes. Please. I'll come around. Gender bias. It's got into my head.
So it's a general question, and it's including all the sessions we attended yesterday and today.
Louder, please, ma'am.
Yeah.
Little.
So we have been listening to the development on the larger scale. I can read chief scientist, you working as a chief scientist in the field of artificial intelligence. I need to know, is there any AI working in field of human cellular reactions, in field of genetics? That is, if I'm staying in a house where the sun is deficient, I'm staying in a big tower where the area which is full of pollution, the area is going through severe deforestation. Since you have shifted to rural area, we always link rural areas to the freshness of the air and the increased oxygen output to the brain. But in strong contrast to the city life where the brain fall deficient.
What is your question particularly?
He's getting it. He's getting the question. So brain gets severely deficient of the oxygen. Is there any AI working on it? This question is in terms of keeping Delhi and rest of the city pollutant increasing level as well, like carbon monoxide poisoning, the AC generated poisoning, then the fertilizers, and then the shell, storage, for storage, the kind of food we are keeping, so preservative we are adding in general. Is there any AI designed to keep a threshold that this is toxic and this should not cross this toxicity level so as to avoid the future genetic mutations which is happening for all the reasons? I hope you got the question, sir.
Yeah, I don't know we need AI to tell us bad things are bad. I think we already know that deforestation or our pollution around or even staying without sunlight exposure, without fresh air, pollution, the particulate matter, all of these we know they are bad well before AI. So I don't want to make everything about technology. That's actually important because we tend to overemphasize technology in these. Technology is not, I don't believe, throwing more technology at us is not going to solve this problem. It has to come from, we have to rethink our own, for example, I've often said, in the Indian context, we have to rethink our urban planning. Singapore does it well. Mumbai can do it better. Bangalore can do it better. So we have to rethink, plant a lot of trees. Singapore is actually a very livable, pleasant city in spite of being very densely populated. So we have to learn from these lessons. But Singapore did all of these well before AI. Which is why I don't want to make everything about AI because there's already enough hype about AI. I don't want to add to it.
Thank you. Okay, one at the very corner there. Yes, please.
Hi, Sridharji. Good to connect. I'm Abhinav.
Closer to that.
I'm Abhinav. I'm one of the founders at Fluid AI. So we automate, using agents, we automate everything from Hindustan Petroleum's refineries to a lot of global banks. My question is, the battleground was earlier a lot around, frontier models, having the best frontier models. Now it's moved one layer up, which is who has the best agentic harness, the best layers around that. So is it that companies like Zoho today are focusing around the harness layer? Is it that getting the best harness out there? And secondly, as a SaaS platform, right, is it that your teams are constantly innovating, saying that how can we make Zoho CRM or a Zoho book such that people don't even need to log into it? Is that the vision, that it just handles everything?
Yeah. So on the first one, the boundary between AI and the agent is moving around. We want to push it so that it's much more energy efficient, resource efficient to push the work to software rather than to AI. That we are working on. That is a lot of our work. The end user will still see a fluid conversational intelligence. But that does not mean we are burning up a lot of expensive tokens. That's the trade-off. Which comes to the next question. The same ideas, the AI becomes the UI. That means that the products are still there, they're getting work done, but your interaction model is very fluid. So we say you want to talk to the database. You don't want to use all the UI. We just want to naturally converse with the database, you get answers. Like, what happened in this product last quarter? What happened in this geography last quarter? Summarize that. Why did this happen? Go drill into the reasons. These kind of conversations we can have with products. That's where this is most valuable. But we want to have these, enable these, without burning up a lot of tokens, without spending a lot of our customers' money on it. So that's a challenge. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'll take a last question right here. Oh, don't do this to me, please. Again, gender bias. I'd like to come to you, ma'am, to you first. Can I take 2 quick questions here, please? Or comments or whatever like that, please. Huh? Don't overcome. No, I'm not on, please. Yeah.
Firstly, brilliant session. Thank you very much. I'm Uday Singhani. One comment and one question. The first comment is you talked about the FOMO piece. And, when you have the NVIDIA chief saying that people who know AI are going to replace jobs of the people who don't know AI, that sort of really drifts and moves everybody towards AI, right? Largely because of the FOMO of not knowing it. So that was my comment. And the question I have is I really want some views from you, sir. If you look at the triangle, you have a large percentage of the people who are working right at the bottom of the triangle, doing very transactional data entry jobs today. And there'll be a small percentage of that are going to move up the ladder, who are going to be a bit more AI ready and AI knowledgeable. So do you see in the next 3 to 5 years, you don't have that many jobs because AI is really replacing, whether it's chatbots, conversational intelligence, data entry, what have you, AI is replacing all of these jobs. So while a lot of members do say, and a lot of professionals do say that no, there'll be jobs, up the value system, but those are far and few. Yeah. So really, do you see people, struggling to get employed in the next 4 to 5 years?
So I'll, your first point you made about the FOMO, I'll say this way, what is really learn to use AI? Learning to ask important, good questions. That is critical thinking. That has nothing to do with AI. If I don't know how to ask the right questions,
how do you get the right answer?
And you are not going to get the right answer. You are not going to get good answers.
Superb.
So really, that is what the skill involved is. The skill is not some magical piece of technology.
Yeah.
It is critical thinking.
Yep.
So that's all you have to do,
Yep.
And so you have to learn that.
Absolutely.
Which addresses the second one.
Yeah.
I think most of our people, this is where the education comes in. I am not a believer that everybody should have a paycheck job. We need a lot more self-employed entrepreneurs, people who are making their own way in life. That's my strong belief, because it is also important, see, the quality of life, distribution of jobs, distribution of a rural revival, all of this can happen only if there's a lot more self-employment, small entrepreneurs created, all of that. That again comes to critical thinking. It's not about just, if you have critical thinking, whatever your prior skills, you can actually use AI well. Then you can also, the same critical thinking you apply to create a small business, employ a few people around you, create some prosperity around. So that's what is critical here.
So I'm going to wrap it up at this stage because this has been a brilliant session, and on that point of critical thinking, this has been outrageously good.
Thank you.
Let's give him a round of applause, a stronger one than that. Thank you very much, Mr. Vembu, for being an absolute visionary and for being just so original with everything. To the original man, the OG of Indian technology, Sridhar Vembu. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
Character, the taste of success.
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts...
whatever that is there that you want to clear. I wanted to clear that by any kind of promiscuous behavior after the marriage will not be done.
With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Trisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice?
This time the state government is moving the High Court, asking for it to be cancelled, finally seeing action.
Which means most likely she will be arrested.
Yes.
I'm proud of the media trial that is going to lead to the arrest of a judge.
She has dialed a district judge at 11:06 p.m. If this has been with the judiciary for all these days, how the hell did she get the anticipatory bail?
No, I will not have any more.
Please move out, madam.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Tisha Sharma, who does the public look to?
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
कोशिश को कामयाबी को शोहरत बनते देखा है। हाँ, पिछले 60 सालों में मैंने देश को बनते देखा है। कमला पसंद 60 सालों से अनोखा स्वाद।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Tisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Tisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. Within hours of Trisha's death, as per the call detail records of this terrible person called Giribala Singh, some judge who thought she's a judge, judges will get away. She made over 40 calls after the death of her daughter-in-law, many of them to judges. Why was she calling judges? She made 48 calls. 9 calls to a district judge in one day, 3 calls to Samarth. She also called her absconding son 3 times.
Court orders Samarth to withdraw his bail plea. That's the big breaking news that's now coming in. His counsel submits he will surrender before the concerned court in 5 days. Examined at that time, now finally after Republic's pressure, Samarth Singh is going to finally be surrendering. And the court has now got the biggest law officer in the country, Tushar Mehta, to say, take on this case and say, we oppose Giribala Singh's bail.
अब तक जो पीएम रिपोर्ट जिस फॉरेंसिक ने देखी थी एक्सपर्ट ने सबने उसको रिजेक्ट किया था सो वी बिलीव कि अच्छे एक्सपर्ट्स हमको मिलेंगे एंड हमको चांस मिलेगा सच्चाई जानने का आज उनको समझ में आ गया कि अब आगे चल नहीं पाएगा ऐसा काम तो पहले उन्होंने अप्लाई किया और फिर डर से मारे फिर सरेंडर करना पड़ रहा है
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Tisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice? for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention. It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Trisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Tisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video?
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
Character, the taste of success.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Tisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Tisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj. And after a 10-day evasion, the police has finally managed to arrest Samarth Singh, who will be produced in the court at 2:30 p.m. today. We're tracking all the details and everything that's leading up to the court proceedings. But first, here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Trisha's husband Samarth Singh to be presented in the Bhopal court today. Police take Samarth Singh for medical examination.
कितने दिन की रिमांड लेने वाले?
अभी इस संबंध में हम लोग 7 दिन की रिमांड लेंगे, बाकी डिटेल में पीसी सीपी साहब करेंगे, इस वजह पर कंट्रोल रूम में।
In an exclusive conversation with Republic, the ACP Rajneesh Kashyap confirms that police will seek a 7-day remand of Samarth Singh. The AIMS team will depart for Bhopal for Trisha's second autopsy. The second post-mortem procedure will be held and will also be videographed. The CBI takes over the Trisha case. CBI will conduct on-site investigations from scratch. Nasik police, on the other hand, files 1,500-page charge sheet in the TCS harassment and alleged conversion case. CBI nabs third mastermind Manisha Havaldar in connection with the NEET paper leak case of the UG 2026 examination. The accused was behind leaking of the physics paper. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio lands in New Delhi and is set to meet Prime Minister Modi in the next 2 hours. We were starting with the first breaking development that we're getting in the Trisha case. Now, the Bhopal police says that they gave about 3 notices to Trisha's mother-in-law, who remains one of the key accused in the case, Giribala Singh. Now, the police has also termed Giribala Singh an accused in the Trisha's case. And now remember, this is a Republic impact. Republic since the beginning has been questioning Giribala Singh's role in the entire case, right from the CCTV footage to the fake CPR that was given, and also the fact that her son was absconding and she was given bail, on the other hand, being one of the main accused. And now the police has also termed Giribala Singh, the ex-judge, as one of the main accused in the Trisha case. In fact, the police also says that the accused Samarth Singh, her son, did not surrender but was arrested following 10 days of evading arrest by the police. Remember, a lookout notice was issued against Samarth Singh, and now the Bhopal police has given about 3 notices to Giribala Singh. Now, this comes in complete contradiction to what the ex-judge has been claiming, where she says that she is coordinating and cooperating with the police. But the police has refuted those claims completely. In fact, let's listen in to Bhopal Police Commissioner Sanjay Kumar.
काफ़ी लेट नाइट उसको लेके आए हैं और अभी तो कुछ प्रोसीजर में भी टाइम लगता है, तो अभी तो और पूछताछ करेंगे, उसके बाद ही कुछ कह सकते हैं।
सर, 30,000 का उस पर इनाम था और 10 दिनों तक वो फरार रहा, तो इस दौरान जिन लोगों ने उसको शरण दी, उनकी क्या कोई पहचान होगी या फिर उनके खिलाफ भी कोई कानूनी कार्रवाई होगी?
नहीं, बिल्कुल, वो जब डिटेल में उनसे पूछताछ होगी तो उसके बाद अगर कुछ इस तरह की चीज़ आती है कि उसको किसी ने शरण दी है तो उनके विरुद्ध भी कार्रवाई होगी।
30,000 का जो इनाम है आपका, ये किस मतलब इसके लिए आदमी आपका स्पेसिफाई हो गया जिसने सूचना दी या
नहीं? ये तो क्या है, वहाँ जबलपुर में कोर्ट में पहुँचा था सरेंडर करने, कोर्ट ने सरेंडर करने से मना कर दिया। इसी बीच अपनी टीम भी उधर थी, तो फिर अपनी टीम ने इसको जबलपुर टीम की मदद से कस्टडी में लिया। तो अभी तो वो देखा जाएगा कि बेसिकली ये कोर्ट में सरेंडर करने आया था, तो अभी किसी और व्यक्ति का तो ऐसा रोल नहीं है।
आपको अंदेशा था कि कोर्ट में सरेंडर करने पहुंचेगा और आपकी प्लानिंग थी उसको इस तरह से अरेस्ट करने?
नहीं, देखो, हम तो लगे हुए थे कि हमें तो कहीं भी मिल जाए, तो हमें तो आइडिया नहीं था कि ये कोर्ट में जाएगा। हाँ, ये ज़रूर है कि अगर एंटीसिपेटरी बेल कैंसिल होती है तो मे भी एक ऑप्शन रहता है, लेकिन हम सभी पहलुओं पे काम कर रहे थे।
सर 6 टीमें लगी थी, पूछताछ जो भी अभी तक हो पाई है, रात देर आए हैं, तुम समझ सकते हैं कि ज़्यादा वक्त नहीं मिला होगा, लेकिन इसमें कुछ इसने बताया कि कहाँ था, कैसे चकमा देता रहा?
नहीं, अभी उतना नहीं। देखो, इस तरह की पूछताछ में टाइम लगता है। हम इसे पूछेंगे और ये सारी बात जो है ना थोड़े कुछ ही टाइम में सब सही बता देगा। सारी चीज़ें वेरीफाई करनी पड़ती हैं। रात को 3 बजे तो काफ़ी लेट नाइट तो आया है, फिर प्रोसीजर होता है, मेडिकल करवाना पड़ता है, कई तरह की चीज़ें होती हैं।
सर एम्स दिल्ली का कहना है, एम्स दिल्ली का कहना है कि अभी तक उनके पास कोई पत्र नहीं पहुंचा है, जिस वजह से वहाँ से टीम यहाँ रवाना नहीं की गई है PM2 के लिए।
नहीं, ये ऑनरेबल कोर्ट ने GAD को लिखा है, तो हम GAD और से भी कोऑर्डिनेट करके हमारी कोशिश है कि जल्दी से जल्दी टीम आ जाए।
पत्र यहाँ से जा चुका है क्या?
नहीं, GAD ने भी संबंधित को उधर, GAD भी अपना काम कर रही है और हम भी GAD के टच में हैं।
सर एग्जैक्टली हम ये समझना चाह रहे हैं कि पोस्टमार्टम अब भोपाल एम्स में ही होगा या बॉडी को दिल्ली एम्स लेकर जाएगा?
नहीं, एम्स भोपाल में होगा। मतलब वहाँ की एम्स दिल्ली की जो एक्सपर्ट टीम है वो भोपाल आएगी।
सर परिजन लगातार आरोप लगा रहे हैं कि थाने में अभद्रता की गई है, इसकी कुछ जांच करा रहे हैं, कोई कार्रवाई तय करेंगे?
नहीं, किसी के साथ कोई अभद्रता नहीं की गई। थाने में भी CCTV लगे हुए हैं, इस तरह का कुछ नहीं।
सर हाइट को लेके क्या है सर? ट्रिशा की हाइट को लेके परिजनों का कहना है कि उसकी जो एक्चुअल हाइट प्रोफाइल में थी वो प्लस और उसके अलावा आपने जो पोस्टमार्टम में हाइट आई उसमें फ़र्क है।
नहीं, देखो, ये इस तरह की चीज़ें इसका जो आप विषय बता रहे हैं, हाइट का जो है ना, वो ये कोई सिग्निफिकेंट चीज़ नहीं है।
सर गिरिबाला सिंह को लगातार नोटिस जारी हो रहे हैं, लेकिन वो कोऑपरेट नहीं कर रही। आज भी नोटिस भेजा गया?
नहीं, वो हमने इसलिए एंटीसिपेटरी बेल कैंसिलेशन का लगाया था। बाकी हमारी कोशिश है उनसे भी जल्दी से जल्दी पूछताछ करनी।
गिरिबाला सिंह का कहना है कि मुझे कोई नोटिस नहीं मिला है।
अब तक कितने?
नहीं, हमने नोटिस दिए हैं उनको।
कितने सर?
नहीं, हमने 3 नोटिस दिए हैं उनको।
तो वो डिनाई कर रही है? डिनाई कर रही है सर वो?
नहीं, अब वो डिनाई कर रहे हैं वो अलग बात है, लेकिन हमने नोटिस दिए हैं।
तो शी इज होल्डिंग जुडिशियल पोस्ट, फॉर्मर जज, और एक आप भी एक जिम्मेदार अधिकारी हैं, कमिश्नर पुलिस भोपाल में। आप कह रहे हैं 3 नोटिस दिए हैं, वो कह रहे हैं कि हमें अभी तक एक भी नोटिस नहीं मिला, और कल पहली बार शायद उन्होंने स्वीकार किया कि ये पहला नोटिस आया है। तो ये आप इस एनोमली को क्या कहोगे?
नहीं, एनोमली नहीं है। हमने 3 नोटिस दिए हैं, वो एक्यूज्ड है एक इनियस ऑफेंस में। हमने 3 नोटिस दिए हैं, हमारी कोशिश है जल्दी से जल्दी पूछताछ करने की।
तो सर फिर एक सवाल वही पैदा होता है कि इनियस क्राइम में आप खुद बता रहे हैं, तो इस नोटिस के आज भी नहीं आ रही है, तो आपकी टीम जाके क्यों नहीं पूछताछ कर रही? सिर्फ रिटायर्ड एजेंट इसलिए एक आम आदमी के साथ तो असर नहीं होता है?
एक प्रोसीजर फॉलो करना पड़ता है, क्योंकि वो और एंटीसिपेटरी बेल कैंसिलेशन के लिए इसीलिए हमने कोर्ट में लगाया है।
सर एक कहीं ना कहीं भोपाल पुलिस को ऐसा लगता है कि परिवार ने आरोप लगाया कि भोपाल पुलिस ने सारा काम अच्छे से नहीं किया। ये परिवार का आरोप है कि उसमें पोस्टमार्टम की रिपोर्ट से लेके लिगेचर स्टफ से लेके उसके बाद उन्होंने कहा दूसरी इंक्वायरी मांगी, कोई इंडिपेंडेंट इंक्वायरी, फाइनली उसमें CBI इंक्वायरी राज्य सरकार ने की। कहीं आपको ऐसा लगता है कि हाँ कुछ लैप्सेस थे?
नहीं, कोई लैप्सेस नहीं थे। हमने अपनी निष्पक्ष जांच की है और बिल्कुल सही तरीके से की है, और सारी चीज़ें ऑन रिकॉर्ड हैं।
Shambhavi, my colleague, joins me from outside the Katara police station in Bhopal. Now, Shambhavi, speak to us about the details of the matter. You know, where on one hand, Giribala Singh was saying that, she was coordinating and cooperating with the police. That claim has fallen flat on its face. The police says they've in fact given 3 notices to Giribala Singh, and they've also termed her to be an accused in the Trisha death case. What's more that you have for us, Shambhavi?
अरे जब आएंगे हट जाएंगे। अरे जब आए
I think there's some problem with Shambhavi not being able to hear us, but my colleague Shambhavi remains outside the Katara police station, Katara Hills police station in Bhopal. And before we go back to her, viewers, that was the police commissioner of Bhopal, Sanjay Singh, who was in fact speaking about how Giribala Singh, the mother-in-law of Trisha, has been served 3 notices by the police for not cooperating with the police in the ongoing investigations. Remember, this claim is a complete opposite of what Giribala Singh, the ex-judge, has been saying since the beginning. She says that